Chapter 1288, Overwhelming Tier 3 Demons. Chapter 1288, Overwhelming Tier 3 Demons. After hearing Shifeng's command, both Anna and Kite set their sights on the demonic hunters guarding the herb garden. Demonic Hunter, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 70. HP 35, 000, 000/35, 000, 000. Compared to monsters, demons had less HP. In return, though, their intellect was much higher. In addition, they had many skills at their disposal. If given the choice, players would rather fight dumb monsters than demons of the same tier. The instant Anna and Kite set foot into the herb garden, they attracted the demonic hunter's attention. Intruders, you dare set trespass into Lord Raymond's territory. You shall pay with your lives. The two demonic hunters bellowed as they promptly retrieved the great swords from their backs. They both charged at Anna, the summoner. Not only were the demonic hunters faster than the Silver Moon Rat King, but their combat standards were also higher. Moreover, they knew how to coordinate as each of them activated demonic charge from two different directions, their movement speed increasing instantly. When the two demonic hunters were only 30 yards away, Anna slammed the butt of her staff on the ground and pointed a finger towards the sky. As she did so, she finished chanting her incantation's final verse. Suddenly, a massive, golden magic array appeared before her. Silver magic arrays also appeared around Anna, one after another, surrounding the summoner. When the two demonic hunters were only 15 yards away, a golden giant emerged from the golden magic array. The golden giant served as a gatekeeper as it stood in the demon hunter's path. This move was the Tier 2 curse Anna had learned, Song of Summoning. It allowed her to summon a Tier 3 golden giant to aid her. Tier 2 rock guardians also appeared from the silver magic arrays around Anna. In the blink of an eye, Anna had summoned a monster army. Golden Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 72. HP 77, 000, 000/77, 000, 000. Rock Guardian, Elemental Being, Lord. Level 72. HP 31, 000, 000/31, 000, 000. Although the two demonic hunters tried to circle the summoned creatures and attack Anna directly, the summoner had prepared for this. With a light wave of her staff, she fired several elemental bullets at the demonic hunters. Ding. Ding. Dang! The two demonic hunters responded quickly by blocking the bullets with their greatswords. However, the golden giant appeared behind the two demonic hunters, its fists descending on their heads. Boom. -415,797. -420,187. The impact blasted a large hole in the ground. At this point, Anna had finished writing another set of runes. She then flicked her finger at these runes. Immediately, these runes embedded themselves into the 10 rock guardians' bodies, who had already surrounded the two demonic hunters. As these runes merged with the rock guardians, a golden magic array formed around the two demonic hunters. Although the demonic hunters attacked the barrier, it remained intact as the rock guardians split the damage equally. Moreover, this magic array granted the rock guardians a 10% increase to their basic attributes and reduced the demonic hunters' basic attributes by 15%. With this, it became even more difficult for the demonic hunters to kill the rock guardians and break free from the magic barrier so strong. Shifeng was quite impressed. Although he had long since known that an epic personal guard had extraordinary potential, he never imagined that Anna would grow to the point of being capable of suppressing two Tier 3 demons all by herself. If a player of the same tier fought Anna, she would overwhelm them until their death. Not to mention, Anna still had her epic ranked legacy skill, Angel Summoning. Whether in a one-on-one fight or a group fight, Anna had no weaknesses. Suddenly, the Sword Master Kite charged into the magic array and slashed his fragmented legendary sword at one of the demonic hunters. The targeted demonic hunter responded quickly, slashing its great sword horizontally and easily deflecting this attack. However, the instant the demonic hunter blocked the attack, it was forced to retreat by half a step. Immediately after, over a dozen wind blades struck the demonic hunter from multiple directions. 44,671. -44,598. minus 45,102. In the blink of an eye, the demonic hunter lost over 500,000 HP. Kite was clearly superior in both strength and speed. After watching his personal guard's performance for a short moment, Shi Feng joined the battle. Although both Kite and Anna could overwhelm the Tier 3 demons, the demons were different from the Silver Moon Rat King. Both had battle recovery, which allowed them to recover 350,000 HP every 5 seconds. It would take quite some time to kill them. After Shi Feng, the demonic flame tiger, and the two Tier 2 demons joined the battle, their overall damage skyrocketed. When any of his allies began to run low on HP, Shi Feng switched to the aura of water and cast Life Bloom. In less than half an hour, both level 70, Tier 3 demons fell. Once they died, Shi Feng's experience bar had risen to 82% of level 50. Sure enough, only Great Lords grant EXP here. Glancing at his experience bar, Shi Feng gained a general understanding on some of the Dark Canyon's rules. He then shifted his gaze to the loot dropped. The two demonic hunters had dropped due to divine providence. The demonic hunters had dropped a total of 9 7 luminaries shards and 2 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. They had also dropped 2 small pouches. Opening the pouches, Shi Feng discovered that they actually contained seeds. The 2 pouches combined contained a total of 27 seeds. The monsters here drop seeds? Shi Feng was somewhat confused. This was the first time he had obtained seeds after killing a monster. Normally, one could only obtain seeds from NPC merchants or opening treasure chests, following which, Shi Feng curiously checked the seeds attribute panel. Mutated rainbow tree seeds. Survival rate increased by 20%. Amount of rainbow fruit produced during each maturity cycle increased by 30%. There is a chance to produce mutated rainbow fruit. What? These are rainbow tree seeds? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned. Fruit trees in God's domain were different from herbs. They would not disappear once harvested. Instead, the tree would continue to bear fruit as long as one nurtured it properly. Only, the fruit's maturity cycle was a little longer than herbs. One could easily purchase an ordinary fruit tree seeds from NPC merchants for relatively cheap. However, rare tree seeds were much more expensive, not to mention the rainbow tree seeds. In the past, one such seed easily sold for 400 gold. Unfortunately, rainbow trees had a very low survival rate of roughly 20%. Hence, if one wished to their own, it would cost around 2,000 gold. If one were unlucky, the seeds might cost them as much as 4,000 gold. The rainbow tree seeds were so expensive because rainbow fruits could produce rainbow wine. Not only was the wine delicious, but its effects could also rival the 100-berry wine. Moreover, the rainbow wine's effects lasted much longer. The mutated rainbow tree seeds, however, likely cost several times more than ordinary rainbow tree seeds. After all, the seeds boasted such a high survival rate. These trees would also produce more fruit than usual. Most importantly, they had a chance of growing mutated rainbow fruit. After Shi Feng collected the loot, he chose to unsummon his personal guards, letting Anna and Kite return to their original locations. However, despite numerous attempts, the system notified him that he had failed to unsummon the NPCs. Sure enough, I can't send them back. It seems that I'll have to unsummon them after completing the quest. Shi Feng could not help but sigh. However, when he shifted his gaze to the soul flowers and rare herbs that filled the herb garden, his mood instantly lifted. There was even a large number of moonlight fruit waiting to be harvested. He had to admit that an Asura mode promotion quest was wonderful. Shi Feng collected the rare herbs and moonlight fruits frantically while waiting for the soul flowers to mature. Normally, soul flowers needed 3 to 4 days to reach maturity. However, due to Raymond's magic array, these only needed around 6 hours. Time passed very quickly. By the time Shi Feng collected the soul flowers, his bag space was nearly full. It's about time for me to log off, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the real-world clock. It was almost time for the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. As the Big Dipper's head instructor, he couldn't be absent from the event. He then chose to log out and disappeared from the herb garden. Rainbow fruit. Rainbow fruit in Chapter 1005 changed to 7-colored fruit. Chapter 1289. Difference caused due to time. Chapter 1289. Difference caused due to time. Jinhai City, City Center Sports Arena. The sun shone brightly in the midday sky. At this moment, however, the glaring, scorching sun couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the crowd gathered in front of the sports arena. A sea of people waited outside the arena, which could accommodate 50,000 people. The White River Dojo had been advertising the friendly competition for some time. Advertisements decorated the city streets. Including Jinhai City, a total of 6 cities planned to participate. It was the grandest competition so far this year. In an era where everyone valued physical fitness, nothing was more popular than a fighting competition. Today was also a Saturday, and everyone had the free time to watch the competition. After all, this competition involved fighting experts from 6 cities. It could be considered a contest between these cities. Many had come to support their own local fighters. In order to spread the news thoroughly, the White Tiger Dojo had specifically invited many of these cities' important fighters to spectate. Seeing luxury hover cars arrive before the VIP entrance, one after another, the people lined up in front of the normal entrance gasped. Every individual that alighted from these vehicles were even more extraordinary. Look, isn't that Elder Su? He's attending this event as well. Huh, isn't that Master Chinwu? While the crowd watched in rapture, influential people entered the arena. Shi Feng had also just arrived at the sports arena by car. As he had been occupied with gathering herbs, Xiao Yu and the others, finding it inappropriate to disturb him, had decided to head to the venue first. Hence, Shi Feng had arrived alone. As soon as Shi Feng emerged from the car, he was surprised. However, his surprise wasn't due to the number of spectators. Rather, he was surprised to see so many contestants. A line of people had queued up at the contestant entrance. There were at least 300 people in line at the moment. It was already enough to rival a provincial-level fighting competition. As Shi Feng waited for Liang Jing to retrieve him, he noticed quite a few familiar faces in front of spectator entrance number 5. They were none other than Zhou Yuhu and his previous classmate's brother. Who, you really are impressive. You even got your hands on entrance tickets. When I showed off my ticket, my classmates were so jealous. A robust youth with a long nose and beady eyes praised Zhou Yuhu. That's nothing to Brother Hu. Brother Hu is famous at our school. Not only did he pass the professional fighter's test and officially become a reserve professional fighter, but he is also one of the few Shadow Guild experts in our school. It is a piece of cake for him to get a few tickets to this competition. A youth wearing a t-shirt proudly proclaimed, amazing. Brother Hu has become a reserve professional fighter. In that case, won't he become an actual professional fighter in 1 or 2 years? At this moment, several tall, beautiful female students gazed at Qin Shuyu, who stood beside Zhou Yuhu, in envy and admiration. Senior Shuyu, you really are blessed. You actually nabbed Brother Hu for yourself. It was extremely difficult to become a professional fighter. One needed talent. Becoming a professional fighter also meant earning a high income. If one became one of the top 10 fighters in the city, living in a high-end residence and owning a luxury car would be possible. If one became a champion, they would gain a lot of influence and wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of their life. What are you girls talking about? Qin Shuyu, who wore a blue blouse and short skirt, pretended to get angry. However, her eyes contained a faint trace of pride as the group chatted merrily. Zhou Yuhu noticed Shi Feng, who waited in the distance. Huh? Isn't that Shi Feng? Hearing Zhou Yuhu's words, everyone turned to look. These people more or less knew about the history between Shi Feng and Zhou Yuhu. Shi Feng had defeated Zhou Yuhu in a single move, instantly becoming famous in the university. However, it had been quite some time since they had seen Shi Feng, as, shortly after his fight with Zhou Yuhu, he had vanished. Shi Feng wore a dark blue tracksuit. Compared to several months ago, he had built up quite a bit of muscle. He gave off an indescribable sense of familiarity. Why is he here? Qin Shuyu watched Shi Feng in confusion. After the fellowship party, Shi Feng had cut off all connections with his classmates after graduating from university. She had heard that Shi Feng had joined a considerably powerful gaming workshop and was doing fairly well. I suppose he's here to watch the competition. Watch the competition? I doubt that. If that was the case, he should be in line for one of the spectator entrances rather than relaxing on a bench. He graduated already, yet he's still going around wearing a tracksuit. I guess he hasn't done that well. Sure enough, those rumors about him becoming powerful were lies. Senior Shuyu, it seems your decision back then had been a wise one. I wish my eyes were as keen as yours. The group praised Zhou Yuhu, one after another. After all, the difference between Zhou Yuhu and Shi Feng was obvious. One was a nobody, working for some gaming workshop, while the other was an upper echelon in the well-known Shadow Workshop. Moreover, not only was Zhou Yuhu the envy of white-collar workers, but he was also a reserve professional fighter. As long as he could pass the city's qualifiers within 3 years, he would officially become a professional fighter. Every dojo and training center in the city would offer high pay to recruit him. Senior Shuyu, why don't we invite him to join us? We have an extra ticket. Letting it go to waste would be a pity. That's right. There are people willing to buy backrow tickets for 1,500 credits. It would be a loss to hold on to it. In any case, he must want one. We can sell it to him for 1,200 credits. Consider it doing him a favor. Zhou Yuhu and Qin Shuyu agreed with the suggestion. Obtaining these tickets hadn't been cheap. Even backrow tickets cost 500 credits through official channels. Originally, they had bought just enough tickets, but one of their party wasn't able to attend due to some urgent matter. If they did nothing with the ticket, they would have thrown away 500 credits. By selling it to Shi Feng, they could earn a quick buck and ridicule their old classmate. Then, in any case, holding on to it would be a waste. Since we are old classmates and we haven't seen him for some time, we can use this opportunity to catch up. Qin Shuyu nodded. However, after taking a few steps forward, Qin Shuyu noticed a gorgeous beauty with 4 black-clad bodyguards in tow approach Shi Feng gracefully. This woman, wearing an exquisite business suit, even made Qin Shuyu feel ugly. She was none other than Liang Jing. Head instructor Shi, you finally decided to show up. Let's hurry inside. Chairman Xiao and the others are already waiting anxiously for you. Had you been any later, they would have fetched your gaming cabin with you inside. Liang Jing grumbled when she saw Shi Feng's leisurely behavior. Aren't I here now? Shi Feng chuckled. Let's go. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Liang Jing led him through the VIP entrance. Although the several security guards at the entrance wanted to verify their identities, when they saw Liang Jing produce a gold-plated VIP invitation card, they halted their steps and stood aside respectfully. Crap, who are those people? They have a gold invitation card. I thought the White Tiger Dojo had only given out 20 of those. As Shi Feng and Liang Jing entered the building, the security guards stated after them in surprise if the 20 golden invitation cards were split evenly among the 6 cities invited, each city would only get 3 or 4 cards. Only those whom the White Tiger Dojo valued would receive one. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuhu and the others, who waited in front of the spectators' entrance, were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Chapter 1290, Display of Strength. Chapter 1290, Display of Strength. How is this possible? Doesn't he work for a gaming workshop? Qin Shuyu stared at Shi Feng incredulously as the latter entered the VIP entrance. She couldn't believe her eyes. Every person she had watched go in through that entrance was an influential fighter in Jinhai City, yet Shi Feng boldly walked through the doors. Moreover, even the security guards had treated him with respect. How was he not doing well after graduating? He had risen to an entirely different level, so the rumors were true. Her companions' jaws had dropped as they stared at the VIP entrance. When they thought about how they had planned to sell Shi Feng a backrow ticket, they realized the idea was laughable. Fortunately, they had not actually tried to sell him the ticket. Otherwise, they would have humiliated themselves. Senior Shuyu, aren't you very familiar with Senior Shi Feng? I'm very interested in gaming. If there is an opportunity, would you introduce us? A petite girl with big, round eyes and cherry-red lips asked Qin Shuyu with anticipation. If there is an opportunity, I'll introduce you, Qin Shuyu muttered, wearing an indescribably awkward expression. Meanwhile, in the sports arena's VIP hall, upper echelons from the various dojos and training centers, as well as influential figures from the various cities, had gathered, chatting merrily. Only, despite the sounds of laughter that filled the hall, an intense hostility snapped between them. When 3 of the White Tiger Dojo's people entered, practically every upper echelon shifted their gazes to the newcomers. Among these 3, the one leading the group was a middle-aged man in his mid-30s. The man gave off a peaceful aura. Of the two men beside him, one was Gan Xingting, the representative instructor for Jinhai City's White Tiger Dojo, while the other was Xie Chiwen, White Tiger Dojo's rising star. Jiang Tianyuan is here. Seeing as Jiang Tianyuan is attending, this competition must be quite important to the White Tiger Dojo. When the crowd saw the middle-aged man, Jiang Tianyuan, they spoke in hushed whispers. In the fighting world, Jiang Tianyuan had been a superstar in the past. He had participated in multiple international competitions and had placed quite well. During his youth, he had been practically unrivaled among his peers within the country. The White Tiger Dojo had raised him to the position of advanced instructor at a very young age. He had even become a hall master, managing over a dozen branches. Jiang Tianyuan was definitely one of the White Tiger Dojo's core upper echelons. Even the dojo's head hall master treated him with respect. The fact that such an important figure had set foot in a backwater city like Jinhai City proved that the White Tiger Dojo intended to do anything possible to win this competition. The minor dojos and training centers clearly had no chance of winning Chiwen. Are the arrangements for the competition complete? Jiang Tianyuan asked quietly after he greeted the various VIPs hall master. Everything is complete. Once this competition is over, the White Tiger Dojo will secure all 6 cities, Xie Chiwen reported, smiling good. Then, Jiang Tianyuan nodded. However, I heard that the Big Dipper Dojo has a few skilled fighters. I've also heard that Lei Bao is now one of their instructors. Make sure our competitors do not grow complacent. Hallmaster, rest assured, we've investigated the Big Dipper Dojo's situation. Among their 20-year-old and younger members, none are exceptional. I am sure that some other dojo or training center will deal with Big Dipper before we have to, Xie Chiwen said confidently. If the woman named Fire Dance, who had defeated Gan Xingting in a single move, took part in this competition, they would have to take Big Dipper seriously. However, none of the dojo's new members had any talent to speak of, much less strength compared to the Big Dipper Dojo. The other dojos and training centers posed were a greater threat. Right? Who have you chosen to be our third representative in this competition? Jiang Tianyuan asked. I've heard that both Yu Ziping and Liao Huajie have performed considerably well thus far. Although Liao Huajie is one of the main branch's elites, Yu Ziping is nearly skilled enough to become an advanced apprentice. After some discussion, we've decided on Liao Huajie as our third representative. At the end of the day, Yu Ziping is too young. Although Yu Ziping has the advantage when it comes to the basics, he doesn't have as much combat experience as Liao Huajie, Xie Chiwen explained, smiling. What a pity. This is a good opportunity to accumulate experience. After all, that child is quite talented. After Jiang Tianyuan considered the matter, he agreed with Xie Chiwen. The competition was extremely important. If it weren't, he would not mind letting Yu Ziping take part in it instead. However, Jiang Tianyuan only played with this thought. After all, neither Liao Huajie nor Yu Ziping was skilled enough to attract his attention. He had only asked because Yu Ziping was one of his daughter's friends. Elsewhere in the arena. Head instructor Shi, you're finally here. When Xiao Yu saw Shi Feng enter the room, he hurriedly welcomed the latter. Anxiously he asked, how is the team coming along? The competition was about to start, yet the Big Dipper's chairman was utterly unfamiliar with his team's condition. To make matters worse, quite a few influential figures within Jinhai City were concerned and had repeatedly asked him about Big Dipper's representatives. Meanwhile, he could only smile in response. He didn't have any answers for them. They should be all right, Shi Feng said, chuckling hearing Shi Feng's vague reply. Xiao Yu was speechless. He even wondered if Shi Feng was concerned at all. However, Xiao Yu's requirement wasn't overly high. As long as they didn't lose too miserably, he'd be satisfied. After all, the White Tiger Dojo had dispatched its elites from the main branch. Although Xiao Yu tried to say something more, the bell signaled the start of the competition. Everyone immediately turned towards the arena. The large sports arena, which was capable of accommodating 50,000 spectators, was filled to the brim. The venue was extremely lively, and even some of the contestants, who participated in fighting competitions frequently, grew tense. Of all the people that had applied to join the competition, a total of 768 people had qualified. These people would be divided into 32 groups of 24. Only one person from each group would proceed to the official competition. It was a cruel elimination round. Each dojo and training center's 3 contestants would be divided into different groups. 32 platforms had been set up inside the arena. Hence, all 32 groups could compete simultaneously without wasting time. The audience would get their fill of exciting fights. A virtual screen had also been set up in the arena center, displaying the winners of each round. Naturally, the more winners a dojo or training center possessed, the more powerful they would be. The results would allow the audience to judge just how strong the various dojos and training centers were. Although the White Tiger Dojo called this a friendly match, everyone knew that it was a ploy to show off its strength and the difference between itself and the other organizations. Following which, the contestants entered the arena. They moved towards the platform corresponding to their groups. Seeing the various contestants, the audience seated grew excited. Look, isn't that Gu Chen, one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses? A frequent participant in the national competition is actually taking part in this competition. Huh, isn't that Beauty Yuqing? I heard that she is a female genius second only to Tang Jingyao in the White Tiger Dojo. If she's here as well, there's no need for this competition. The final match will definitely be between Yuqing and Gu Chen. As the audience watched the White Tiger Dojo's representatives approach the stages, they were stunned. Meanwhile, the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons paled at the sight. With 2 of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses participating in this competition, how could they compete? Xie Chiwen, who watched from the VIP stands, suddenly noticed a familiar figure on platform number 14. This figure was none other than Yu Ziping. Why is he here? Xie Chiwen was flabbergasted. Chapter 1291, Death Group. Chapter 1291, Death Group. So, you secretly applied for the qualifiers, knowing that you wouldn't be chosen as a representative? Xie Chiwen's expression darkened as he glared at Yu Ziping on platform number 14. You really are a resilient bastard. Xie Chiwen knew that Yu Ziping was chasing after Jiang Tianyuan's daughter, Jiang Mengyun. Originally, he had planned to cause some trouble for Yu Ziping, forcing the boy to retreat. However, he hadn't expected Yu Ziping to disregard his kindness, much less join the competition without approval. Following which, Xie Chiwen sent Gu Qin, Yu Yiqing, and Liao Huajie a message. The contents were simple: cripple Yu Ziping and prevent him from continuing in the fighting world. Hopefully, you don't disqualify too quickly. Xie Chiwen sneered as he looked at Yu Ziping. He had to admit that Yu Ziping was quite lucky. Among the White Tiger Dojo's 3 representatives, none were assigned to platform number 14. If he wished to take Yu Ziping out, he had to wait until the boy won the elimination round. As long as Yu Ziping won in the elimination round, he would be easy to deal with. Although this was only a friendly competition, injuries were common in any fighting competition. For an elite like Gu Chen, accidentally crippling Yu Ziping in a fight would be a piece of cake. Even if Yu Ziping could recover, a mere disciple with no background wouldn't be able to afford the treatment. Suddenly, Gan Xingting approached Xie Chiwen, respectfully handing his superior a folder. Boss, here's the detailed report on the dojos and training centers representatives that you asked for. Good job. Xie Chiwen nodded, casually browsing through the information. He was responsible for handling the occupation of the 6 cities. This was the first important task the White Tiger Dojo had assigned him. Naturally, his performance had to be flawless. Although he didn't expect anyone from the 6 cities to defeat his dojo's representatives, he had Gang Xingting investigate any noteworthy opponents among the 6 cities. There were only 3 noteworthy opponents: the Martial Heaven Dojo, White Cloud Dojo, and Big Dipper Dojo. Among the 3, the Martial Heaven Dojo and White Cloud Dojo deserved the most attention. After all, these 2 were considerably famous in the past. Only, their fame had fallen considerably since then. However, they were still capable of nurturing national fighters once every few years. The martial arts master, Lei Bao, was the only reason the Big Dipper Dojo was considered a worthy foe. They also had Fire Dance, who was suspected of being a martial arts master as well. With these 2 masters, the Big Dipper Dojo might have some hidden trump cards. As Xie Chiwen read through the files, however, he noticed a familiar name: Yu Ziping. Moreover, Yu Ziping was representing the Big Dipper Dojo. Seeing this, Xie Chiwen was momentarily stunned. He was utterly dumbfounded by Yu Ziping's foolishness. Had Yu Ziping joined the competition as an individual, the youth would retain his identity as a White Tiger Dojo intermediate disciple. If that were the case, he couldn't do anything too drastic against the youth. After all, Jiang Tianyuan was watching. However, the situation had changed. By representing another organization, Yu Ziping had severed all ties with the White Tiger Dojo. Even if he crippled the boy, Jiang Tianyuan wouldn't interfere. On the contrary, Jiang Tianyuan would be pleased. After all, no one tolerated a traitor. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll gladly give you one. Xie Chiwen sneered. However, something is off about this Big Dipper dojo. Were they unable to find suitable candidates? They're actually willing to work with members from other dojos. Although the information regarding Shadow Sword and Turtledove showed that both had participated in their own city's professional qualifiers, they had never passed the elimination rounds to become official professional fighters. This year was their last opportunity to surpass their status of reserve professional fighters. Even in weaker dojos, people like Shadow Sword and Turtledove were a dime a dozen. They were only slightly stronger than the Big Dipper dojo's new members. I have really overestimated them. Xie Chiwen turned to look at Shifeng and the others, who sat in the VIP stands, his sneer still plastered on his face. It would be a pity to keep such interesting information to ourselves. Xingting, notify the text to switch the main screens to these three people when it's their turn to fight. I want everyone to watch the Big Dipper dojo's performance. There were 4 virtual screens set up in the center of the arena to give the audience a better view of the fights. However, due to the number of platforms, only the interesting matches were broadcast. As the host of the competition, the White Tiger Dojo could choose any particular fight to broadcast. When choosing to join a dojo or training center, fighters usually base their selection on the establishment's capability to nurture its members. If it was well known that if a dojo's members were weak, no one would join it, regardless of who the instructors were. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure that they are the main focus of the competition, Gan Xingting said. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, when Xiao Yu read the information Shifeng had provided regarding the Big Dipper dojo's representatives, he very nearly fainted. He had met these 3 people when they had arrived at the sports arena. However, he didn't know much about them. Now that Xiao Yu had read the reports, he regretted not holding Shifeng back. He felt that Shifeng had underestimated the 6 cities' various dojos and training centers. After all, of the dojo's representatives, 2 were not even professional fighters. They were merely reserves. Even if Big Dipper were weak, it was more than capable of hiring professional fighters to assist them, yet Shifeng had chosen reserve fighters. Moreover, the only professional fighter was a White Tiger Dojo disciple. If the 2 reserve fighters performed badly, and they had to rely on the White Tiger Dojo's disciple to achieve victory, others would still assume that the White Tiger Dojo was more powerful. They would be promoting the White Tiger Dojo instead of the Big Dipper Dojo. On the other hand, if they lost, they would be slandered for misleading a White Tiger Dojo disciple with poor training. To make matters worse, both Shadow Sword and Turtledove had been assigned to Death Group. Although none of the White Tiger Dojo's elites were in their Death Group, many excellent provincial-level fighters were. Quite a few were even preparing to challenge the national competition this year. Their combat standards far exceeded city-level professional fighters. These reserve fighters had no chance against them. As Xiao Yu contemplated stopping the competition, the first match on platform number 1 began. To Xiao Yu's dismay, Shadow Sword, Fu Jinghong, had been chosen to fight in the first match. And to make matters worse, his opponent was the favorite to win in platform number 1. His opponent's name was Lu Jingshan, a genius disciple from the White Cloud Dojo. It's over. When Xiao Yu saw Lu Jingshan's 2-meter-tall, muscular frame walk up the platform, his expression darkened. Lu Jingshan was one of the White Cloud Dojo's favored disciples. He had been born with extraordinary physical strength and was a talented fighter. Last year, he had secured 5th place in a provincial fighting competition and had very nearly qualified for the nationals. This year, Lu Jingshan had challenged many experts and defeated numerous people from last year's national competition. His strength had long since reached the national level. In the White Tiger Dojo, he would easily become an advanced disciple. So, the fight is over before it has even begun? Xie Chiwen stifled his laughter when he saw Fu Jinghong's opponent. Once both fighters were in position on platform number 1. The referee swung down both his hands and declared the start of the match. Chapter 1292, Shocking the Arena. Chapter 1292, Shocking the Arena. The moment the match began, the screens above the arena began to broadcast the fight, attracting everyone's attention. Chairman Xiao, you've really got some bad luck. Your boy has to face our White Cloud Dojo's genius right off the bat. This year, little Lu has achieved a punching strength of 604 kilograms. He can even rank near the top in the national competition. A white-haired, old man began to laugh not far from Xiao Yu. Hearing this old man's comment, Xiao Yu's expression darkened further. Even Hall Master Chen Wu, Jinhai City's #1 expert, only had a punching strength of 453 kg. The Big Dipper Dojo would be eliminated in the very first round. Xiao Yu wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone in the venue shared a similar opinion. Even Fu Jinghong thought so. Lu Jingshan was very famous in the fighting industry. Even top-class, city-level professional fighters looked up to the Genius Guild leader. Will it really be all right? Fu Jinghong could not help but glance at Shi Feng, who watched from the distant VIP stands. Worriedly, he had only arrived at the Greenwater Villa 4 days ago, yet he was participating in such a large-scale competition, required to face off against experts from various cities. Although he had undergone 3 days of special training and consumed plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids, which significantly improved his physique, he had no confidence in winning. After all, before this, he had been a reserve fighter. Unfortunately, despite his many attempts to convince Shi Feng that he wasn't skilled enough to participate in such a large competition, Shi Feng had told him to relax and fight like normal. Brat, are you going to get off of the stage yourself, or do I have to throw you from it? Lu Jingshan asked, sneering at Fu Jinghong. I'll say this. My strength has increased again recently, so don't blame me if I can't control it. Come, Fu Jinghong said, gritting his teeth. He decided to put up a fight. After all, Shi Feng had invested 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid in him. If he surrendered, he would forsake his guild leader's kindness. Oh, how courageous of you! Lu Jingshan clapped his hands in mock praise. However, a second later, he dashed towards Fu Jinghong. As he moved, he looked like a brown bear, inspiring fear in his opponent. As Lu Jingshan arrived before Fu Jinghong, he jabbed at the latter's face, his fist moving so fast that it left behind even afterimages. Not bad. He has trained a standard punch to such a degree. No wonder even some national-level fighters aren't a match for him. Jiang Tianyuan praised the fighter from the VIP stands. From the moment Lu Jingshan charged forward to the moment he threw his punch, he had completed the entire process like flowing water. He was fast, accurate, and ruthless. There wasn't any excess movement to hinder his strength. Lu Jingshan threw his entire weight into the single punch. Although there was nothing special about this move, it was extremely dangerous. If not dealt with properly, the hit might finish Fu Jinghong off. Boom. An explosion echoed throughout the platform. However, Lu Jingshan's punch didn't reach its mark. Instead, it stopped 3 inches away from Fu Jinghong's face. The audience was stupefied. He missed? Lu Jingshan really loves to play around. He's deliberately trying to scare his opponent. That's right. After all, the difference between them is massive. It wouldn't be interesting if he ended the match with 1 punch. Lu Jingshan must be trying to spare his opponent's reputation. Fu Jinghong really is unlucky. Not only will he be defeated, but Lu Jingshan will scare him in the process. He won't faint, right? If Lu Jingshan hits him accidentally, he might kill the boy. Some of the audience members, who were familiar with Lu Jingshan, chatted merrily as they watched. They could not help but pity Fu Jinghong. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Xiao Yu could no longer bear to watch the match. Instead, he glared at the smiling, white-haired elder hatefully. The White Cloud Dojo was clearly using the Big Dipper Dojo to gain more fame. Who would want to join the Big Dipper Dojo after this devastating fight? Suddenly, however, the white-haired elder was confused. He had assumed that the boy was a brute, all muscle and no brains, yet the boy had increased his dojo's fame. And yet, Lu Jingshan didn't look as gleeful as everyone had expected. Rather, he looked at Fu Jinghong with a serious expression. He was not as kind or playful as everyone thought. He had planned to finish off Fu Jinghong with one punch from the very beginning to shock his following opponents. After all, this was not your standard competition. He had to fight several matches in a row. He might even suffer injuries as a result. Although the sports arena was equipped with excellent medical facilities and could help him heal small injuries very quickly, medicines and machines couldn't restore one's mental state. Hence, he had intended to finish his fights as quickly as possible. However, he had never expected Fu Jinghong to dodge his punch. "Brat, you got lucky, but your luck ends here," Lu Jingshan shouted. Immediately, he executed chaotic arrow strikes, his swiftest and most violent technique. He planned to overwhelm his opponent with brute force and speed. A wall of fists bombarded Fu Jinghong. Lu Jingshan's trademark chaotic arrow strikes. "That kid is doomed. It will take several months in the hospital to recover from his injuries." The audience could not help but pity Fu Jinghong when they saw Lu Jingshan's ruthless assault, as everyone thought that Lu Jingshan would send his opponent flying. Fu Jinghong reacted, blocking every one of the incoming punches. "Impossible. He can actually block that. Is he even human?" The audience in the VIP stands were shocked. This was especially true for the White Cloud Dojo elder. Lu Jingshan's punches were both swift and strong. This technique would even overwhelm national fighters, yet Lu Jingshan couldn't even hit Fu Jinghong. What refined skills! Jiang Tianyuan's eyes glowed as he watched Fu Jinghong's movements. The spectators were focused on Fu Jinghong's defense, but Jiang Tianyuan was fully aware of how difficult it was to block Lu Jingshan's chaotic arrow strikes so effortlessly. First, Fu Jinghong needed to predict Lu Jingshan's attack trajectories accurately. Then he needed to block the attacks from the correct angle. To achieve such a feat, one required an acute awareness of the fight and a wealth of combat experience. Jiang Tianyuan found it very difficult to believe that a youngster in his late teens could possess so much combat experience. "What? I thought he was just a reserve fighter?" Xiao Yu wore an incredulous expression as he watched Fu Jinghong move across the stage gracefully, his mouth hanging open. He then shifted his gaze to Shi Feng, and all of his resentment for the man vanished. He was surprised and elated. He had never thought that Shi Feng would find such a hidden expert. At the same time, his respect for Shi Feng grew. After the fight continued for another dozen seconds or so, Lu Jingshan gradually weakened. While chaotic arrow strikes could overwhelm his opponent, the move taxed his stamina. "I see that you have some hidden strength as well, brat. You nearly fooled me." Seeing the fight going nowhere, Lu Jingshan gave up on using chaotic arrow strikes and pulled away from Fu Jinghong. He tried to buy himself some time to recover his stamina with words. "If dodging is the only thing you know how to do, you will never defeat me." However, before Lu Jingshan finished speaking, Fu Jinghong charged forward. He had no intention of giving Lu Jingshan time to rest. Seeing this, Lu Jingshan sneered at his opponent's foolishness. Adjusting his stance, he responded with a horizontal kick as Lu Jingshan's leg was about to strike Fu Jinghong. The young fighter representing the Big Dipper Dojo slid to a stop as if he had predicted the counterattack. As a result, Lu Jingshan's leg brushed past Fu Jinghong's clothing. Lu Jingshan's stance crumbled as his attack missed, revealing weak spots in his defense. Using this opportunity, Fu Jinghong launched a scissor kick at Lu Jingshan's unguarded abdomen. Poo. Lu Jingshan spat a mouthful of blood on the spot, flying off the platform and slamming into the ground. Although Lu Jingshan tried to stand, he swayed before losing consciousness and collapsing back to the ground. As this was a friendly competition and each contestant had to participate in more matches than the standard competition, once a referee determined that a contestant was incapable of continuing, they would immediately declare the fight's outcome winner. Big Dipper Dojo's Fu Jinghong. Chapter 1293, Another Monster. Chapter 1293, Another Monster. He won just like that? The audience was dumbfounded as they stared at platform number 1's Fu Jinghong. Nobody had expected such an outcome. Moreover, the fight had ended so quickly. However, among those present, the upper echelons in the VIP stands were the most surprised. Although the general audience knew that Lu Jingshan was very strong, they didn't know that he was as skilled as a national-level fighter. And such an expert had been defeated by a disciple from a dojo they had never heard of. This was unbelievable. The Big Dipper Dojo? Didn't that dojo recently open? Amazing! I thought the rumors about Big Dipper recruiting a master were lies. It seems they are actually true. That guy defeated Lu Jingshan so easily. Doesn't this mean he already qualifies to join the national competition? After this competition is over, I have to apply for the Big Dipper Dojo. The majority of the audience found the unexpected outcome inconceivable. However, after considering the matter carefully, they realized how impressive the Big Dipper Dojo truly was. After all, none of them had ever heard of Fu Jinghong before. The Big Dipper Dojo must be impressive if it nurtured such an extraordinary fighter. The audience members aspiring to become professional fighters stared at the stage with bloodshot eyes. They were all eager to join the Big Dipper Dojo. Even if they couldn't become national-level fighters, they wouldn't have to worry about putting food on their table for the rest of their lives if they joined the ranks of provincial-level fighters. Due to the focus on Fu Jinghong and Lu Jingshan's fight, the spectators discussed the Big Dipper Dojo for a time. The more they talked about the dojo, the more enthusiastic they became. In the blink of an eye, the Big Dipper Dojo had garnered a lot of fame. Well, I won't have to worry about my marketing plans. When Shifeng noticed the heated discussions in the other audience stands, with some even expressing their intent to join the dojo, he considered this a good opportunity to advertise the Big Dipper Dojo. The White Tiger Dojo was trying to occupy the various third-tier cities because it wanted to recruit more talented fighters as leverage during its negotiations with international corporations. After all, everyone had already learned that talented fighters had an easier time becoming experts in God's domain. Hence, instead of blindly recruiting players in God's domain and hoping to find hidden gems, it was far more efficient to recruit talented fighters and train them in the game. Although the Big Dipper Dojo had already been established in Jinhai City for quite some time now, only those in the fighting industry knew its reputation. The general public didn't know much about the organization. If he could use this opportunity to gain some publicity for the dojo and lure more people into applying, this would allow Zero Wing to recruit talented fighters for internal nurturing. Although Zero Wing had already recruited plenty of talents, at the end of the day, the guild had too few. Zero Wing didn't even have enough experts to give first-rate guilds a run for their money, much less super first-rate guilds. Of course, the guild's lack of funding was the main reason for this. It couldn't afford to nurture a lot of players at once yet. However, Shifeng had no intentions of selling his God's domain resources for credits, as it was his monetary resource in God's domain. In the future, these resources would become even more valuable. Selling them now would be the epitome of foolishness. Hence, he was forced to recruit talented players slowly. I thought he was just some newcomer who couldn't even pass the city's qualifiers? Xie Chiwen was confused. Was there an error in the report? Or did he hide his strength intentionally? The fact that Fu Jinghong had defeated Lu Jingshan proved that he was not a mere reserve fighter, yet no matter how Xie Chiwen looked at it, it shouldn't be possible for a city-level fighter to grow to a national level within a short period. I have really underestimated the Big Dipper Dojo to think they would have such a hidden trump card. Xie Chiwen could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng. Sneering, he muttered, "Although I've allowed you all to gain some fame, do you really think the championship will be that easy to win?" He hadn't expected the Big Dipper Dojo to have an expert capable of defeating Lu Jingshan. However, Gu Chen and Yu Qing had no cause for concern. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword Fu Jinghong was still dazed as he remained on platform number 1I1. Just like that? Fu Jinghong muttered as he watched the medics carry away Lu Jingshan on a stretcher. He questioned his own performance. Was that really Lu Jingshan? He had challenged the city qualifiers twice before. However, he had been eliminated both times. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was an expert who actively participated in provincial-level competitions. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to win yet. Although Lu Jingshan's attacks had been fierce and powerful, he counted plenty of weaknesses in Lu Jingshan's stances. Most importantly, Lu Jingshan had telegraphed his attacks with his body language, which allowed him to predict his opponent's strikes. As a result, not only had he easily avoided Lu Jingshan's attacks, but he had also blocked Lu Jingshan's seemingly unblockable chaotic arrow strikes. This was a basic mistake that no expert should make. Of course, he hadn't realized his own abilities earlier either. He had only learned about these factors after training with Lei Bao and sparring with Kola and the others. However, learning about these flaws was one thing. Putting this newfound knowledge to proper use was another altogether. To do so, he had arduously trained to execute void steps in God's domain and utilized the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover from the exhaustion, gradually increasing his brain activity only. Even after his training, Kola and the others still beat him mercilessly. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Shi Feng wasn't surprised in the least to see this outcome. Shadow Sword was immensely talented. He could easily see this in the young man's performance in God's domain. But there were a lot of differences between combat in God's domain and fights in the real world. If one wished to use their combat experience in the game in the real world, they needed to adapt. After all, one's body in the real world was different from their body in God's domain. There were minute differences between the way one controlled these two bodies. Of course, with proper guidance, one could adapt easily. Over the past 3 days, Shadow Sword had trained with Lei Bao continuously. He had also received plenty of nutrient fluids to aid his body's growth and repair. Most importantly, thanks to the S-rank nutrient fluids, his mental capabilities had evolved, allowing his 5 senses to become far more sensitive. Coupled with Shadow Sword's wealth of combat experience, it was only a matter of course for him to defeat someone like Lu Jingshan, who had very little combat experience. Once the match on platform number 1 ended, the matches on the other platforms began. The fights here were much more exciting than the city's annual fighting competition, so the audience's blood boiled as they watched. After watching Fu Jinghong defeat Lu Jingshan, who had been a favorite to win, the other fighters on platform number 1 weren't so desperate to win. If they didn't think that they could defeat their opponent, they simply surrendered. After all, they still had to participate in official competitions once this friendly competition ended. Unless absolutely necessary, they would avoid injury. Aside from platform number 1, some eye-catching experts emerged on the other platforms. The White Tiger Dojo's 3 experts, in particular, struck fear in their opponents, extinguishing their plans for overcoming the elimination round. Meanwhile, the match on platform number 28 ended within less than 5 seconds. A robust man that was 9 meters tall was thrown from the platform, tearing a gasp from the spectators. If the person responsible were a muscular man, they wouldn't have been surprised. However, the victor was a charming beauty with an hourglass figure. With a single punch, this beauty had sent a 9-meter-tall man flying over 3 meters away and off the platform's edge. The waiting fighters sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Suddenly, they were afraid of this beauty. What kind of monstrous strength does she possess? Crap. Just who is she? Everyone began to evaluate the young woman. Meanwhile, the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons began to investigate this mysterious girl. When they discovered her identity, they nearly cried out in shock. This girl was actually one of the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives, Turtledove, Yu Qiao Qiao. Chapter 1294, Famous. Chapter 1294, Famous. Amazing! Truly amazing! Are all of Big Dipper's disciples so powerful? Exclamations echoed throughout the spectator stands. When they discovered Yu Qiao Qiao's identity, their interest in the Big Dipper Dojo grew. If only one of the dojo's representatives were strong, they could chalk it up to that individual's talent. However, it was a different story if both representatives were powerful. This showed that the dojo had excellent teaching methods. Meanwhile, the various upper echelons in the VIP stands stared at Shi Feng and Xiao Yu in shock. Didn't Big Dipper recently establish its dojo? How could they have nurtured such skilled disciples? No wonder why the White Tiger Dojo stopped challenging the various dojos and training centers after visiting the Big Dipper Dojo. It turns out that the Big Dipper Dojo is actually quite powerful. So, that rumor was true. The Big Dipper group has won the lottery this time. Why can't a powerful master stumble into our dojo as well? Everyone in the VIP stands was a fighting industry insider, so they were all aware that the Big Dipper Dojo was a new construct. Moreover, the dojo had specifically been established for Shi Feng. However, they had neither expected Shi Feng to be such a powerful individual nor a capable instructor. With this, the Big Dipper Dojo's fame would grow. Big brother, our Big Dipper Dojo is famous. Several people just contacted me stating that they wish to join the dojo. There are even a few professional fighters among them who have previously refused our invitations, Xiao Yan said excitedly. Since the dojo's establishment, the Big Dipper group had constantly searched for ways to expand the dojo's influence. After all, a dojo wouldn't necessarily become popular just because it had a master martial artist leading the training sessions. Before the dojo succeeded in nurturing powerful disciples, nobody would know how capable said master was. If the master happened to be inept at teaching, there was no point to joining the dojo. Hence, they had attempted to recruit some well-known professional fighters in Jinhai City and the several neighboring cities. Unfortunately, these fighters had either refused outright or demanded too high of a price. Now, however, these professional fighters, who had acted like almighty masters, acted like children. They were all eager to join the Big Dipper dojo. Xiao nodded and smiled as well. He hadn't realized how thoroughly Shifeng had hidden his capabilities either. Now, they didn't have to worry about damage to the Big Dipper dojo's reputation, and they could recruit a plethora of well-known professional fighters. As the audience paid more attention to the Big Dipper dojo, the matches around the arena became increasingly intense as the various competitors fought to obtain the only advancement slot for their respective platforms. As predicted, all three representatives from the White Tiger Dojo advanced through the elimination round eventually. All three were unbelievably skilled. The other dojos and training centers didn't fare as well. Over 40-plus dojos and training centers had come to participate. Even if the remaining slots were divided equally, not every establishment could earn a slot. Furthermore, many fighters had joined the competition independently. In the end, only the stronger dojos and training centers would advance. The White Tiger Dojo really is impressive, as expected of one of the country's best dojos. The other dojos and training centers simply aren't a match for it. The Martial Heaven Dojo is also pretty strong. All three of its representatives advanced. As for the White Cloud Dojo, if Lu Jingshan hadn't lost, all of its representatives would have advanced as well. That Big Dipper Dojo is also quite skilled. All three of its representatives advanced to the next round too. Moreover, I heard that the Big Dipper Dojo is relatively new. It can definitely rival the Martial Heaven Dojo and White Tiger Dojo. When the organizers displayed the list of fighters who had advanced above the stage, the audience discussed the various establishments. Among the many dojos and training centers, only the White Tiger Dojo, the Martial Heaven Dojo, and the Big Dipper Dojo would be represented by all three of their fighters in the next round. Hence, many people started comparing the three dojos. When Xie Chiwen heard the chatter, he paled. The spectators were comparing one of the country's best dojos to third-rate organizations. If news of this reached the main branch, the higher-ups would call his management capabilities into question. Damn it. Where did Big Dipper find so many experts? Xie Chiwen balled his fists as he glared at the distant Xiao Yu. In his opinion, the only person in the Big Dipper group capable of such a feat was the sly old fox, Xiao Yu. As Xie Chiwen inwardly cursed Xiao Yu's cunning, Jiang Tianyuan asked from beside him, "Chiwen, why is Yu Zipping listed among the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives?" "Oh, master, I'm not sure." Feigning ignorance, Xie Chiwen replied, "I'll have someone find out what is going on immediately. Once he returns, I'll demand an explanation." No need. Despite the White Tiger Dojo's nurturing, he dares to represent another dojo without consent. He has already broken one of our sacred taboos. He is no longer a member of the White Tiger Dojo. Let him fend for himself, Jiang Tianyuan announced coldly. Originally, he had considered Yu Zipping a talented child worthy of the dojo's attention. Hence, he had specifically asked if the boy had been chosen to represent their dojo in this competition. Even if Yu Zipping hadn't been chosen, he had intended to recommend moving the youth to the main branch for better training. However, Yu Zipping had greatly disappointed him. Understood. Xie Chiwen nodded. However, when Jiang Tianyuan looked away, he revealed a faint sneer. Yu Zipping had lost his protection from the White Tiger Dojo. It was obvious that Jiang Tianyuan's attitude towards Yu Zipping had changed significantly. After this, dealing with the boy would become easier. Once the competition ended, he would report Yu Zipping for violating his contract with the White Tiger Dojo. Not only would Yu Zipping be forced to pay a massive compensation fee, but it would also deal a blow to the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. To protect itself, the Big Dipper Dojo might be forced to abandon Yu Zipping. Shortly after the elimination round, the 32 contestants that had advanced approached the sports arena's main stage to draw lots. The main stage was far more spacious than the surrounding platforms. Moreover, the virtual screens constantly broadcast the main stage, allowing all of the spectators to watch the fights as the 32 contestants drew lots in sequence of their platform number. A petite, beautiful girl in a blue martial arts uniform walked up to Yu Zipping. This girl was none other than Yuqing. Yu Zipping, must you do this? Yuqing asked quietly. You know that Hall Master Jiang already plans to give Mengyun to Xie Qiwen. If you leave to join the Big Dipper Dojo now, you'll destroy your future. In the White Tiger Dojo, very few knew that Yuqing, who was only second to the goddess Tang Jingyao in terms of strength, had a friendship with Yu Zipping, and Jiang Mengyunai couldn't care less about that anymore. Xie Qiwen is only a step away from the global stage. Meanwhile, I am still a mere intermediate disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Whether it's strength, resources, or family background, I am inferior to him in every aspect. If I don't fight now, I won't have a chance once he reaches the international level, Yu Zipping said seriously. Even so, you shouldn't go about it like this. Yuqing was astonished when she saw Yu Zipping's determination. If you lose the White Tiger Dojo's protection, Xie Qiwen won't hesitate to strike out at you. He already told us to cripple you in this competition. If you fight either Gu Qin or Liao Huajie, you must be careful. If you can't, surrender. Relax. I'll show Xie Qiwen that I'm not just going to take his crap lying down, Yu Zipping said, smiling calmly. Angry, Yuqing spun around and left. She couldn't understand where Yu Zipping's confidence came from. If she had to fight him, she could show mercy. However, it was a different story for Gu Qin and Liao Huajie. After all, Xie Qiwen was close with both fighters. However, now that Yu Zipping was determined to take this path, it was not her place to stop him. Time passed quickly. After the drawings were done, the competition resumed. The screens above the arena displayed the first matchup. First match. Liao Huajie vs Yu Zipping. Chapter 1295. Instant Judgment. Chapter 1295. Instant Judgment. As the first match was announced, a commotion erupted in the VIP stands. A present White Tiger Dojo disciple fighting an ex-White Tiger Dojo disciple. This match is going to be interesting. Those in the VIP stands were all insiders of the fighting industry. They had already investigated every fighter that had advanced through the elimination round. They were all aware of Yu Zipping's background. Yu Zipping had been a relatively talented disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. He had become an intermediate disciple despite being so young. If he continued to work hard for another year or two, he definitely could have become an advanced disciple. Becoming an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo was basically a guarantee that one could qualify for the national fighting competitions. Yet, for some inconceivable reason, Yu Zipping had shown up as one of the Big Dipper Dojo's representatives. As the audience in the VIP stands discussed the matter quietly, Jiang Tianyuan wore a twisted expression. Yu Zipping's actions were a slap in the face for the White Tiger Dojo. The dojo would become a laughingstock. Hall Master, rest assured, Liao Huajie will teach the boy how wrong and foolish his decision was, Xie Qiwen said, smiling. He had waited for this day for a long time. Although Yu Zipping was slightly more skilled than Liao Huajie, the latter had far more combat experience. Liao Huajie could easily defeat Yu Zipping. With Yu Zipping's defeat, they would show everyone the White Tiger Dojo's strength while leaving a stain on the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. He could even cripple Yu Zipping in the process. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There was no possibility of Liao Huajie's defeat. He was very familiar with Yu Zipping's skills. The teen would need another 1 or 2 years of arduous training to reach the national level. Meanwhile, Liao Huajie's strength was not as simple as everyone assumed. Below the main stage, the various fighters watched Liao Huajie and Yu Zipping on the main stage. They were very curious to see the outcome of this fight, and like everyone else, a flash of concern appeared in Yuqing's eyes as she watched Yu Zipping stretch. She then quietly moved towards Shadow Sword and Turtledove, who also watched the match. Quietly she said, "If you two are Yu Zipping's friends, you must stop this fight. Liao Huajie is not as simple as you think. He is one of our main branch's watchmen. If you don't stop Yu Zipping before the match starts, he will be in danger." "A watchman?" Shadow Sword and Turtledove turned to Yuqing. their expressions turning serious when they heard this. Are you telling the truth? Yu Iching was a member of the White Tiger Dojo. Although they did not know what Yu Iching intended by warning them, they knew that watchmen should not be underestimated. Those who weren't familiar with the various dojos and training centers might not know what the term watchman implied. However, those who focused on breaking into the industry's inner circle were familiar with the word. To put it simply, a watchman determined if a disciple was worthy of focused nurturing. After all, a dojo or training center's resources were limited. It was not possible to provide tons of resources to every member, hence, anyone who could defeat the designated watchman would receive the dojo's attention and vice versa. This maintained the quality of the establishment's best disciples. Watchmen were no weaker than those favored disciples, rather, the opposite was true. On average, watchmen were stronger. Generally, watchmen were experts the establishment's upper echelons had chosen unanimously. Although watchmen were forced to hide their achievements during their service, once their term ended, they would receive their dojo's best training. Moreover, as compensation, they would have access to an abundance of resources during their service. As a result, many people aspired to become watchmen. Unfortunately, very few were ever chosen. Although not every dojo and training center had watchmen, it was normal for a peak dojo like the White Tiger Dojo. Why would I lie to you? Yu Iching rolled her eyes at Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. She was one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses. She didn't need petty tricks to defeat her opponents. Although I'm not trying to brag, Lu Huajie is no weaker than I am. Yu Zipping stands no chance against him. Moreover, Lu Huajie is famed for his mercilessness during fights. He's as strong as you are? Turtle Dove asked as she evaluated Yu Iching. If I fought him, I'd have a 60-40 chance of winning, Yu Iching said after giving the matter some thought. Lu Huajie had been hiding his strength. Only the dojo's upper echelons knew his true skill. Meanwhile, she was the genius Tang Jingyao's future successor, so she was at least on par with Lu Huajie. However, to convince the Big Dipper Dojo to take Lu Huajie more seriously, she exaggerated his strength a little bit. So, that's the case. We shouldn't need to notify the guild leader. Turtle Dove breathed a sigh of relief. Shadow Sword nodded in agreement. He, too, didn't think this matter was worth Shifeng's time. You guys. Turtle Dove and Shadow Sword's response dumbfounded Yu Iching momentarily. Although she tried to ask if they truly understood the severity of the matter, they shut her up with a word of thanks. As a result, she could only walk away, fuming as she realized that Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove were just as stubborn as Yu Zipping. None of them could be reasoned with. As Yu Iching tried to think of a way to convince Yu Zipping to drop out of the match, the timer above the main stage began to count down. Yu Zipping, I had thought you were better than this. I had believed that you could have joined the main branch after another year or two. But you crossed the line today. You betrayed the White Tiger Dojo. Today, I show you the price for that betrayal, Lu Huajie said as he stopped 2 meters away from Yu Zipping. Sneering, he continued, Brother Chiwen has asked me to pass you a message. You are 100 years too early if you wish to compete on his level. Suddenly, Lu Huajie moved. Executing swimming dragon steps, he was instantly within attack range of Yu Zipping. He then launched a flying knee kick at Yu Zipping's face. At the same time, his arms lashed towards Yu Zipping's neck like whips. Lu Huajie's attacks were extremely vicious. From the very onset of the match, he aimed for Yu Zipping's life. Against an attack to the face, fighters instinctively go on the defensive, ignore attacks from other directions. However, Lu Huajie wanted more from his flying knee attack than Yu Zipping's focus on defending himself. Martial artists frequently practiced conquering their defensive instincts. Rather, Lu Huajie wanted to distract his opponent with the initial attack, preventing Yu Zipping from noticing the attacks aimed for his neck. As Lu Huajie's knee flew towards Yu Zipping's face, Yu Zipping dashed forward, instead of retreating. That guy is insane. The fighters below the stage were shocked by Yu Zipping's suicidal counter. If the knee struck his face, he would die. Is he trying to get himself killed? Lu Huajie was a little surprised by Yu Zipping's actions. However, it didn't distract him from his attacks. In the moment between life and death, Yu Zipping barely avoided the knee as he circled to Lu Huajie's side. When their bodies interlocked, Yu Zipping used centrifugal force to land a powered punch to Lu Huajie's back. Yu Zipping's attack was as quick as lightning, giving his opponent no time to react. Thud. When Yu Ziping's fist met Lu Huajia's back, Lu Huajia felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. Immediately, Lu Huajia spat a mouthful of blood as the strike threw him over 3 meters away. By the time he hit the ground, Lu Huajia had lost consciousness. The entire process was complete in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Practically everyone watching the fight was stunned. Just as they thought that Lu Huajia would win, Yu Ziping stood on the stage alone. The fight ended so quickly. Can somebody tell me what just happened? I didn't see anything. Many of the spectators stared in shock, confused about what had just happened. Chapter 1296, Competition with many hidden experts. The various dojos and training centers' upper echelons were even more shocked than the audience in the spectator stands, staring at the match's victor with wide eyes. However, nobody was more surprised than Xia Qiwen. What is going on? How is he so strong? He was extremely familiar with Lu Huajia's strength. Although Lu Huajia was slightly weaker than Gu Chen, the boy could still rank among the top of the main branch's advanced disciples. This was why the main branch had agreed to dispatch Lu Huajia for this friendly competition. Xia Qiwen wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Huajia so quickly, yet Yu Ziping had ended the match in the span of a breath. Yu Qing stared at Yu Ziping with a stupefied expression from below the stage. Impossible. How did he become so strong? Yu Qing thought back to what Yu Ziping had told her. Could he have hidden his strength all this time? Moreover, Yu Ziping wasn't the only one behaving strangely today. The other two Big Dipper representatives, Fu Jinghong and Yu Qiaoqiao, had been extraordinarily calm despite learning that Lu Huajia was a watchman. They were both obviously confident of Yu Ziping's victory. However, this only further confused Yu Qing. If Yu Ziping had revealed such strength early on, the White Tiger Dojo would have offered him focused training. If that had happened, even Xia Qiwen would have had a hard time dealing with him. Could the Big Dipper Dojo be responsible for this? Yu Qing considered the possibility, her voice shaking as she spoke aloud. She couldn't bring herself to believe it when the referee on the stage announced Yu Ziping's victory. Shrieks of excitement flooded the arena. So strong. Is this the Big Dipper Dojo's true strength? Is that guy a monster? I didn't see what had happened. After this match, the audience's admiration for the Big Dipper Dojo reached new heights. Jiang Tianyuan, however, wore a solemn expression as he watched from the VIP stands. Hall Master, Lu Huajia must have been careless. However, Gu Chen and Yu Qing should be able to restore our reputation. Xia Qiwen hurriedly explained. Although he knew that his explanation was somewhat forced, it was true that Lu Huajia had been careless when fighting an expert of the same level. A direct, full-powered assault was foolish. If the opponent spotted a weakness, they could certainly obtain victory with a single blow. Lu Huajia's miserable defeat was understandable. Hopefully, that is the case. After this competition, I would also like a proper explanation for why Yu Ziping is suddenly representing the Big Dipper Dojo. Jiang Tianyuan responded in a deep tone as he glanced at Xia Qiwen. While it was true that Lu Huajia had been careless, not every fighter could find an opportunity to deal such a devastating blow. It a certain degree of skill. It was clear that Yu Ziping had already reached the standard. Also, I want you to learn everything there is to know about the Big Dipper Dojo. Do not miss a single detail. Jiang Tianyuan could not help but shift his gaze toward Shifeng, who sat quietly in the distance. He kept having the feeling that there was more to the Big Dipper Dojo than what met the eye. Understood. I will look into it. Xia Qiwen repeatedly nodded, feeling a chill crawl down his spine when the heavy pressure Jiang Tianyuan gave off washed over him. Jiang Tianyuan was a legend in the White Tiger Dojo. Even the head hall master treated him with respect. Jiang Tianyuan's wrath was not someone a mere genius like himself could hope to endure. Meanwhile, on another side of the VIP stands, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan brimmed with exhilaration. Head instructor, sure, you are truly astounding. You poached such a genius from the White Tiger Dojo. Now that we have defeated one of the White Tiger Dojo's elites, I'm afraid that the crowds will trample over and destroy the Big Dipper Dojo's entrance tomorrow. When Xiao Yu thought about the sea of people that would rush to apply for the Big Dipper Dojo, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. As long as the Big Dipper Dojo developed successfully, it would help the Big Dipper Group grow. The company would finally be able to branch out of Jinhai City and enter a bigger stage. I was just lucky, Shifeng said, chuckling. Yu Ziping's performance had been quite impressive. It was no wonder why even Lai Bao and Fire Dance had given him praise. Although Yu Ziping had only played God's Domain for a short time, his level had increased very quickly. Almost every monster he fought was a higher level. In addition, his foundations had already been sound. As a result, after practicing void steps incessantly, he had undergone a qualitative transformation. Unlike Shadow Sword, who had used 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to reach his current level, Yu Ziping had only needed 1. As for Turtledove, she had used 4 bottles. Yu Ziping was more fit than Shadow Sword and Turtledove. When it came to combat experience, however, Yu Ziping couldn't compare to them. After all, Yu Ziping had never experienced a fight against God's Domain's peak experts, following which, time passed quickly. One match after another ended on the main stage. The following matches were intense, and the audience's blood boiled as they watched. Unlike the first match, however, the other matches' outcomes weren't surprising. The only unexpected outcome was that, among the 8 contestants that made it to the quarterfinals, one was an independent contestant that had joined using the nickname Evil Fire. Despite not belonging to a dojo or training center, Evil Fire was frighteningly skilled. The strangest thing was that nobody had ever seen or heard of Evil Fire before. As a result, many dojos and training centers sent the contestants secret invitations, with some offering him astronomical incomes, yet Evil Fire refused every offer. Instead, he made a confusing counteroffer, stating that he would only join an establishment if they had a representative that could defeat him in God's Domain. During the quarterfinals' second match, Evil Fire faced Gu Chen. No one had expected the unknown Evil Fire to defeat Gu Chen, one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses and Xia Qiwen's future successor, in less than 10 moves. During the final exchange, Evil Fire abandoned all caution as he landed a ruthless blow to Gu Chen's chest, knocking his opponent out instantly like a wild beast. As a result of his recklessness, though, Evil Fire had broken an arm. Evil Fire's combat method made every spectator shudder. If not for the high-quality medical care available, Evil Fire's fighting career might have ended with that final blow. Is that person trying to get himself killed? He's a savage. Xiao Yan frowned when he recalled Evil Fire's fight. It was very obvious that Evil Fire had deliberately sacrificed an arm to finish Gu Chen. No normal martial artist would have fought so desperately, especially not in a friendly competition trying to get himself killed. Shi Feng did not voice his opinion. Although the fight seemed desperate, in reality, he had made the wisest decision. The match's outcome wouldn't have been so clear otherwise. After all, Gu Chen clearly had the advantage regarding physique. Evil Fire had only defeated his opponent due to having more combat experience. Based on the way Evil Fire fought, Shi Feng could tell that the teen had experienced plenty of life-or-death battles. Otherwise, the teen wouldn't have been able to maintain his calm in such an intense fight. As everyone discussed Evil Fire's match, Xie Qiwen wore a grim expression. He couldn't understand what was happening. This was simply a friendly competition between 6 third-tier cities, yet one unknown expert had shown up after another. Now, even Gu Chen had been defeated. How was this a city-level competition? This could practically be considered a national-level competition. Already during the third match, Shadow Sword defeated his opponent from the White Cloud Dojo, advancing to the semi-finals. The crowd cheered as the quarterfinals' last match began. Yu Qiaoqiao vs. Yiyuqing. Chapter 1297, Limit Removal. Chapter 1297, Limit Removal. Although Yu Qiaoqiao and Yiyuqing had just approached the stage and were waiting for the match to start, the various upper echelons in the VIP stands were exceptionally excited. Nobody had expected that this friendly competition would reach this point. This should have been a stage for the White Tiger Dojo to display its overwhelming might. Now, however, just getting into the semi-finals was a problem. Meanwhile, Xie Qiwen wore a twisted expression. He had never thought that Gu Chen would be so useless as to lose to some unknown fighter. With this, the White Tiger Dojo's reputation was soiled. Meanwhile, as the person responsible for handling this competition, he couldn't escape blame. Xingting, contact Big Dipper immediately. If they are willing to forsake the competition, I will give them the Green God Company's invitation. We can both still benefit. If they refuse and Yiyuqing takes the championship, they'll get nothing. Xie Qiwen quietly instructed Gan Xingting, who sat beside him. The current situation wasn't in his favor. Although Yiyuqing was very strong, at the end of the day, She was no match for Guchen had only lost to Evil Fire because he hadn't dared to go all out. It was difficult to guarantee that Yuqing would not make the same mistakes, yet Chiwen did not want to take this risk. In any case, the dojo's and training center's main goal in this competition was the Green God Company's invitation card. If the Big Dipper Dojo accepted his offer, not only would they do the White Tiger Dojo a favor, but they'd also receive the invitation card. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to a small dojo like Big Dipper. Gan Xingting immediately left the VIP stands and contacted Xiao Yu, notifying the man of Xie Chiwen's offer. "Big brother, did something happen?" Xiao Yan asked curiously when he noticed Xiao Yu's hesitant expression while he was on a call. The Big Dipper Dojo had already garnered quite a bit of fame during this friendly competition. It wouldn't have any issues expanding past Jin High City in the future. This should be cause for celebration, not concern. It's the White Tiger Dojo. They've offered a deal. If we forfeit, they will compensate us with the Green God Company's invitation, Xiao Yu explained. At the end of the day, the White Tiger Dojo was still one of the best dojos in the country. If Big Dipper won the championship, while it would indeed help to further its reputation, but it would also provoke the White Tiger Dojo. The Big Dipper Dojo would have some trouble expanding into other cities, particularly first- and second-tier cities. However, if Big Dipper conceded this competition, it would benefit their expansion. Even Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. However, he shifted his gaze to Shifeng and said, "Big brother, rather than deciding ourselves, why don't we let Shifeng make the decision? After all, Shifeng is the dojo's manager. The dojo's development should be left to him." "I guess that's true." Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. After all, he wasn't responsible for the Big Dipper Dojo's management. Rather than having a headache over this matter, it was better to leave it to Shifeng. While Shifeng looked young and immature, his mind was anything but. The only reason the Big Dipper Dojo had come this far was Shifeng. If he decided on his own, and Shifeng disagreed, it would sour their working relationship, following which, Xiao Yu passed Xie Chiwen's message to Shifeng. "Head instructor Shi, what do you think?" Xiao Yu looked at Shifeng, curious as to what decision the youth would make. The White Tiger Dojo's favor wasn't easy to earn. If the Big Dipper Dojo tried to expand to first- and second-tier cities, it would run into the White Tiger Dojo. Moreover, it was not a guarantee that they would win the championship. If they rejected this offer, they might lose the opportunity to obtain the Green God Company's invitation. The White Tiger Dojo's offer didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Straightforwardly, he responded, "Chairman Xiao, tell them that we can get the Green God Company's invitation by ourselves. We don't need their charity." The White Tiger Dojo was a frightening organization. As one of the best dojos in the country, it had branch dojos in practically every first- and second-tier city. Shifeng understood Xiao Yu's thoughts. If he hadn't been reincarnated, he really would have been tempted to accept this offer as well. After all, getting in the good graces of a top dojo would make things easier when the Big Dipper Dojo expanded into first- and second-tier cities. Unfortunately, the future was in God's domain. The Big Dipper Dojo had only recently established. If he wanted to recruit talented players and quickly increase the dojo's fame, this friendly competition was the best stepping stone available. He could not let this opportunity get away. If he waited a few more months, the other dojos and training centers would monopolize many talented players. He was in a race against time. Did he have enough to waste with the White Tiger Dojo? If we do this, Xiao Yu was stupefied. He had never expected such a clear-cut response from Shifeng. This was the White Tiger Dojo they were talking about. If they humiliated the White Tiger Dojo today, the Big Dipper Dojo would suffer from its wrath later. However, seeing Shifeng's determination and taking into account that the youth had full management rights for the Big Dipper Dojo, Xiao Yu would not offer a differing opinion. He sighed as he had no choice but to relay the decision to Gan Xingting. "What? They refused?" Xie Chiwen asked again. Thinking he had heard wrong, they said that they will obtain the Green God Company's invitation by themselves. Gan Xingting had also thought he had heard wrong. However, Xiao Yu's answer had been definitive. "Good. Excellent." At this moment, Xie Chiwen's expression was as cold as ice. He had never thought that a little dojo would dare oppose him. "Let's wait and see then. Notify Yuqing right away. The dojo's reputation is at risk now. If need be, have her remove her limiter. I'll cover the recovery expenses myself." Initially, Gan Xingting had been excited when he heard Xie Qiwen's words. After all, he would finally get an opportunity to witness a limit removal, yet he began to worry as he responded, "But boss, if we expose that move here, we'll get in trouble with the main branch. I'll take responsibility for it. I want to show these no-name dojos and training centers that, no matter how much they try, their efforts are futile." Xie Qiwen sneered as he glanced at Shifeng. On the main stage, both Yu Qiaoqiao and Yu Qing eyed each other, carefully observing the other party's movements. As soon as the referee swung his hands down and announced the start of the match, both fighters dashed forward, invading into each other's attack range. Although Yu Qing's attacks seemed soft and light, they were incredibly fierce. Every punch and palm strike sounded like an explosion, overwhelming the audience. Although Yu Qing was a girl, she had already achieved a 550 kilograms punch. Over a century ago, her punches would have qualified her for a boxing championship. She was fully capable of punching holes through concrete walls and crushing stones in her palm. She could even put an ordinary person's life at risk with one hit. Against Yu Qing's overwhelming attacks, any normal person would have retreated. However, Yu Qiaoqiao did not. Instead, she launched her own barrage of attacks, her hands moving like whips as they clashed with Yu Qing's attacks. Her momentum was no slower than Yu Qing's. Moreover, every time she blocked an attack, a loud crash would echo throughout the venue. This scene stupefied the audience at the spectator stands. Both fighters exchanged blows constantly, attacking and defending non-stop. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qiaoqiao and Yu Qing had exchanged numerous moves. The audience could not keep up with the two girls. This continued for over a dozen seconds without either side securing an advantage. It was obvious that neither side would have an easy victory. Seeing the fight going nowhere, Yu Qing backed away. With a confused expression, she then said, "I haven't found a single weakness in your defense even after our exchange. It really is hard to imagine why an expert like you would join a small dojo that has no history." In terms of strength and speed, she was clearly a cut above Yu Qiaoqiao. However, Yu Qiaoqiao continued to find holes in her defense, forcing her to parry or dodge and preventing her from exhibiting her full strength. Rather than a teenage girl, Yu Qing felt as if she faced a veteran fighter who had participated in fighting competitions for over a dozen years. She even felt that Yu Qiaoqiao's moves slightly resembled that of the savage Evil Fire. If not for witnessing Evil Fire's attack methods earlier, Yu Qiaoqiao would have caught her off guard. Yu Qing suddenly caught sight of Gan Xingting making hand gestures at her. These gestures were the White Tiger Dojo's internal sign language, which all main branch disciples had to learn. Has Xie Qiwen lost his mind? This is just a friendly competition. Is there a need to go so far? Yu Qing could not help her surprise when she saw Gan Xingting's gestures. Noticing that her opponents diverted attention, Yu Qiaoqiao took advantage of the distraction and advanced, using a superficial footwork technique. Following which, Yu Qiaoqiao seemed to flicker in and out of existence. By the time Yu Qing snapped back to attention, Yu Qiaoqiao had already circled to her side. Yu Qiaoqiao's fist flew towards Yu Qing's defenseless side. Since she had noticed the attack too late, Yu Qing couldn't dodge the fist normally. As Yu Qiaoqiao's fist was about to hit its mark, a black shadow darted and intercepted Yu Qiaoqiao's fist. Thud. Even the referee, who stood over 8 meters away, heard the dull sound. How? Yu Qiaoqiao looked at Yu Qing in shock. Her attack had been flawless. She had used the momentary distraction to circle to her opponent's side and attack from a blind spot. Yu Qing shouldn't have been able to defend herself yet. The palm that had caught her fist belonged to none other than Yu Qing. Most importantly, she had put her entire weight into that punch, yet Yu Qing had intercepted the hit. It felt as if she had punched a wall. It was unbelievable. You really are amazing. If I hadn't used limit removal, you might have defeated me with that blow. At this moment, Yu Qing sighed ruefully as she gripped Yu Qiaoqiao's fist. Originally, I had planned to save this move for the national competition. I never thought that I would be forced to use it so soon. However, since I have, this match is over. Saying so, Yu Qing squeezed Yu Qiaoqiao's fist. No matter how much Yu Qiaoqiao struggled, she couldn't break the hold. At this time, Yu Qing clenched her free hand into a fist and punched her trapped opponent. The instant she threw her punch, a loud explosion rang throughout the arena. She was both faster and stronger than before. Chapter 1298, You're Not the Only One Who Knows. Chapter 1298, You're Not the Only One Who Knows. Knowing that she couldn't avoid Yu Qing's fierce punch, Yu Qiao clenched her free hand into a fist and aimed a punch for Yu Qing's wrist. The instant her fist met the young woman's wrist, however, she felt as if she had punched a steel wall. Fortunately, the force behind her punch diverted Yu Qing's attack trajectory slightly, the latter's punch missing her shoulder and only tearing her clothing. When Yu Qing saw that her first hit had failed, she followed up with another, giving Yu Qiao no time to breathe. Limit removal was a double-edged sword. Ordinary people could only exert up to 20% of their muscle strength, with their minds suppressing the remaining 80%. However, the White Tiger Dojo had a secret technique that allowed one to loosen this suppression with breathing techniques and mental training. Although this technique only removed a small portion of the limiter, it increased one's strength, speed, and reaction speed tremendously. However, in return, one would damage their own muscles and weaken their internal organs. The limit removal technique was the equivalent of trading one's life force for strength temporarily. If one used this technique for too long, they could die. After all, humans' minds suppress their strength to protect the body. Even though Yu Qing had trained constantly as a professional fighter, which made her much tougher than ordinary people, it was very risky to use limit removal. She wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. If not for Xie Qiwen's promise to pay for her recovery and the White Tiger Dojo's reputation being at risk, she wouldn't have even considered using the trump card. Yu Qing launched a series of rapid punches. Meanwhile, Yu Qiao tried her best to block while struggling to break free from Yu Qing's hold. However, Yu Qing's control grew more precise, which made it increasingly difficult for Yu Qiao to block her attacks. Yu Qing's punches were like bullets from a machine gun. They were both fierce and powerful. The strong wind from her punches stirred the dirt and dust on the stage. The audience was stupefied. So strong. Is this the genius that will succeed Tang Jingyao in the White Tiger Dojo in the future? Why do I have the feeling that Yu Qing is even stronger than Gu Chen? In Gu Chen's fight against that evil fire fellow, his punches only caused some sound. Yu Qing's punches are sending dirt into the air. Just how strong is she? Is this the White Tiger Dojo's true strength? She's inhuman. Compared to the audience in the spectator stands, however, the fighters below stage were truly shocked. After all, nobody knew just how strong Yu Qing was. A monster. Thank goodness I wasn't matched with her. She'd knock me out with a single punch. As expected of one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses, she can contend with national fighters. It seems the White Tiger Dojo will be this competition's champion. The fighters below stage felt their skin grow cold as they watched Yu Qing's violent display. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, Jiang Tianyuan watched the battle in silence. Although he didn't express joy, he didn't seem dissatisfied either. Seeing this, Xie Qiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Good. As expected of Tang Jingyao's future successor, her limit removal's efficiency should be at around 30% or so. Although she is still slightly weaker than Gu Chen, only experts from the other top dojos should be any match for her now. Xie Qiwen sneered as he watched Yu Qiao's defense crumble. One of the reasons that the White Tiger Dojo had become one of the best dojos in the country was this limit removal secret technique. Of course, the other top dojos and training centers had their own similar techniques, though there were slight variations. This was why other dojos and training centers had no hope against the top establishments. However, this kind of secret technique was extremely difficult to learn. Not everybody could master it. Both Gu Chen and Yu Qing were known as geniuses in the White Tiger Dojo because they had grasped this secret technique. Hence, they were showered with attention and resources in the dojo. Normally, the dojo only permitted the use of limit removal during national competitions as the technique took a toll on the user's body. After all, one would need a lot of time and resources to recover. However, Xie Qiwen couldn't care less right now. He would rather get reprimanded and compensate Yu Qing with S-rank nutrient fluids, dwindling his limited stockpile, than lose this friendly competition. Big Dipper, just you wait. I'll repay this debt sooner or later. Xie Qiwen glared at Shi Feng and the others, plotting his revenge. Meanwhile, on Xiao Yu's side, we're finished. Yu Qing has been hiding her strength all this time. With such strength, who could defeat her? Seeing Yuqing suppress her opponent, Xiao Yu began to have regrets. If he had tried to persuade Shi Feng, they might have obtained the Green God Company's invitation card. Now, however, they would lose everything. The other upper echelons were similarly stunned. Rumors indicated that Gu Chen was stronger than Yuqing. Now, however, it would seem that the opposite was true. If they compared their own disciples against this young woman, the difference between them would be like the difference between an adult and a child hiding her strength. When Shi Feng saw the veins popping on Yuqing's arms and forehead, he realized something. The White Tiger Dojo sure is willing to splurge. They're using limit removal in such a small competition. Aren't they afraid that it would affect their performance in the national competition? At present, very few in the fighting industry knew about limit removal in 10 years, though the move would be common. This was all due to God's domain. After all, God's domain had the technology to develop the human brain's potential. With a well-developed brain, it wasn't unusual for someone to be capable of removing their body's limiters. It was likely that no one fully understood the pros and cons of the limit removal technique yet. As for Yu Qiao, who was currently overwhelmed, Shi Feng wasn't worried. After all, limit removal wasn't unique to the White Tiger Dojo. Moreover, compared to the limit removal technique in Shi Feng's past, the present techniques were laughably crude. Meanwhile, on the stage, just as Yuqing's fist was about to strike Yu Qiao's shoulder, Yuqing's fist suddenly froze. What's going on? Yu Yiqing was shocked when she couldn't move her fist. Before she realized it, Yu Qiao had caught her wrist. Not only that, but she had broken free of the latter's hold. It was as if her entire arm had frozen in place. Chapter 1299. Do you dare fight? Chapter 1299. Do you dare fight? What is she trying to do? Xie Qiwen frowned when he saw Yuqing's fist stop suddenly. Yuqing could have ended Yu Qiao right there and then, yet she had frozen. Xie Qiwen wasn't the only person confused. The others in the VIP stands were also baffled. Why had Yuqing held back? However, none of them knew that Yuqing was just as shocked. Although her punch hadn't contained her full power, her opponent shouldn't have been able to stop it. Yet Yu Qiao had done just that. You really are impressive. You are the first person my age to stop my punch after I used limit removal. Yuqing could not help but praise Yu Qiao. However, you should give up. I cannot afford to lose this match. My strength is 50% higher than when this fight started. You have no chance of winning. Yuqing could not help but admire Yu Qiao. If not for her being a White Tiger Dojo disciple, she definitely would not have been a match for Yu Qiao. Saying so, Yuqing took half a step forward. Cracks began to appear on the stage beneath her feet. Her legs, waist, and shoulders twisting. Yuqing concentrated all of her strength into her fist half-step collapsing punch. In Yuqing's opinion, Yu Qiao had only caught her punch due to luck. It was very likely that Yu Qiao had grabbed her wrist before her fist accelerated. Although Yu Qiao currently had a firm hold on her wrist, if she went all out, Yu Qiao had no hope of stopping her. Moreover, her fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Yu Qiao. At this distance, Yu Qiao wouldn't be able to dodge the hit. Even diverting her attack trajectory would not be possible. Immediately, Yu Qiao took a step back, the stone floor beneath her feet cracking. Unexpectedly, however, Yu Qiao's firm on her opponent's fist was firm. She did not let Yuqing's fist get close to her shoulder. Yuqing was shocked the young woman blocked her full-powered punch. As expected of a genius from the White Tiger Dojo. It was a tough fight without limit removal. Let's continue our earlier fight. Yu Qiao smiled slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Yuqing was momentarily stunned based on the way Yu Qiao spoke. It was obvious that she, too, had grasped limit removal and simply hadn't used it yet. Although Yuqing wanted to respond, Yu Qiao was already moving. Yu Qiao twisted her fist and broke free from Yuqing's hold. Immediately after, her body spun as she sent a spiral kick at Yuqing's head, her leg cutting through the air like a menacing sight. Suddenly, Yuqing felt death loom over her. Not daring to be careless, she used her full strength to break free from Yu Qiao's hold and used both arms to block the incoming kick. Thud. The instant Yu Qiao's foot met her arms, Yuqing felt a stinging pain deep into her bones. Afterward, her arms grew numb. She felt as if she had been hit by a car as she flew backward. However, Reacting quickly, Yuqing adjusted her posture so that she would land on her feet. In the end, Yuqing only stabilized herself after retreating another 8 steps. Impossible. Yuqing wore an incredulous look as she stared at Yu Qiao, who now stood over 10 meters away. Just by blocking one kick, both her arms were numb. She couldn't even move them. Just how strong was Yu Qiao? Meanwhile, the audience stared with wide eyes, their gaze fixed on Yu Qiao. Just who is that girl? Xie Qiwen nearly shouted when he saw Yuqing fly through the air. Xie Qiwen could also see the blood vessels on Yu Qiao's forehead surface slightly. After factoring in Yu Qiao's sudden burst of strength, even a fool could tell that Yu Qiao had used limit removal. However, limit removal was one of the top dojos and training centers' secret techniques. How could Yu Qiao have learned and grasped it? Yuqing had trained arduously for 2 years under countless masters' guidance to grasp limit removal. Yet, not only had Yu Qiao grasped the technique, but it was also obvious that she could suppress her limiters far more than Yuqing. Even Jiang Tianyuan was surprised. What an amazing little girl. Just who is her master? She can control her strength so freely despite removing her limiter to such a degree. Jiang Tianyuan was curious as he watched Yu Qiao launch a relentless assault against Yuqing. Although grasping limit removal was difficult, trying to exert the additional strength one received to its full potential was even more so. Only those on Xie Qiwen and Tang Jingyao's level could rival Yuqing's standards. It was no longer a matter of talent. Rather, one required careful guidance and a wealth of combat experience to achieve this. Back on the stage, the match between Yu Qiao and Yuqing was incomparably fierce. Every one of their actions shattered the stone floor. Yuqing, who wasn't a match for Yu Qiao's combat experience, had become even less of a match for her opponent. Every blow Yuqing exchanged with Yu Qiao hurt her to the bone. In the end, Yu Qiao found a massive weakness in Yuqing's defense as she launched a palm strike at the woman's shoulder, shoving Yuqing off the stage. Yuqing realized that this was Yu Qiao's way of showing mercy. Had she not taken pity on her opponent, Yuqing would have suffered more than just a fall off the stage. A genius? Yuqing looked up at Yu Qiao. Suddenly, she found that all of the praise she had received from others, calling her a genius, truly laughable. Ignoring all other aspects, Yu Qiao was leaps and bounds above her regarding her strength. After executing limit removal, her defeat was only a matter of course. After Yuqing fell off the stage, the referee announced the match's winner, Yu Qiao. As the referee announced the outcome, the arena fell silent for a moment. Then, loud cheering filled the venue. This breathtaking match had truly surprised every spectator. The Big Dipper Dojo's name etched itself deeply into everyone's mind. After all, among the 4 people taking part in the semifinals, 3 belonged to the Big Dipper Dojo. There were dozens of dojos and training centers from the 6 cities participating in this competition. Among them were the White Tiger Dojo and a large number of independent contestants. Sending all 3 representatives to the semifinals was a miracle. The Big Dipper Dojo? I am definitely going to apply to join it tomorrow. Many among the audience had already decided to join the Big Dipper Dojo no matter what. Even the contestants consider the option. Among those in the VIP stands, some celebrated while others worried. Xiao Yu was naturally ecstatic. With this, the Big Dipper Dojo's fame would spread throughout the 6 cities. Xie Qiwen, on the other hand, felt both rage and helplessness. He had never thought that his first attempt of benefiting the dojo would end so miserably. However, Xie Qiwen hadn't given up yet. There was still the savage Evil Fire. It was still possible that Evil Fire could secure the championship. This would be much better than letting the Big Dipper Dojo know that the 4 semifinalists had been decided. Due to this being a friendly match, as long as Yu Zipping defeated Evil Fire, the Big Dipper Dojo would win the competition. Everyone very much looked forward to the first match of the semifinals between Yu Zipping and Evil Fire. It took roughly 20 minutes to repair the stage. Once the repairs were complete, Yu Zipping and Evil Fire approached the stage. However, as the referee was about to announce the start of the competition, Evil Fire stopped him and said, "Wait. Contestant Evil Fire, is there an issue?" The referee asked curiously. "Before the match, I have something to say." Evil Fire, who looked like a brown bear, said, grinning, "All right, but I can only give you 1 minute." The referee nodded. 10 seconds will be enough. Evil Fire laughed. He then received the microphone and shifted his gaze to Shifeng in the VIP stands. Emanating a dominant aura, he proudly proclaimed, "Head Instructor Shi, I have come here today for one reason and one reason only. I have heard that you are one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, so I hope that you can convey a message to Black Flame for me. Tell him that I, Evil Fire, want to challenge him in God's domain. Does he dare fight me?" Chapter 1300, Black Flame's Fame. Chapter 1300, Black Flame's Fame. Evil Fire. This is interesting. As Shifeng looked at Evil Fire, he tried to remember his past. He hadn't actually heard this name before, yet based on the skill Evil Fire displayed, Shifeng concluded that the youth was extraordinary. Evil Fire should be someone powerful in God's domain. Otherwise, the youth wouldn't have here to challenge him so confidently. Evil Fire's words echoed throughout the sports arena. Meanwhile, everyone else in the venue had fallen silent. Everyone was stunned. Nobody could have imagined that Evil Fire's goal in this competition was to challenge someone. He hadn't even challenged someone in the real world, but someone in God's domain. What's going on? Crap, he's challenging someone to a fight in a game? Why can't he just do that in the game? Did he really have to do this here? What do you know? He is talking about Black Flame. Who is Black Flame? Is he someone amazing? You don't play God's domain, so you might not know, but Black Flame is the guild leader of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. The Secret Pavilion even gave him the title Sword King. He is a mythical existence, and countless experts in God's domain want to challenge him. However, why would someone as important as Black Flame accept every challenge? Moreover, Black Flame's whereabouts are always a mystery. He's incredibly hard to find. I never thought that the Big Dipper Dojo would be related to Zero Wing. This is going to be interesting. Since Evil Fire is so strong in the real world, I wonder how strong he is in God's domain? This is interesting. I am definitely going to watch the fight between Evil Fire and Black Flame. I doubt Black Flame will agree to it. After all, he is Zero Wing's guild leader. This is where Evil Fire is smart. Big Dipper's head instructor is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons, so Big Dipper and Zero Wing must have a close relationship. Meanwhile, Evil Fire put his strength on display for everyone to see. Now that he has challenged Black Flame in front of so many people, he'd be hard to ignore. If Black Flame refuses the fight, not only will this smear Zero Wing's reputation, but it might also affect Big Dipper's reputation. Although many among the audience had no idea who Black Flame was, those who did promptly explained. Very quickly, everyone became familiar with the name. At the same time, they grew curious about how strong this Black Flame was. After all, someone as strong as Evil Fire had issued this dramatic request. For some time, this unexpected announcement boosted Big Dipper and Zero Wing's fame for some time. This little bastard. He used my friendly competition to challenge someone in a game. Xie Chiwen glared at Evil Fire, rage burning in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to murder the youth with his own hands. Had Evil Fire simply challenged Black Flame, he would not have minded it as much. The issue was that Evil Fire had defeated Gu Chen. Gu Chen was one of the White Tiger Dojo's geniuses, yet Evil Fire used the fame of his victory as a stepping stone to challenge Black Flame. This was a slap in the face for the White Tiger Dojo. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove, standing beside the main stage, were furious. This bastard overestimates himself. He dares to challenge the guild leader. Jinghong, make sure that you take care of him later. Turtle Dove's gaze burned with rage. If she didn't have to recuperate after using limit removal, she'd take care of the brat herself. Leave it to me. I'll make sure this kid spends several months in the hospital after the competition. Shadow Sword nodded seriously. In God's domain, challenging a guild's leader was the equivalent of declaring war on the entire guild. They could not let such an insult slide. Head Instructor Shi. 2 days. I'll give you all 2 days to prepare. When the time comes, I'll head to White River City's Divine Coliseum for the challenge. Hopefully, Black Flame doesn't chicken out. Evil Fire smiled at Shifeng. He then tossed the microphone back to the referee before turning and leaving the stage gallantly. After catching the microphone, the referee noticed Evil Fire leaving the stage. Hurriedly, he reminded, "Contestant Evil Fire. If you step off of the stage, you will forfeit the match." I have already achieved my goal. Consider this match my loss. Evil Fire responded nonchalantly, saying so. Evil Fire descended the steps. He paid no attention to the competition's outcome. Everyone was stunned. He surrendered? He's not going to continue? Crap. He's too cool. Doesn't he want the 5 million credits? Does he need to go this far? Did he really join this competition just to challenge Black Flame? The audience was shocked as they watched Evil Fire leave the arena, ignoring the championship prize. Not many had the opportunity to earn 5 million credits. Meanwhile, due to Evil Fire forfeit, Uzipping won the match naturally. The Big Dipper Dojo had secured the championship. As for the position of champion, neither Shadow Sword nor Turtledove cared, as both focused on God's domain. They were no longer interested in the fighting world. Hence, in the end, Uzipping was crowned champion. This set off a commotion among the various dojos and training centers' upper echelons. The normal audience might not know much about Uzipping's background, but they did. Uzipping had been an intermediate disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Now, however, he had left the dojo and won this competition's championship. This would seriously wound the White Tiger Dojo's reputation. Xie Qi wore an ugly expression. Although he wanted to rage and kill Uzipping personally, he had a much larger problem to deal with. Jiang Tianyuan, who had been silent for some time now. Chuan, I believe that you know what to do. I want an explanation for this. Once we return, you will also explain yourself to the head hall master. You are aware of the consequences if we're not satisfied with your explanation. Jiang Tianyuan glanced at Xie Qi. He then stood and walked away. Although he hadn't reprimanded Xie Qi with his words, his chilling tone stole the strength from Xie Qi legs. Jiang Tianyuan's anger was reasonable after all. Uzipping's performance today had been shocking. The youth definitely qualified to join the main branch for concentrated training, yet such a talented fighter had represented the Big Dipper Dojo. Explained to the head hall master? Xie Qi suddenly felt faint compared to the White Tiger Dojo's head hall master. He was nothing. Although he was one of the dojo's geniuses, he was only a genius. He wasn't a powerhouse. Normally, he would encounter the head hall master a few times a year, yet he was told that he would have to present his case to such an important figure. Xie Qi felt wronged. Although he had chosen Lu Huajie for personal reasons, his decision had been logical, as Lu Huajie had been much stronger than Uzipping. However, Uzipping had become so powerful, so much so that he had defeated Lu Huajie. How could he possibly know what was going on? As the competition ended, the audience gradually departed the arena. As they left, they discussed Evil Fire's challenge to Black Flame. Meanwhile, as Shifeng and the others prepared to leave the VIP stands, Gan Xingting stopped them. May I know what business Instructor Gan has with us? Xiao Yu asked, smiling. They had won the friendly match fair and square. Even the White Tiger Dojo couldn't find an excuse to cause them trouble. They also had tens of thousands of witnesses. If the White Tiger Dojo tried to do something here, it would only humiliate the dojo further. Chapter 1301, Competition. Chapter 1301, Competition. Seeing Gan Xingting block Shifeng's group, the various upper echelons stopped to watch. Curious to see what the White Tiger Dojo intended to do. The White Tiger Dojo had hosted this friendly competition to spread its fame throughout the 6 cities, yet the Big Dipper Dojo had benefited. It would be a lie to say that the White Tiger Dojo was not furious. Ignoring the stares, Gan Xingting glanced at Shifeng before turning to Xiao Yu. Displeased, he said, Hall Master Jiang would like to invite Head Instructor Shi for tea. May I know if Head Instructor Shi is free? An invite from Hall Master Jiang. Everyone who heard this was momentarily stunned. Jiang Tianyuan stood at the peak of the fighting industry. He was practically a living legend. Jiang Tianyuan had also played a large part in lifting the White Tiger Dojo to its current status. Moreover, Jiang Tianyuan's disciples were all extraordinary. He also had influence in various other industries. Countless people dreamed of forming a connection with the man. Unfortunately, very few ever had the opportunity. And yet, Jiang Tianyuan had sent an invitation. Moreover, by the looks of it, he only wished to speak with Shifeng, not the others from Big Dipper. I'm afraid you'll have to ask Head Instructor Shi himself. Xiao Yu frowned before turning to Shifeng. He wasn't afraid of the White Tiger Dojo as a business rival. However, he was afraid of the White Tiger Dojo using other methods to deal with them. One such example was poaching Shifeng. In fact, these situations were common. The Big Dipper Dojo's achievements were all thanks to Shifeng. Now that Jiang Tianyuan wanted to meet with the man, Xiao Yu felt threatened. If Jiang Tianyuan poached Shifeng, developing the Big Dipper Dojo and the Big Dipper group further would be out of the question. The White Tiger Dojo possessed wealth and influence. Even if Shifeng became one of its branch hall masters, he would enjoy far more benefits than the Big Dipper group could ever hope to offer. However, it also would not do to refuse Jiang Tianyuan. After all, Jiang Tianyuan had taken the initiative to invite Shifeng. If they refused to meet with him, Jiang Tianyuan would consider it disrespect. If that happened, even if Jiang Tianyuan didn't act personally, his followers would be more than enough to make the Big Dipper group suffer. Hence, Xiao Yu could only leave the decision to Shifeng lead the way. Shifeng responded calmly, and without hesitation they were bound to meet sooner or later. After all, if he wanted Yu Zipping to join Zero Wing, he would have to overcome the hurdle known as Jiang Tianyuan first, following which, Gan Xingting led Shifeng to the arena's top-floor lounge. Big brother, what do we do? If Jiang Tianyuan offers Shifeng something that he can't refuse, the Big Dipper Dojo will be finished. Xiao Yan asked anxiously as he watched Shifeng walk away. He had to admit that Shifeng had already become irreplaceable in Big Dipper. If Shifeng left, Big Dipper would backslide. We can't let Jiang Tianyuan poach him. No matter what it takes, we must convince him to stay. I heard that he and Ruashi are close. Think of a way to convince her to help us. At most, we'll concede a slightly higher percentage of our profits when negotiating with the Zhao group. Xiao Yu was determined to compete with the White Tiger Dojo. In the top-floor lounge. As soon as Shifeng entered the room, he sensed 4 piercing gazes locking onto him. The origins of these ominous looks stood beside Jiang Tianyuan. 3 of these people were men, and 1 was a woman. All 4 wore black suits and appeared to be Jiang Tianyuan's bodyguards. Although they only stood there, they radiated a chilling aura. It was very obvious that they weren't like the pampered children, Gu Chen and Yu Qing. These people must have experienced many trials and tribulations. Moreover, their auras were even more intense than Lei Bao's. Of course, that was not to say that these 4 people were stronger than Lei Bao. It was simply because Lei Bao kept his aura hidden. Shifeng didn't doubt that, if he showed the slightest hint of a threat, these 4 would immediately move to kill him. The White Tiger Dojo really is impressive. They've even hired such extraordinary bodyguards. Shifeng swept his gaze across these 4 people, noticing that they all had falcon tattoos on the back of the hands. This mark belonged to none other than the Black Falcon Alliance. The Black Falcon Alliance was a globally renowned mercenary alliance. Anyone who wanted this tattoo had to earn the Black Falcon Alliance's acknowledgement first. The organization's ordinary members simply weren't worthy. As Shifeng entered the room, Jiang Tianyuan smiled as he gestured to the sofa before him and said, "Sit." Only then did the 4 Black Falcon bodyguards relax a little. However, their gazes never once left Shifeng. Shifeng ignored the gazes as he approached Jiang Tianyuan. Seeing Shifeng's reaction, Jiang Tianyuan inwardly praised his guest. He was very familiar with his 4 bodyguard strength. If all 4 worked together, even an internal force expert wouldn't walk away unscathed. Very few youngsters like Shifeng could remain unperturbed under their attention. After emptying the teacup placed before him, Shifeng smiled and asked, "Hall Master Jiang, may I know what business you wish to discuss?" "Young man, you are quite impatient. This isn't your average tea. This is the Green God Company's Harmony tea. Savoring it properly will aid in one's mental recovery and help expand one's mind," Jiang Tianyuan said, his heart aching as Shifeng downed the tea. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise. "So, this is the rumored Harmony tea." Shifeng looked at the teapot on the table incredulously. The taste had been unique. However, he had not paid much attention to it. Although he had considered the possibility that it might be poisoned, it was highly unlikely. Even if the White Tiger Dojo disregarded its reputation, Jiang Tianyuan would keep his intact. Harmony tea was unique to the Green God Company. Unfortunately, it was difficult to produce, so it wasn't sold to the public. Although its recovery and enhancement effects were not as strong as the S-Rank nutrient fluid, it had an aspect that the nutrient fluids couldn't compare to. Unlike the S-Rank nutrient fluid, Harmony tea had a milder energy. One might not notice any immediate effects, but in the long run, the tea could help improve a person's physique and extend their lifespan. It could also assist in developing one's mental potential. It was no wonder that, despite being over 50 years old, Jiang Tianyuan only appeared to be in his 30 SAS expected of the White Tiger Dojo. They can get their hands on such a rare product. Shi Feng was a little jealous. If he could obtain a large amount of harmony tea, he would have a much easier time nurturing Zero Wings experts. He had to admit that, no matter what he wanted to do, resources were very important. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. I don't want to waste a youngster's time. I've asked you here for two things. Seeing Shi Feng's interest in the harmony tea, Jiang Tianyuan could not help but smile as he said, the first involves you zipping. I hope that you will allow him to return to the White Tiger Dojo. He has a lot of potential. He will have a better future if he develops in the White Tiger Dojo. That is up to him. I cannot choose for him. Shi Feng waved his hand, showing that he had no interest in this issue. In reality, he did not care which dojo Yu Zipping developed in. He only cared about Yu Zipping's choices in God's domain. You are quite the mysterious youth. Shi Feng's reply stunned Jiang Tianyuan. He simply couldn't fathom why Shi Feng would willingly let go of such a talent so easily. However, he didn't think that Shi Feng had lied. He had prepared counter-arguments if Shi Feng refused, but his efforts had been wasted. Since that is the case, I'll have to trouble you to pass the message on. Now that the first issue has been addressed, let's get to the second matter. Please speak. The second matter involves you. I'd like to invite you to join the White Tiger Dojo. Chapter 1302, Daylight Robbery, Join the White Tiger Dojo? Shi Feng was slightly surprised by the offer. While it was common for dojos and training centers to poach personnel from each other, the targets were normally disciples. Instructors were rarely approached. After all, any instructor was considered a backbone of their establishment. Poaching an instructor was significantly more expensive than a disciple, not to mention a head instructor like himself. If they didn't offer a high enough position, they couldn't tempt him in the least. On the other hand, the White Tiger Dojo's upper echelons would never agree to offer him a position as high as head instructor. There were a limited number of head instructor positions available, and every head instructor was a part of the White Tiger Dojo's core. The influence they held was immense. Furthermore, he was only the head instructor of a recently established dojo. Trying to poach him by offering a head instructor position would be ludicrous. That's right. I'd like you to join us. However, rather than becoming one of the White Tiger Dojo's instructors, I'd like to invite you to become one of our combat instructors in God's domain, Jiang Tianyuan said. God's domain has become increasingly popular. The White Tiger Dojo intends to secure a piece of that pie. However, at the end of the day, there are some differences between combat in God's domain and combat in the real world. Hence, we wish to recruit some God's domain experts to train our disciples. I heard that Zero Wing is quite capable in this aspect. Hence, I wish to hire you as one of our God's domain instructors. Of course, you will receive the benefits of a White Tiger Dojo advanced instructor. Although the White Tiger Dojo had many instructors, there were extremely few advanced instructors. Every advanced instructor was also an internal force expert. Even hall masters such as himself treated these individuals with respect. Countless experts envied them for the benefits they received. Jiang Tianyuan's offer stunned his 4 bodyguards. Although they were bodyguards, they were also Black Falcon Alliance experts. Their understanding of the White Tiger Dojo was more acute than ordinary people. Hence, they knew just how powerful the White Tiger Dojo's advanced instructors were. Even the Black Falcon Alliance's mainstays had to treat them with respect. Sometimes, the Alliance would even request training from these instructors. It wasn't even a guarantee that these instructors would agree. It was very difficult to imagine that a youngster in his early 20s would have the opportunity to become an advanced instructor in the White Tiger Dojo. Forget about the advanced instructor position. What other benefits can you offer? Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly interested in becoming an advanced instructor in the White Tiger Dojo. While the fame and influence that came with the position were tempting, they were not particularly useful to him. Other benefits. Jiang Tianyuan gave Shi Feng an odd look. Curiously, he asked, "What do you have in mind?" The position was a good opportunity to gain some renown in the fighting industry. Countless people coveted the position, yet Shi Feng didn't seem interested. S-Rank Nutrient Fluid or Harmony Tea, both are acceptable, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. As for the exact amount, that depends on how many players you'd like me to train. My price is roughly 20 people per bottle. I can guarantee that they will reach the trial tower's 5th floor within a short time. Both S-Rank Nutrient Fluid and Harmony Tea would significantly help his guild's experts. They were far more practical than the position of advanced instructor. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had the battle arena. It was an excellent location to nurture experts. Including the fact that the White Tiger Dojo's disciples would start with sturdy foundations, it would not be difficult to train them to the 5th floor standard in a short time. Hearing Shi Feng's words, the 4 bodyguards rolled their eyes. Each bottle of S-Rank Nutrient Fluids sold for 1 million credits on the market, yet Shi Feng wanted 1 bottle for training 20 experts. Even when the Black Falcon Alliance hired advanced instructors from the White Tiger Dojo to teach 300 of their elite members, it didn't pay 1 million credits per month. Shi Feng's demand was simply daylight robbery. Your request is too expensive. Jiang Tianyuan frowned. He more or less understood God's domain. Hence, he knew just what kind of standards a 5th floor expert in God's domain possessed. Furthermore, the White Tiger Dojo's disciples were already combat experts. Even if they simply experimented themselves, they could easily reach the 5th floor. I am willing to offer 1 bottle for 100 players. The first session will include 500 players. At the very least, I want them to reach the trial tower's 6th floor within 1 month. Reaching the 6th floor within 1 month is too difficult. If you want all 500 to reach that standard, I'll take no less than 50 bottles. Otherwise, you'll have to find someone else, Hall Master Jiang. Shi Feng hadn't expected Jiang Tianyuan to be so familiar with God's domain. Unfortunately, his understanding wasn't sufficiently thorough. Reaching the trial tower's 6th floor was the equivalent of being an expert in a first-rate guild. Even with strong foundations, it would take a lot of training to reach such a standard. Of course, some players with extraordinary talent could do it in a short time. However, not everyone was so gifted. Moreover, nurturing 500 people would cost a frightening amount of resources. The Blackwater Corporation had invested an astronomical amount of manpower and resources to nurture their experts, yet the White Tiger Dojo wanted to offer a few bottles of S-Rank Nutrient Fluids to achieve the same. If he only charged 1 bottle per 100 people, he would very quickly go bankrupt. Seeing Shi Feng unwilling to yield, Jiang Tianyuan fell silent for a moment. We can't possibly part with so many bottles. I can offer 10 at most. We can pay for the rest with credits, Jiang Tianyuan said, yielding slightly. S-Rank Nutrient Fluids were extremely precious, even to the White Tiger Dojo. They used a large number during every national competition, not to mention international competitions. They did not have a lot to spare. I will only accept S-Rank Nutrient Fluids and Harmony Tea. If Hall Master Jiang cannot make this decision at the moment, I can wait until you return and discuss it with your colleagues, Shi Feng said resolutely. He had other ways to obtain credits. Moreover, he had already begun constructing his city. Once it was complete, the potential of virtual property would see explosive growth. At that time, he could easily rake in tons of credits. Alright, then. I'll discuss it with the others once I return. However, I doubt that I'll receive a positive response, Jiang Tianyuan said, sighing, following which, Shi Feng left the lounge. After Shi Feng left, someone else entered the lounge from a connected room. This man wore black and white martial artist robes. He felt indescribably approachable. The instant he entered this room, it felt as if the world revolved around him. Hall Master, this kid simply doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Not only wasn't he grateful for your personal invitation, but his demands were also exorbitant. Should I stir up some trouble for the Big Dipper Dojo? The man asked angrily. Forget it. I had only asked on a whim. Even if he agrees to my offer, the final decision rests with the head Hall Master. After all, the other Hall Masters have other recommendations, Jiang Tianyuan said as he waved off the angry man's concern. Jinhai City is our problem now. With today's outcome, our plans have been interrupted. Tianji, you'll replace Chiwen as the branch manager here. Think of a way to restore the White Tiger Dojo's reputation here. Also, lead the first batch of disciples in God's domain and introduce them to the game. Help them acclimate to the game's mechanics. At the very least, make sure they aren't completely clueless when their training begins. Hallmaster, rest assured, I have already seen to the necessary preparations. Every disciple has already been given an advanced virtual gaming helmet, while advanced disciples have access to virtual gaming cabins. By the time the other Hallmasters make their move, we will have gained a stable foothold in God's domain, the man named Tianji said, laughing. As soon as Shifeng returned to the Greenwater Villa, he logged back into God's domain. He had just discovered some clues on how to proceed with his Tier 2 promotion quest. Meanwhile, Evil Fire's challenge posed too much of a threat. If he did not deal with it properly, he would become a laughingstock in White River City. It might even affect the Big Dipper Dojo's reputation. He had no intentions of wasting today's results. Chapter 1303, Secret Alchemy Technique. Chapter 1303, Secret Alchemy Technique. In the quiet herb garden, Shifeng discovered quite a few level 65, Tier 3 demonic guards and two-headed demonic hounds in the courtyard as he logged in. Unlike the demonic beasts wandering about, these demonic guards patrolled the inner courtyard in groups of 10, with 2 demonic hounds accompanying each group now. It was practically impossible to reach the tower safely. Demonic Guard, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 65. HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Two-headed demonic hound, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 65. HP 52, 000, 000/52, 000, 000. Even with Anna and Kite's assistance, taking on 12 Great Lords at the same time would be suicidal. What a tight security. This quest really isn't giving me any chances to break through. After observing the patrolling monster's pattern for over 10 minutes, Shifeng smiled bitterly because he had ransacked the herb garden earlier. Raymond wouldn't give him a second chance. Demons were far more intelligent than demonic beasts. Even if he attracted only one demon's attention, the entire squad would charge at him. They would not give him any opportunities to pick them off one by one. Moreover, several squads patrolled the inner courtyard. The moment he set foot in the inner courtyard, he wouldn't have to face just one squad. At the very least, 3 or 4 squads would chase him down. Demons were very similar to NPCs. They were capable of cooperation. Hence, the more demons in an area, the more combat power they could exhibit. Even a 1,000-man team couldn't defeat so many Tier 3 demons at the same time, not to mention one person. It is impossible to reach the tower by force. I have no choice but to find a different way. Shifeng temporarily gave up on the idea of breaking through the patrols. He then shifted his gaze to other locations. The inner courtyard was very large. Although there was only one main entrance, there were quite a few side entrances leading to the inner courtyard. Only, these side entrances were not as convenient as the main entrance, which led directly to the tower. As Shifeng was about to move towards one of the side entrances to take a look, a noise in the courtyard distracted him. Turning, Shifeng noticed 6 massive figures moving rapidly towards the herb garden. These figures didn't notice Shifeng as they dashed towards the Silver Moon Tree. These 6 massive figures were none other than the Silver Moon Bears that had fled earlier. After returning to the Silver Moon Tree, the Silver Moon Bears lazed about. These Silver Moon Bears still dare to return? Shifeng was slightly confused as he watched the Silver Moon Bears snooze peacefully. Although he had already killed off the Tier 3 demonic hunters that had guarded the garden earlier, the magic barrier Raymond had erected was still present. This magic array was a powerful deterrent against demonic beasts. This was also why Shifeng could log out of the game without worry. Yet, the 6 Silver Moon Bears had resisted and barged into the herb garden. Shifeng had previously assumed that the Silver Moon Bears had stayed close to the tree to protect the moonlight fruit. However, it would seem that was not the case. After all, he had already plundered everything the Silver Moon Tree had to offer him? That's not right. Why do these Silver Moon Bears seem a little larger than the ones I saw from before? Seeing the slumbering Silver Moon Bears, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes. Silver Moon Bear, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 65. HP 80 000 000/80 000 000. These bears actually had 6 million more HP than the Silver Moon bears he had encountered earlier. Why have they grown stronger? Sure Feng was slightly confused. Monsters didn't grow stronger unless they underwent an evolution or became a mutant. However, it was very clear that neither scenario had happened to these bears. Could there be something special near the Silver Moon tree? But I don't think I felt anything different when I was harvesting the moonlight fruit. Sure Feng's curiosity grew. However, no matter how he racked his mind, he could only think of one possibility. There was no other explanation for why these Silver Moon bears would return to rest beside the Silver Moon tree shortly after he had killed the demonic hunters. Sure Feng then slowly approached the Silver Moon tree. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings using omniscient eyes constantly to spot for anything hidden. Although his senses did not pick up on anything when he had harvested the moonlight fruit, something may have hidden from his 5 senses. 80 yards. 75 yards. 70 yards. When Sure Feng was almost within the Silver Moon bear's detection range, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient teleportation array system. Transferable locations. Outer courtyard entrance requires 107 luminary shards. Demon ceiling towers. First floor main hall requires 207 luminary shards. Demon ceiling towers research area requires 507 luminaries shards. So, the 7 luminaries shards serve this purpose as well. Realization dawned on Sure Feng when he heard the system notification. He thought the high teleportation fees were utterly fraudulent. Just teleporting to the demon ceiling towers first floor cost 207 luminary shards. He could synthesize 4 7 luminaries crystals with that amount. Currently, he only had 714 shards on him. He had no other choice. Either he paid the exorbitant fee or fought his way through the horde of demons. Sure Feng chose to teleport to the research area without hesitation. Although the price of 500 shards was high, the moon god was famed for its knowledge in alchemy and magic arrays. Every one of the moon god's recipes that circulated the world was extremely valuable. The various grandmaster alchemists coveted every one of these items. Needless to say, the moon god's research area would be extraordinary. Sure Feng naturally could not pass up the opportunity to ransack the moon god's research room just to save some 7 luminaries shards. Immediately, Sure Feng's vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, he found himself inside a spacious, crystal hall. The walls gave off a faint, blue radiance. Even without sunlight, light filled the hall. System, you have discovered the research area? This is the research room? Sure Feng was slightly surprised as he surveyed his surroundings. There were 3 paths out of the hall, and each one led to a different location. One led to the alchemy room, another led to the research room, and the last was a hallway leading out of the research area. Sure Feng was immensely excited. As a god's private tower, there was bound to be treasure. Immediately, Sure Feng set off to explore the area. The moon god's alchemy room was like a whole new world. The room was as large as a football field, and there were all sorts of research materials and foundational books. There were also plenty of alchemy tools. Although the majority of the books and tools had been damaged beyond recognition due to the passing of time, the items that survived fascinated Sure Feng. Any random alchemy tool he picked up was at least secret silver rank. If sold on the market, they could easily fetch over 10 gold. There were over 300 secret silver tools. There was also a complete set of fine gold alchemy tools. The set was easily as valuable as an epic item. However, no one would be so foolish as to sell the set. Regardless of the price, the alchemy tool's value paled in comparison to the books he found. To alchemists, these books were priceless. Among the books he found, 9 were introductions to basic secret alchemy techniques. There were also 2 books about advanced secret alchemy techniques. These tomes were similar to secret technique tablets, but they were much easier to learn than the secret technique tablets in the past. Even Shadow's master alchemists had only learned 2 or 3 basic secret alchemy techniques, and the guild had paid a massive price to do so. Among them, the best secret technique had cost 1 epic item to learn. Of course, this price guaranteed that one would learn the secret technique. If the technique had only allowed 1 player to learn it, it would have only cost a few hundred gold. If an advanced alchemist could learn 3 to 5 basic secret techniques, their chances of becoming a master would double at the very minimum. Anyone who learned the advanced secret techniques would be guaranteed to become a master alchemist, huh? That is... Suddenly, Shifeng noticed the surrounding mana flowing towards a dilapidated stone table a short distance away. The mana flow was slow and weak. If not for his improved physique after consuming the moonlight fruit, he would have been hard-pressed to notice this mana flow. Chapter 1304, Treasure Transforms. Chapter 1304, Treasure Transforms. A thick layer of dust covered the stone tablet, and mana circulated around it. After taking a few steps towards the table, Shifeng was assaulted by an immense pressure, divine might. Although the divine might was faint, and he only sensed it once he was within 10 yards of the table, Shifeng could still feel himself grow a little sluggish. He was excited. Items only exuded divine might if they were frequently used or painstakingly crafted by a god. Needless to say, any item a god favored would be valuable while resisting the divine might. Shifeng started to tidy up the table. Although divine might was very powerful, the table only exuded a very faint trace of it. Shifeng could still move normally as he stood less than a yard away from the table. Very quickly, Shifeng removed most of the dust covering the table. Books and materials littered the table. However, due to the passing of time, these items had long since eroded. Aside from some mysterious patterns carved into the table, Shifeng could not find anything noteworthy. Could the table itself be exuding the divine might? Shifeng could not help but frown. He could already tell that the table before him was a treasure. The faint trace of mana around the table would definitely aid refining and synthesis work. The table might even have other function that he hadn't noticed yet. In any case, it was undoubtedly useful for alchemists only. The stone table wasn't like other items. It could not be stored in a player's bag space. If Shifeng wanted to take it with him, he would have to carry it. Clearly, this wasn't a viable option. The alchemy table was the size of a pool table. Even if he could carry it, he did not have the leeway to carry it around with him. If I can equip one of the special alchemy rooms with this table, it could help the trading firm's alchemists. Shifeng struggled with his disappointment. Aside from alchemy tools, items such as this alchemy table were extremely precious. A good alchemy table could be as helpful as a basic secret alchemy technique. However, since Shifeng could not take the table with him, he had no choice but to take out the soul orb and absorb it. Since the alchemy table radiated divine might, it could be considered as a god crystal. One of the reasons he had chosen the Asura mode promotion quest was to obtain a large number of god crystals to lift the demon god Paimon's seal. Please let it absorb this table. Shifeng silently prayed. He then clicked the Absorb Divine Power button on the Soul Orb's interface and selected the alchemy table as the target. Currently, no one owned the alchemy table. Shifeng wasn't sure if the Soul Orb could actually absorb an ownerless item. After all, he had never tried. The Soul Orb immediately began to emit a dark smoke, which soon enveloped the table. However, even after several seconds, there was no indication that the smoke was devouring its target. Don't tell me it's not possible, Shifeng muttered worriedly. As soon as Shifeng had said so, however, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to allow the soul orb devour the magic alchemy table? Without hesitation, Shifeng clicked the agree button. The magic alchemy table might even be more valuable than an epic weapon, but it was worthless if Shifeng couldn't take it with him. He would rather sacrifice such a treasure to lift the seal on the soul orb than leave it behind. As Shifeng clicked agree, the magic alchemy table began to radiate a golden glow. It was clearly trying to resist. Unfortunately, the soul orb was the fragment of the treasure of illusion, an item on par with a godly relic. How could a measly magic alchemy table resist it? In the next moment, the magic alchemy table melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Streams of golden air flowed into the soul orb. In less than a minute, the magic alchemy table had vanished. Meanwhile, the soul orb statistics had changed slightly. Aside from the absorbed god crystal counter increasing from 0 to 1, it now only required 95 player souls to form a drop of soul water. Absorbing god crystals has other effects? Shifeng could not help his surprise. He was instantly ecstatic. If he didn't need to absorb as many souls, he could craft soul water much faster. Once he finished absorbing the magic alchemy table, He activated omniscient eyes to search the room once again. If he relied only on his 5 senses, it would take him a long time to find other items like the magic alchemy table. He might even miss some. With the omniscient eyes, however, nothing within 100 yards of him could hide. Charlene didn't lie to me. A god's previous residence has plenty of god crystals to offer. After activating omniscient eyes, Feng discovered another potential god crystal. This one was a broken chair. Feng hadn't noticed the divine might radiating from it earlier due to a suppression magic array, and since it was a broken chair, he hadn't paid any attention to it, following which, Feng absorbed this broken chair, increasing the god crystal counter to 2 to ensure that he didn't miss any god crystals. Feng scoured the alchemy room. He scanned the entire room with omniscient eyes again and again. This is surprising. A single room had 4 god crystals. This is a huge harvest. Feng's eyes burned with excitement when he saw that the soul orb only needed 6 more god crystals to remove Paymon's seal. He only needed 80 souls now to produce a drop of soul water. The soul orb had been one of the 7 treasures. However, due to demon god Paimon, it couldn't exert its true strength. The flower of 7 sins had nurtured hundreds of experts in the past, even without unlocking the soul orb's full potential. If Feng could use the soul orb without fear of repercussions, the outcome would be incredible. After sweeping through the alchemy room, Feng made his way towards the research room. The research room was far more luxurious than the alchemy room, as it had been used to invent high-end alchemical products. Until now, the only known location that could help players surpass the master threshold to become grandmasters were Titan City's special rooms. As soon as Feng entered the research room, he froze. Why is he here? Feng felt as if he had just fallen into a death trap when he saw the familiar figure wandering around the research room. This figure was none other than the dark wizard Raymond. Currently, Raymond was in the midst of concocting a potion. Fortunately for Feng, Raymond was very focused on his task. Including the several bookshelves that served as cover and the magic arrays to prevent interruption, Raymond did not discover Feng immediately. Even so, Feng could feel a headache brewing. The research room was different from the alchemy room. It had been well maintained and was in excellent condition. Needless to say, this room contained several treasures. Even without using omniscient eyes, Feng had already noticed 2 potential god crystals. If he used omniscient eyes, he would discover many more. He might even find enough to lift the soul orb's seal and still have some to repair other items. Not to mention, the moon god was famous for its alchemy research. Needless to say, the moon god had spent a lot of time in this room. Should I go in, or not? Feng knew that if he moved another 10 yards into the room, Raymond would discover him. If he were discovered, he would die. As Feng considered his options, an NPC alchemist, who assisted Raymond, began to walk towards Feng. Crap. Have I been discovered? Chapter 1305, Perfecting Sword's Orbit. Chapter 1305, Perfecting Sword's Orbit. Feng frowned as he watched the NPC alchemist approach. However, since this NPC alchemist didn't seem to be in a hurry, it did not seem as if he had been discovered. Unfortunately, the fact that the NPC was heading towards him was still a problem. Although the alchemist before him wasn't as terrifying as Raymond, it was still astoundingly powerful. Baron Woka, human, great mage. Level 70. HP 7, 450, 000/7, 450, 000. NPCs might have less HP than monsters and demons of the same level, but when it came to combat techniques and the number of skills they possessed, NPCs were leaps and bounds above monsters and demons. While many experts could contend with Tier 3 monsters, if they tried fighting a Tier 3 NPC, they would be snuffed out of existence. Players' most hated enemies were NPCs. Although the research room was large, there was no place for Feng to hide. Moreover, there was only one path behind him. He couldn't avoid Baron Woka's detection. With no other choice, Feng retreated from the room temporarily. He planned to hide in the alchemy room while he thought of another way to loot the research room. However, after leaving the research room, Feng discovered a magic barrier sealing off the path towards the alchemy room. Unfortunately, the hallway he was in was void of obstructions. One could see everything in it with a single glance. Should I leave the tower for now? Feng glanced towards the path leading outside. However, he quickly shook the thought from his mind. The path to the alchemy room had been sealed off after he had explored and left it. If he left the research area now, he might not be able to get back in. If that happened, he would lose his opportunity to explore the research room. Aside from the god crystals, precious alchemy tools, and research materials the research room contained, Raymond's 7 luminaries source stone was enough of a reason to keep Shi Feng from leaving. After all, how was he supposed to deal with the Demon King without it? It seems that I have no choice but to fight. Shi Feng's gaze drifted back to the research room's door. With the situation as it was, both of his available options would lead to his death. His only hope was to defeat Baron Woka. He'd fail his quest if he didn't. Following which, Shi Feng summoned Anna and Kite. When he had used the teleportation array to enter the tower earlier, Anna and Kite hadn't teleported with him. They should both still be in the herb garden, so he needed to summon them once again. Although Anna and Kite were not as high-tiered as Baron Woka, their combat power was no weaker than an ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. Shi Feng had only wanted to avoid a fight with the NPC alchemist for fear of attracting Raymond's attention. If Raymond noticed him, only death would await him. However, now that he had retreated quite a distance away from the research room, he didn't need to hold back. I can't summon them? Shi Feng looked at the 2 unresponsive summon guard scrolls in his hands, his chest tightening suddenly. The door to the research room opened slowly. The hallway was less than 40 yards long. As soon as the Baron Woka left the research room, he noticed Shi Feng. Despicable intruder. You dare intrude on this holy land. Guards! Baron Woka shouted. Baron Woka was very loud, and his voice echoed throughout the research area. Damn it. Shi Feng hadn't considered that Baron Woka would call for reinforcements. Not only couldn't he summon his personal guards, but now, he also had to deal with more enemies. Fortunately, a magic array isolated the research room from the outside world. No one within the room would hear them out here. Shi Feng reacted quickly. Immediately, he activated the aura of Time's absolute time, preventing all enemies within range from using any spells or tools. NPCs were no exception. Heavenly Dragon's power. Blade Liberation. Instant Strike. Shi Feng wouldn't be careless against a Tier 3 NPC. Moreover, now that Baron Woka had called for reinforcements, he would die if he didn't end this before more enemies showed up. He instantly activated Twofold Berserk, his basic attributes skyrocketing. With the buff, his basic attributes far surpassed any Tier 3 player of the same level. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng appeared before Baron Woka's sword's orbit. A galaxy of stars appeared around Shi Feng, resplendent and eye-catching. As Shi Feng executed sword's orbit, he felt the technique reach new heights. After consuming 5 moonlight fruits, his physique had permanently improved by 10%. He now had the physique of a Tier 2 player. Hence, his physical control and flexibility had skyrocketed. Baron Woka drowned in starlight. However, Baron Woka was a Tier 3 Great Mage. Even though he had been silenced, he still had the basic attributes of a Tier 3 NPC. His physical attacks with his staff still posed a threat in God's domain. Although magical classes typically bombarded their enemies with spells, that did not mean they were incapable of melee combat. They were just not fond of it. Silencing a magical class would drastically weaken their combat power. Unfortunately for Shi Feng, Baron Woka was extremely adept with his staff, defending and attacking. It was clear that he was executing some kind of advanced combat technique. Players might not be able to predict swords' orbits' attack trajectories, but the combat technique was nothing to Baron Woka. The NPC deflected every one of Shi Feng's attacks. What a brilliant defensive combat technique. Shi Feng was surprised. He had never thought that Baron Woka had grasped a combat technique. However, at the end of the day, Instant Strike was a Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, Sword's orbit had grown stronger. Even if Baron Woka focused on defense, he couldn't keep up with Shi Feng's lightning-quick attacks. Among the 6 strikes Shi Feng had sent at the mage, 3 had found their targets. With his cloth armor and weak defense, 3 massive damages appeared above Baron Woka's head. 91, 618. Minus 184,983. Minus 93,189. In the blink of an eye, Baron Woka's HP bar had dropped by a sizable chunk. After taking damage, Baron Woka's anxiety surfaced on his pale features. Immediately, he began to retreat towards the research room while shouting, "Guards! Guards! Don't even think about running back into the room." Shi Feng quickly circled to Baron Woka's back. Both the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray bit into the mage, the impact sending the NPC flying over a dozen yards away, increasing the distance between Baron Woka and the research room. Realizing that he was in trouble, Baron Woka wisely fell in the opposite direction. However, Shi Feng didn't give the NPC the opportunity to get away as he pointed the Abyssal Blade at the NPC Abyssal Bind. Suddenly, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound Baron Woka, holding him still for Shi Feng Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. Unable to defend himself for 3 full seconds, Baron Woka's HP decreased rapidly 95%, 90%, 80%. However, despite dealing frightening amounts of damage, Shi Feng did not feel the pressure on him decrease in the slightest. When absolute time's 30-second duration ran out, Baron Woka would be able to save himself. Shi Feng needed to kill the NPC before he ran out of time. Furthermore, absolute time was only fully effective against enemies of the same tier. Against Baron Woka, it wouldn't be as effective. According to Shi Feng's estimates, he'd be lucky if the skill silenced Baron Woka for half of the duration. Trying to kill Baron Woka in 15 seconds would test Shi Feng's explosive power. When Abyssal Bind and Instant Strike's duration ran out, Baron Woka sneered at his enemy. "Despicable intruder, I'm going to offer you to Lord Raymond as a guinea pig." Baron Woka retreated while blocking Shi Feng's attacks, which had slowed significantly. "Guards! Get over here and save me." Baron Woka was only 20 yards away from the hallway's exit. Shi Feng had only dealt so much damage and overcome Baron Woka's defensive technique due to Instant Strike, increasing his attack speed by 500% and damage by 400%. Now that the taboo skill was on cooldown, Baron Woka had a much easier time defending himself. Even against Shi Feng and his doppelganger, Baron Woka easily blocked half of the attacks. When Baron Woka's HP fell to 43% and the NPC was about to leave the hallway, Shi Feng used everything he had left. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, as if Baron Woka had just stepped in muck, he couldn't move or attack. Dragon Breath. Divine Providence. Both Shi Feng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst simultaneously and dealt a total of 30 devastating attacks. Every attack devoured over 100,000 of Baron Woka's HP. Eventually, the NPC alchemist's HP fell to 0. Baron Woka glared at Shi Feng with reluctance as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1306, Unforgivable Person. Chapter 1306, Unforgivable Person. The instant Baron Woka's body hit the ground, a golden glow enveloped Shi Feng's body as his experience bar increased from 82% of level 50 to 4% of level 51. He obtained more EXP from the NPC alchemist than from the 2 Tier 3 demonic hunters he had killed earlier. Suddenly, Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. "System, congratulations. You have killed the fallen Baron Woka. You may head to the Alchemists Association at a later time to retrieve the Hand of Alchemy as your reward." So, he was a fallen. No wonder why he gave so much EXP. Realization dawned on Shi Feng as he read the system notification. He was also ecstatic. Fallen was a very rare title in God's domain, as it was akin to receiving a bounty from the human race as a whole. The Fallen had committed far more severe crimes against the human race than dark players. Normally, one only gained this title after destroying an NPC city. Obviously, anything capable of destroying an entire NPC city had to be terrifyingly powerful. In fact, it was very easy to tell how powerful Baron Woka actually was by his defensive combat technique. If not for absolute time silence effect, Shi Feng wouldn't even have a corpse to speak of right now. As Baron Woka died, a pile of items had appeared around his corpse. At a glance, Shi Feng counted at least 50 items. What a rich NPC. Shi Feng was stunned. Although the majority of the loot consisted of various attribute gemstones, these gemstones were extraordinary. Even the most inferior among them were Tier 3. Several rare gemstones had also dropped. The Mana Gemstone was one example. When equipped, the Mana Gemstone increased a player's maximum mana by 3%. Each player could equip a maximum of 3 Mana Gemstones. In the past, these gemstones easily fetched over 200 gold on the market. They had never gone out of style. There was also the Magic Barrier gemstone. When equipped, it would wrap players in a magic barrier that reduced all damage received by 2%. As with other gemstones, only 3 could be equipped at a time. It was an amazing gemstone for MTs. In the past, each had sold for 400 gold. Lastly, there was the Dexterity gemstone. When equipped, it improved a player's physique by 1%. It was also the most expensive gemstone on the market, with each easily selling for 1,000 gold in the past. However, it was as difficult to obtain as it was expensive. Shadow had only ever gotten its hands on a total of 11 Dexterity gemstones in the past, yet Shifeng had just obtained 4 Dexterity gemstones by killing Baronwoka. Shifeng had also obtained 6 Mana gemstones and 5 Magic Barrier gemstones. Including the other Tier 3 Attribute gemstones and slightly rare gemstones, overall, Shifeng had earned over 10,000 gold's worth of gemstones by killing Baronwoka. Baronwoka had dropped 3 other items as well, 2 of which were equipment. One of the 2 pieces of equipment was a level 60 fine gold ring called Chanter's Ring. Although its basic attributes were average at best, when equipped, it increased the wearer's spellcasting speed by 2%. It was an effect that magic classes were desperate for. The other piece of equipment was a cape called Alchemist's Pledge. Although it was only a level 50 fine gold cape, and its basic attributes were very poor, the cape had 2 passive skills that any alchemist would want: Mental Focus and Soul of Alchemy. Mental Focus increased the wearer's focus when carrying out a task. Although it didn't seem like a special effect, it was even more useful than High Mana Density when one crafted item. Soul of Alchemy was even more impressive. The skill increased the wearer's alchemical success rate by 3% and production speed by 30%. With these passive skills, it would be a piece of cake for alchemists to raise their proficiency quickly. Moreover, these skills would assist players with their promotion to Master and Grandmaster rank. I can offer the Alchemist's Pledge as the benefit for the trading firm's chief alchemist. Shifeng smiled. Any guild or trading firm that wanted its members to improve quickly needed to provide a competitive environment. To gain this competitive edge, they needed to offer powerful benefits as motivation. While the Candlelight trading firm offered various benefits, none of them were unique. Its benefits weren't particularly tempting to the truly excellent lifestyle players out there. However, if he offered the Alchemist's Pledge as a benefit for becoming Candlelight's chief alchemist, it would spark a burning passion in the trading firm's alchemists. He also had secret alchemy techniques. He could similarly use these techniques as a reward for alchemists who performed well, following which, Shifeng picked up the last item Baronwoka had dropped. This item was an old, gray key. It was clear that it had originated from an ancient era and hadn't truly belonged to Baronwoka. Shifeng then clicked to check the item's introduction. However, he discovered that the item couldn't be appraised. Cannot be appraised? What kind of key is this? Shifeng's curiosity grew. Omniscient eyes. The system reported that he would need 20 seconds to appraise the key. The duration was even longer than when he appraised epic items. Time passed quickly. When the loading bar was finally complete, the gray key transformed. The key started to radiate a faint, golden glow. Moon God's secret key. Unique. Possesses the power to control all magic arrays in the Moonlight Courtyard. Can also be used to lock or unlock the Moonlight Courtyard's rooms. So, they could enter and leave this place freely due to this key. Realization dawned on Shifeng. The Moon God created the Moonlight Courtyard. Even if the Moon God were no longer here, not just any entity could take up residence in the courtyard due to its many powerful traps. Even someone as powerful as Raymond would lose his life if he accidentally triggered a trap. However, it was a different story if Raymond had the Moon God's secret key. With this, he could move around the Moonlight Courtyard as if it were his own backyard. Raymond must have asked Baronwoka to pick something up for him. This is a convenient development. Shifeng suddenly thought of a plan to obtain the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. The 7 Luminaries Source Stone was the key component for completing his promotion quest. Without it, sealing the Demon King was practically impossible. Shifeng hadn't had a way to secure the stone as he wasn't strong enough to take our Raymond. However, the situation had changed. With the Moon God's secret key, he had full control over the Moonlight Courtyard. First, Shifeng had to rest. Since he had activated twofold Berserk, he was currently in a weakened state, his attributes having decreased significantly. With his current attributes, he wouldn't even have time to react to Raymond's casual attacks, much less steal the 7 Luminary Source Stone. With nothing better to do in the meantime, Feng logged out of God's domain and entered his offline space. Unlike in the Dark Canyon, he still had access to his communications system in the offline space. The moment Feng logged out of God's domain, he received a series of system notifications, all of which were messages from within God's domain. Overall, he had received dozens of messages and several communication requests. Why are so many people trying to contact me? Feng gave the notifications an odd look. Aside from Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, Phoenix Rain had even sent him urgent messages. Moreover, she had tried to call him 3 times. Has something happened? Feng opened his friends list and called Aqua Rose. Chapter 1307. Qualitatively Changing a Town. Chapter 1307. Qualitatively Changing a Town. Inside the dim offline space, a few seconds after Feng made the call request, Aqua Rose connected to the video call. Currently, the video showed Aqua Rose out in the field, a slightly anxious expression on her face. Moreover, the sounds of an intense battle seemed to come from every direction. Guild leader, your communication system is finally up, Aqua Rose said, sighing with relief. Her frown relaxed slightly. I was prepared to send Blackie to go and knock on your cabin. Has something happened? Feng asked as he examined Aqua Rose's tired expression. He had logged back into God's domain a short time ago, and before he had returned, he hadn't received a single message, yet as soon as he logged out, so many people had tried to contact him. Whatever Aqua Rose wanted to talk about, it must be important. Otherwise, with Aqua Rose's capabilities, she would have solved the problem without contacting him. Since Gentle Snow had joined Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had a much easier time managing the guild's affairs. This was even after taking into account the guild's expansion. In fact, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were so capable that they could solve many issues without his help. Hence, he had been able to challenge his promotion quest without worrying about his guild. Not long ago, Heaven's Burial gained access to Evernight City. They've turned the Frozen Scar map into an Asura mode regional dungeon. Based on the information Evernight City published, a guild can gain access to the city once they kill the Frost King, the regional dungeon's final boss. Every large guild is focusing on raiding the regional dungeon. Quite a few superpowers have set their sights on this dark city. The competition in Frozen Scar is intense. I suggest that we pull Snow away from Lake Heart City and gather Zero Wing's forces in Frozen Scar. However, Snow has reported that the situation in Lake Heart City has started to improve, and she can't step away at the moment. I led a portion of our main forces into Frozen Scar, but we're having difficulty competing with those superpowers. Moreover, quite a few dark players have been slaughtering players around White River City, striking fear into the residents' hearts. Some players have even migrated to Star Moon City. We've dispatched quite a few experts to deal with the situation, but that means that I have even less manpower at my disposal. Evernight City was the only dark city in Star Moon Kingdom. It offered a few privileges that most ordinary NPC cities lacked. One of which was a teleportation array connected to Evernight City, which guilds could gain access to once they had enough reputation. The city would build this array in one of the guild's towns or cities, allowing the guild's players to teleport from the guild town or city to Evernight City with ease. Moreover, as a guild increased its status in Evernight City, it would gain access to more teleportation arrays. Ordinary NPC cities didn't have such a privilege to offer. Not only was this convenient for guilds, but it would also aid in their development. There wasn't a lot of distance between Star Moon City and Evernight City. Many players could use Evernight City as a waypoint to reach farther guild towns and grind in the nearby high-level maps without traveling for dozens of hours. Rather than put down roots in a particular guild town permanently, players could treat it like a temporary rest point, moving their operations at a moment's notice if necessary. Independent players would swarm to a guild town tethered to Evernight City, boosting the town's development. Access to Evernight City? Feng immediately came to a realization. It was no wonder why Aqua Rose was so nervous. Even Phoenix Rain had tried to contact him several times. If Zero Wing could gain access to Evernight City and secure a teleportation array for Stone Forest Town, it would transform the town. Of course, this was true for other guilds as well. It was no wonder why so many guilds were going mad over this matter. Even the various superpowers wanted in on the action. Guild leader, I'd like Snow to shift her focus away from Lake Heart City for now. If the other guilds kill the Frost King, it will become very difficult for us to gain access to Evernight City. Aqua Rose explained. No. Snow has to keep her focus in Lake Heart, Shifeng said, shaking his head. As for you, give up on raiding Frozen Scar for now. Give up? Shifeng's decision stunned Aqua Rose. Forest Town had only become the #1 town in Starmoon Kingdom after overcoming many challenges. If they let the another guild kill the Frost King before them, they might not be able to maintain Stone Forest Town's position. That's right. Give up on raiding the Frost King. Instead, figure out a way to raid Blizzard Fortress, the team dungeon in the Frozen Scar. Try to get the first clear if possible. Shifeng nodded. Guild leader, that's a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Aqua Rose was astonished. By the time we obtain the first clear, someone else will kill the Frost King. A level 50, 100-man team dungeon was a massive challenge to any guild at this stage of the game. Raiding one was far more difficult than raiding the Frost King. Based on their investigation, the Frost King was only a level 53 Grand Lord. The only reason it hadn't been raided yet was that no one had found its hiding place deep within the Frozen Scar. Players needed to kill many monsters and bosses in order to reach the final boss. Taking into account the Frozen Scar's severe environment, which increased players' stamina consumption by several times, progress to reach the Frost King was quite slow. They would be crazy to ignore the Frost King, the easier raid target, to challenge the Blizzard Fortress. Instead, the Frost King is an ice-type boss. Fighting it without very high ice resistance is nearly impossible, but the weapons and equipment that drop in the Blizzard Fortress are somewhat unique. Almost every item offers high ice resistance. If we have these items, it'll be much easier to raid the Frost King. In any case, with so many guilds in the running, the competition won't conclude for some time. We'll use this opportunity to bolster our team's strength. It won't be too late to raid the Frost King once we've done so, Shifeng said, smiling. He did not bother to explain further details. All right, I understand. I'll try to raid the Blizzard Fortress as quickly as possible. In reality, Aqua Rose still had her doubts. She knew that they had tons of Sea God's blessings in the guild warehouse. The potion could significantly increase a player's resistances. However, since Shifeng had given her an order, it wouldn't be wise to insist against it. She could only try to raid the dungeon as quickly as possible. Following which, Aqua Rose disconnected the call. Meanwhile, Shifeng smiled wryly at Aqua Rose's confusion. He could not reveal too much information. After all, no one had actually raided the Frost King yet. He couldn't just come out and say that players needed a minimum of 300 points of ice resistance to raid the boss with such a high requirement. Not even stacking 2 bottles of Sea God's blessing would be enough. They needed other weapons and equipment to supplement for the missing points. Otherwise, players wouldn't stand a chance against the Frost King. Many guilds had contested for the right to enter Evernight City in the past as well. Similarly, these guilds had focused on clearing a straight path towards the Frost King, expending tons of manpower and resources in the process. However, only after encountering the Frost King did everyone realize how much of a nightmare the boss truly was. In the end, despite only being a Grand Lord, the Frost King had wiped out an army of hundreds of thousands of elite players, transforming them into ice sculptures. However, the fact that Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City concerned Shifeng. When Evernight City had surfaced in the past, over 20 days had passed before the first guild had gained access to the city, yet it had only been a few days, and Heaven's Burial had already entered the city. It was inconceivable. To make matters worse, the first guild to gain access enjoyed additional benefits, which would make it far easier to gain guild reputation in Evernight City. It wouldn't be long before Heaven's Burial connected its guild town to Evernight City. This won't do. I need to hurry. After a 2-hour nap, Shifeng logged into God's domain once more. Chapter 1308, Challenging the Dark Wizard. Chapter 1308, Challenging the Dark Wizard. I recovered faster than I expected. When Shifeng logged back into God's domain, he inspected his status window, noticing that his weakened state was already gone. He was back at his peak, although the increased time flow in the dark canyon was part of the reason for his speedy recovery. The research area's high mana density, which was much higher than in the outside world, had helped. As a result, his weakened state's duration had decreased significantly, following which, Shifeng took 2 Sea God's Blessing bottles from his bag and consumed them, his resistances, particularly magic resistance, increasing by a total of 150 points. He then retrieved an acceleration scroll and gave himself the acceleration buff. Following which, he switched his swordsmanship master title to the basic tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30 points, stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. After making a series of adjustments, Shifeng pushed his basic attributes and movement speed to his current limit. While Shifeng had rested in his offline space, he had thought about how he would go about stealing the 7 Luminary Source Stone. He had run through several simulations in his mind, afraid of the unexpected. Aether 5 Grand Wizard was an extremely dangerous opponent. The slightest mistake would result in his death. While Shifeng did not mind dying, his death would result in the loss of the Soul Orb. If he lost the Soul Orb now, he did not know how long it would take to find another one of the 7 treasures again. He couldn't lose the Soul Orb now. Hopefully, the system won't try to mess with me. Shifeng then carefully opened the research room door and snuck in. Raymond was still immersed in his alchemy in the room. He had blocked every distraction from his mind as he focused on his research. Meanwhile, he had placed the 7 Luminary Source Stone above a research table in the center of a small, crimson magic array not far from him. This small magic array utilized the 7 Luminary Source Stone as a power source, supplying the mana Raymond needed to craft his item. Shifeng did not rush to snatch the 7 Luminary Source Stone. Instead, he quietly examined the room's layout and the items around the room. As a God's Domain expert, the first thing he needed to do when encountering a foreign environment was to adapt. This way, he could exert his maximum combat potential during a fight. This time, however, Shifeng didn't observe his surroundings just to adapt, but to locate the research room's treasures as well. He had only reached the Moon God's research room, which had been excellently maintained after many challenges. He'd do himself a disservice if he stole the 7 Luminary Source Stone and ignored everything else. Every item in the research room was sorely tempting. The alchemy tools on the research tables alone were dark gold rank. Even after a decade of playing God's Domain, such tools had been incredibly precious. Every alchemist constantly hunted such treasures. Shifeng even spotted a complete set on one of the research tables. Aside from the alchemy tools, the research room had quite a few items that radiated divine might. The Moon God must have used them all frequently. Any one of these items could easily sell for over 100,000 magic crystals in an auction. There were also quite a few tattered designs on an experiment table. These designs had been crafted with extremely valuable materials. Rather than the standard sheepskin parchment, the designs had been drawn on dragon skin. Only gods would dare use a dragon skin as parchment. Fortunately, dragon skin parchment would survive storage for tens of thousands of years. As he carefully analyzed the research room, shock bubbled in Shifeng's chest. The research room was a treasure trove. It could likely rival the Fallen Ark. If only the Dark Wizard Raymond weren't present. Raymond finally completed the item he had been working on. A golden ring, with a jewel radiating a 7-colored brilliance in its center, floated in the air before him. The jewel also released a frightening pressure. Even Shifeng, who stood far outside of the research room's magic array, felt a significant weight bearing down on him. What is that? Shifeng stared at the golden ring curiously. Very few items in God's Domain, aside from items gods had used, emitted that kind of pressure. Every one of these items was a masterpiece. The golden ring's pressure could even rival divine might. After completing the ring, Raymond's hands stopped moving as he began to chant an incantation. A 4-fold magic array then appeared above the golden ring, absorbing the surrounding mana and forcing it into the ring. Like a massive whale taking a breath, the golden ring sucked in the dense mana, yet despite absorbing so much, the ring showed no signs of slowing. A chance. Watching the golden ring absorb mana, Shifeng knew that this was the crucial moment to act. If he missed this opportunity, he wasn't likely to get another. Immediately, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger stay near the research room's entrance, keeping the door open. He then dashed towards Raymond. Raymond, Dark Shaman King. Human, Grand Wizard. Level 72. HP? / Although Raymond was only level 72, he was a Tier 5 NPC. He detected the fluctuations in the magic array almost immediately, which Shifeng had caused as he ran through it. When Raymond realized that he had an intruder, his gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, Raymond waved his wrinkled arm and gestured towards Shifeng. 5 magic arrays of different colors formed at his fingertips, overlapping. The amount of mana around Raymond's palm even made Shifeng shudder with fear. This is insane. He's using Elemental Crush, right off the bat? As soon as Shifeng saw the 5 magic arrays, he recognized the spell Elemental Crush was a Tier 5, miniature destruction spell. Although the attack's range wasn't large, it was even more frightening than a Tier 5, large-scale destruction spell. If struck, even MTs of the same tier and level would lose half of their HP instantly. However, the spell had a flaw: its runes were overly complex. The chant was also quite long. Tier 5 Grand Wizards didn't usually use this spell in PvP. However, Raymond could forego both the incantation and runes, casting the spell instantly. Suddenly, space around Shifeng started to crumble. Everything around him turned dark. In the blink of an eye, everything within 30 yards had been turned to dust. However, just as Raymond thought he had dealt with the intruder and was about to return his focus to the magic array above the golden ring, a figure appeared before him. Close 1. Shifeng could not help but glance at his previous position, fear lingering in his heart. Fortunately, he had Instant Strike, which allowed him to teleport to his target. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged the spell with his movement speed. Despicable mortal, die. Realizing that Shifeng was still alive, Raymond grew serious as he activated his domain. In God's domain, there was a saying that those without domains were nothing more than ants underfoot. As long as one activated a domain, they could suppress their enemies. Against weaker opponents, it would be a one-sided slaughter. However, Shifeng had prepared for Raymond's domain. As soon as he appeared before Raymond, he activated Absolute Time, freezing the area's mana. Even the Dark Shaman King couldn't access the mana. Raymond's spreading domain crumbled instantly. Shifeng sighed with relief. He knew that Absolute Time wouldn't silence Raymond for more than 10 seconds. He could accept that as long as it was effective against the NPC for even a brief moment. Without hesitation, Shifeng activated Power of Darkness and Windwalk before dashing towards the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone. Damnable ant. Seeing Shifeng run past him, flames of rage burned in Raymond's eyes as he smashed the black, metallic staff in his other hand towards Shifeng. Although Raymond couldn't use his spells, Raymond's physique, strength, and speed were leaps and bounds above the swordsman's. Even without using combat techniques, he could kill Shifeng instantly. Ping. A metallic clang echoed when the staff crashed into Shifeng. However, the staff stopped half an inch before Shifeng, unable to proceed. Defensive blade. Raymond was helpless against this move. He was a magical class. Without his spells, he couldn't deplete defensive blade's block counts quickly. He could only smash his staff into Shifeng repeatedly to deplete the block counts. This gave Shifeng enough time to reach the 7 Luminaries' Source Stone above the research table. With lightning-quick reactions, Shifeng grabbed the Source Stone and stored it in his bag space. He then turned and fled to another research table. Bastard. You bastard! You dare steal what's mine? Do you think someone like you can last against me for long? Suddenly, Raymond's white hair darkened to black. His wrinkles started to smooth as he began to appear youthful. His aura also seemed to grow more powerful. Taste the wrath of the Dark Shaman King. Chapter 1309, Ring of Gospel. Chapter 1309, Ring of Gospel. As soon as Raymond finished speaking, a crisp shattering sound rang out inside the research room. The previously frozen mana in the room promptly went berserk, surging towards Raymond. Meanwhile, Raymond began transforming from an elderly man into a dignified youth at a rate visible to the naked eye. In simple terms, the silence effect was achieved through freezing the target's mana flow or retarding it considerably. For Raymond, someone who had gazed into the abyss of magic, resolving such a situation was not a difficult task. Meanwhile, one of the most effective ways to remove a silence debuff was to forcibly break free from the restrictions placed on their mana. This was also the reason why the silence debuff was very weak against high-tiered existences disappear from this world. At this moment, not only was Raymond chanting an incantation, but he was also writing runes in midair. Meanwhile, both his chanting and writing speeds were beyond anything Shifeng had ever seen before, despite Shifeng having activated a berserk skill and being under the effect of various acceleration skills. Before he could even reach the next research table, for magic arrays had already appeared around Raymond. Meanwhile, each magic array gathered a frightening amount of mana. If Phoenix Rain were present right now, she would definitely be stupefied by this scene. The reason for this was the technique Raymond had just displayed. It was literally the ideal sought after by all magical class players: quadruple speed casting. Moreover, every spell Raymond cast was a tier 5 spell capable of heavily injuring tier 5 classes. If struck by all 4 spells, even a tier 5 player would die instantly. In the next moment, spatial tiers formed around Shifeng, surrounding him. Following which, flames, lightning, and ice began descending from above, sealing off Shifeng's paths of retreat completely. Boom. 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 A series of explosions rang out in the research room in rapid succession. If not for this room being the creation of the moon god, it would have been reduced to a pile of rubble already. However, after suffering this bombardment, Shifeng still managed to arrive at the research table safely, where he frantically grabbed everything he could. He did not pay attention to what his hands picked up as he tossed everything into his bag. He even went as far as implementing Sword's orbit with his arms to increase his looting efficiency. After plundering everything on the research table, he headed straight for the experiment table with the dragon skin parchments on it. Damnable ant. Who gave you the 7 luminaries ring? Raymond shouted reflexively in both surprise and rage when he noticed the golden divine runes flowing around Shifeng's body. In the next instant, however, Raymond's eyes turned red with greed and passion. Don't think that the 7 luminaries ring's power can save you. Before me, nobody can escape. If you hand over the 7 luminaries ring now, I can promise to turn you into my servant and let you have the opportunity to come into contact with the abyss of magic. However, Shifeng did not respond to Raymond's demand as he continued his looting operation without pause. Shifeng knew full well that the aura of Earth's absolute defense would not last long. Moreover, even skills that provided invulnerability couldn't offer unlimited protection against someone like the Black Shaman King. After all, nothing was truly invulnerable. It was only a matter of whether one was strong enough to overcome a particular invulnerability effect. If the 7 luminaries ring he possessed right now were the real deal, needless to say, defending against Raymond's attacks would be a piece of cake. However, the 7 luminaries ring he possessed was a replica. It wasn't a godly relic. Just being able to ward off Raymond's quadruple casting was already fortunate. If Raymond really got serious, absolute defense most likely wouldn't be able to stop the NPC's attacks. Since you're not willing to hand it over, become my living puppet. Raymond began chanting once again. Unlike before, however, his chanting speed was not particularly fast this time. Moreover, the runes he wrote were incomparably complex. Even Shifeng, someone who had conducted plenty of research into runes and magic arrays, could not identify what those runes were meant for. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng started looting the items on the experiment table as soon as he arrived before it. Absolute defense's duration had less than 2 seconds remaining. Although he could not plunder the entire experiment table, he took most of the items on it at this time. Raymond pointed his staff at Shifeng and shouted, "Shatter." In the next moment, a black beam of light shot at Shifeng's body. Immediately, the divine runes surrounding Shifeng's body started crumbling. It was obvious that Raymond's attack had broken through absolute defense. Become my loyal slave. Raymond then slammed the butt of his staff on the floor. A shadow instantly formed beneath Shifeng's feet. Gray strands slowly rose from the shadow, binding Shifeng's body. Why does he know even the necromancer class's dark bondage? Shifeng frowned when he saw the gray strands wrapped around his feet. Dark bondage was a tier 4 spell that could turn a living creature into one's slave. The success rate of the spell depended on the user's and target's levels and tiers. On average, the success rate was very low. Of course, this was only in the case of players. It was a different story if a powerful NPC like Raymond cast the spell when nearly half of Shifeng's body was bound. Raymond revealed a sneer on his face. Divine steps. Suddenly, 10 doppelgangers formed around Shifeng. He then chose to switch positions with one of them. Even a spell like Dark Bondage couldn't stop Shifeng from swapping places with his doppelganger. He promptly took another item from the experiment table. However, as soon as Shifeng stored the item into his bag, he suddenly found himself as well as his 10 doppelgangers appearing before Raymond. What? He knows even the Tier 5 curse space conversion? Shifeng was surprised as he swept a glance at his surroundings. Hurriedly, he started switching places with his other doppelgangers, which were slightly farther away from Raymond at this time. Raymond also activated his domain once more, directly suppressing Shifeng and preventing him from moving whatsoever. Only Shifeng's 10 doppelgangers, which were invulnerable like Shifeng, could still move. However, no matter where the doppelgangers went, as long as they remained inside the range of Raymond's domain, even if Shifeng switched places with them, he still couldn't budge from their futile effort. Raymond waved his staff once more, and his surroundings turned into a world of frost, trapping Shifeng's doppelgangers. Although the doppelgangers were invulnerable, they did not possess the ability to pass through physical objects. Without any strength of their own, they could only remain trapped inside the ice. Is that so? At this moment, Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he switched places with the doppelganger that stood less than a yard away from the golden ring. He had not hurried to leave and dared to take sure, bold actions, all because he had suddenly recalled something about this golden ring in the past. The alliance of superpowers had been able to kill the Dark Shaman King because they had managed to destroy one of the NPC's items at the cost of plenty of sacrifices. That item was the Ring of Gospel. It was also the key to killing the Dark Shaman King. The item Raymond had been producing happened to have the shape of a circular ring. As a result, Shifeng could not help but link it with the Ring of Gospel. Since he had already made it all the way here, he naturally could not let such a good opportunity get away. Despicable rat. When Raymond saw Shifeng grabbing the golden ring, he was like a cat that just got its tail stepped on. He literally jumped up in anger before bombarding Shifeng with one Tier 4 spell after another. At this point, he had lost all intentions of making Shifeng a puppet. One after another, silvery white frost lances began shooting at Shifeng from all directions. The cold air radiated by every one of these frost lances made Shifeng shudder. He could also faintly see golden arcs of electricity wreathing these frost lances. As they moved, even their surrounding space showed signs of shattering. Shifeng did not doubt that even one hit from these frost lances would kill him instantly. I can't stay here any longer. This time, Shifeng knew that Raymond was no longer holding back. Immediately, he chose to switch positions with the doppelganger summoned through Phantom Kill. Boom. Boom. As soon as he switched positions, hundreds of frost lances pierced his doppelganger, killing it on the spot. The doppelganger did not even have time to react. He really is too strong. Standing by the research room's entrance, Shifeng was greatly shocked by this scene. He hurriedly left the room, not daring to remain even a moment longer. Meanwhile, as soon as he exited, he sealed the door, using the moon god's secret key. The instant the room was sealed, Shifeng felt the door shaking violently. Chapter 1310, Moon God's Secret Record. Chapter 1310, Moon God's Secret Record. The door of the research room was made using a special method. Moreover, the moon god had reinforced it with divine runes. Even a Tier 5 Grand Wizard would have difficulty leaving a scratch on it. However, the violent tremors of the door made Shifeng doubt it could hold back the Dark Shaman King. After all, Raymond was an NPC capable of becoming the final boss of one of God's domain's major expansion packs. He definitely was not an existence that ordinary Tier 5 NPCs could compare to in retrospect. Considering how several superpowers had needed to work together to defeat Raymond, Shifeng could only conclude that Raymond had to be at the demigod standard. Already thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt that he still wasn't safe. He left the research area right away. When he entered the corridor leading out of the research area, he even used the moon god's secret key to seal off the corridor. Although the corridor's seal was not as powerful as the door of the research room, it could more or less stop Raymond for a short while. After Shifeng left the research area, it was as if he had entered a whole other world. When he exited the corridor, he arrived at a place filled with greenery. He could see hills and waterfalls in the distance as well as hear bird calls and smell flowers. He could also pick up the roars of many demonic beasts. At the same time, he spotted many demonic patrol squads making the rounds of the forest paths, although the guards in these demonic patrol squads were not as strong as the demons guarding the inner courtyard. Each patrol still consisted of 1 level 70, Tier 3 demonic guard and 9 level 70, Tier 2 demonic soldiers. To Shifeng, who currently couldn't summon his personal guards and mount, they were extremely dangerous opponents. Immediately after, the sound of a system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System, you have discovered the top floor of the Demon's Ceiling Tower, Moon God Space. What? This is the top floor of the Demon's Ceiling Tower? Shifeng was stunned when he looked at the system notification. Based on the system map, the Demon's Ceiling Tower had a total of 36 floors. Meanwhile, each floor could easily fit a small town inside. If Shifeng had tried climbing from the first floor to the top floor, he would have needed plenty of time. Although he had already steeled himself for a long battle, climbing all 36 floors would not have been an easy task previously. Shifeng had still thought that spending 507 luminaries shards to teleport to the research area had not been worth it. Now, however, it would seem that he had just made a huge profit immediately. Shifeng found a safe location to hide before adjusting his mental state and organizing the items he looted from beginning to end. His exchange with Raymond had lasted only 7 or 8 seconds. However, despite this brevity, his stamina and concentration had been depleted as if he had fought normally for several hours. The exchange had taken a severe toll on his concentration, in particular. Due to the frightening pressure Raymond gave off, as well as the NPC's domain, every second he spent fleeing from the NPC was equivalent to fighting against an opponent of equal strength for an hour. In fact, from the moment Shifeng started facing off against Raymond until he exited the research room, Shifeng had not even taken a breath. After all, even the slightest delay in his actions could lead to his death, rendering all his efforts since entering God's domain useless. One could imagine just how much pressure Shifeng felt during those short 7 or 8 seconds. Hence, Shifeng wished to slowly relax his tense mental state. Meanwhile, at the Asura mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar, many of Starmoon Kingdom's powerful and well-known guilds were currently gathered here. There were even large guilds from other kingdoms and empires coming to raid the regional dungeon. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of elite and expert players were at Frozen Scar, and the competition here was considerably intense. In just the few short hours since Frozen Scar became a regional dungeon, over 50,000 elite players had already died in it. This situation immediately deterred members of small guilds and independent players from entering the dungeon. However, in one forest filled with snow, a 1,000-man legion was calmly pressing forward. The legion easily killed off any level 46 Lord-ranked snow yetis and level 45 elite-ranked snow giants and steadily advanced towards the location of the Frost King. When the elite legions of other guilds came across this legion, they would hurriedly avoid it, afraid of provoking it. After all, the guild this 1,000-man legion belonged to was none other than Heaven's Burial, the official number 2 guild of Starmoon Kingdom currently. Singular Burial was even personally leading this elite legion. Among the members of this legion, even the weakest was level 41, whereas the experts were level 42. There were even some experts that had reached level 43. Meanwhile, these players were all geared in level 40 top-tier equipment, with the most inferior being fine gold rank and the majority being dark gold rank. The strongest among all these players was Singular Burial. Although he was only level 43, he was equipped with the level 45 dark gold set equipment for rangers, the 100 Beasts set, and wielded a pitch-black double-stringed bone bow that gave off the epic rank glow effect. Despite going up against over 50 Frost Yetis and 1,000 Frost Giants, Singular Burial managed to command his team properly and keep the situation under control. In the end, Heaven's Burial's elite legion bombarded these monsters to death without even a break in their front line. This situation inspired serious envy in the players from other guilds watching from afar. Just as Singular Burial and his team were cleaning up the remnant Frost Giants, he suddenly received a communication request. Ghost, did something happen on your side? Singular Burial asked as he looked at the indifferent level 43 assassin in the screen. Something happened over at Zero Wing's side, Ghost Shadow reported. For some reason, instead of advancing towards the Frost King, Zero Wing's team has actually turned around and is currently headed towards the Blizzard Fortress. By the looks of it, they are planning on raiding the dungeon. Raiding the Blizzard Fortress? Singular Burial could not help but be stunned. Are you sure? Blizzard Fortress is a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Why are they even trying to raid it? For them to give up on the Frost King so willingly, could they have discovered something we don't know? The information regarding the Frost King was something he had released to the public himself. Meanwhile, his reason for doing so was to lure Zero Wing's main force over and use the opportunity to weaken it. At the same time, he could also complete his quest, I don't know. However, the information about them heading towards the Blizzard Fortress is definitely true. As for Zero Wing's elite members, they have also left Frozen Scar already. Ghost Shadow was similarly confused by this situation. Killing the Frost King would grant a guild access to Evernight City, yet Zero Wing had actually given up such a good opportunity in favor of raiding a dungeon. Moreover, it was even a level 50 large-scale team dungeon. Even he, an expert who had fought in the virtual gaming world for many years now, could not understand what Zero Wing was trying to do. Forget it. Ignore them for now. You and your men regroup with us as well. The number of guilds joining the competition is growing increasingly higher, so we need to hurry up ourselves. Once we're done with our quest, Star Moon Kingdom will become Heaven's Burial's possession. Even if Zero Wing manages to raid the dungeon, it would be useless, Singular Burial said, sneering. I've really lucked out this time. Shurfeng could not help sighing happily as he looked at his bag space previously. All of his attention had been on Raymond. Hence, when he was looting, he simply shoved everything he could get his hands on into his bag without caring what they were now that he got to take a closer look. However, even Shurfeng himself was stupefied by the spoils. Among the items he looted were 8 dark gold alchemy tools. There was also a set of dark gold alchemy tools made from magic jade called the Green Jade set. If placed on the market, this set could easily sell for over 30,000 gold in its own. Magic jade possessed the ability to absorb mana from its surroundings. When made into an alchemy tool, it could pull out the best effects of herbs. In total, the complete set of magic jade alchemy tools increased alchemy success rates by 10% and alchemy production speeds by 20%. There was also a 3% chance for the created product to have its effects strengthened in the past. Even Grandmaster alchemists had been extremely eager to get their hands on such a set. Unfortunately, even super guilds had a very difficult time obtaining a set of dark gold alchemy tools. Not to mention something like the Green Jade set. Aside from alchemy tools, Shurfeng's bag had many sheets of ancient, tattered pages. Recorded on these pages were recipes made by the moon god. However, as the pages were dilapidated, they could not be used. After Shurfeng used omniscient eyes to appraise one of the tattered pages, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. System, ancient tattered page discovered. Repairing it requires 100 magic crystals. Dragonskin parchment sure is amazing. Even after enduring tens of thousands of years of corrosion, it can still be repaired using magic crystals. No wonder gods would use dragonskin parchment to make records in ancient times. Realization dawned upon Shurfeng. Having picked up so many tattered pages, he never hoped that every one of them would still be usable. He would be fine with just one. At the very least, he wouldn't have wasted his precious time trying to collect all these tattered pages. Hence, it was truly surprising that the pages could be repaired. Shurfeng started repairing page after page right away. As he repaired the pages, he also organized them based on the page numbers, and surprisingly, the pages actually automatically combined. After around 10 minutes passed, he was finally done repairing all 31 pages he picked up. Suddenly, the combined pages transformed into a thick, ancient book that radiated a faint trace of divine might. Meanwhile, there were 4 words, written in the ancient divine language, on the cover of this ancient book: Moon God's Secret Record. Chapter 1311. Upgrading to Fragmented Legendary Rank. Chapter 1311. Upgrading to Fragmented Legendary Rank. What? This is the Moon God's Secret Record. Shurfeng stared at the ancient book in his hands time and again, his heart unable to calm down even after some time. Even his breathing right now had baited. There were 5 great alchemy scriptures in God's domain. These 5 great alchemy scriptures were like the Holy Bible to alchemists and were highly sought after. In the past, every alchemist that had managed to get their hands on these alchemy scriptures had become famous individuals in the alchemy world. Meanwhile, one of the 5 great alchemy scriptures was the moon god's secret record. Legend had it that the moon god had edited it extensively. However, many wars had also been waged between kingdoms and empires because of the moon god's secret record, and it ended up divided and scattered all over God's domain. Eventually, with the passage of time, the moon god's secret record had disappeared entirely. Feng had never imagined that he would actually come across the moon god's secret record and even obtain it in the moonlight courtyard, following which, he clicked excitedly to check the attribute panel of the moon god's secret record. Moon God's Secret Record, Volume 1. A detailed compilation of the moon god's experiences and techniques in alchemy. There is a total of 3 volumes. One can obtain the moon god's legacy when all 3 volumes are collected. It's actually split into 3 volumes? Feng's initially passionate heart cooled down immediately. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the situation reasonable. The moon god's secret record had been contested by ancient kingdoms and empires many times before. On the other hand, it had been many years since anyone had set foot into the moonlight courtyard. It was clear that the moon god's secret record here did not possess any relation to the ancient wars waged on the continent of God's domain. The only explanation for there being a copy here was that there wasn't only one moon god's secret record. Nevertheless, Feng was already very satisfied with this outcome. Among the 3 volumes comprising the moon god's secret record, the first volume contained information regarding the various materials in God's domain. It was like an alchemy encyclopedia. With this book, players could understand the various properties of alchemy materials and establish a solid foundation for when they were trying to create new recipes. The reason why Titan City's research rooms could aid players in reaching the Master and Grandmaster ranks was mainly because of the wealth of information contained within the rooms. Meanwhile, the research information of the moon god was most likely not one bit inferior when compared to the alchemy database of Titan City. The Candlelight trading firm would have a much easier time nurturing master alchemists, following which, Feng stored the moon god's secret record and began checking the other items he obtained. Although Feng had placed all of his attention on Raymond inside the research room, before he sprang into action, he had already planned to take away the several items that radiated divine might. Excellent. There are exactly 6 god crystals. Feng grew excited as he looked at the 6 items radiating divine might in his bag. Currently, the soul orb was missing only 6 god crystals to remove the first seal Paimon placed, although there were bound to be many more god crystals, which he had not managed to discover, left inside the research room. Feng had spotted only 8 items with a high potential of being used as god crystals. Meanwhile, as he was looting the room, he had managed to grab only 7 of those items. If he had tried going for the last one, there was over a 90% chance that Raymond would have killed him. Fortunately, his insight wasn't too bad. Of the 7 possibles he picked up, after going through the Omniscient Eye's appraisal, 6 were confirmed to be god crystals. That was just the right number to lift the first seal on the soul orb. This was also the reason why he had chosen to challenge the Asura mode promotion quest back then. As long as he removed the first seal, the soul orb would become his item entirely. Even if he died, he would not have to worry about the soul orb being teleported back to Paimon's hands. Even if he failed his promotion quest this time, he would not have made a wasted trip. Thinking up to this point, Feng took out the soul orb and started letting it absorb the god crystals one after another. 1 crystal. 2 crystals. 3 crystals. With each god crystal absorbed, the demonic power the soul orb radiated weakened slightly. At the same time, the pressure it emitted also strengthened. When the soul orb absorbed the last god crystal, it suddenly struggled free from Feng's grasp and flew up into the air. It then formed in the sky a 7-fold magic array covering a radius of over 1,000 yards. The amount of mana the magic array drew was several times more than when Raymond was mobilizing the mana in the research room. Meanwhile, the pressure the soul orb emitted also transformed into divine might. Like a slumbering dragon awakening, the soul orb made the distant demonic beasts and demons shudder involuntarily, their bodies collapsing to the ground as they became paralyzed with fear. A frightening mana vortex then formed around the soul orb. A will descended from the soul orb with pitch-black demonic power vying to suppress this will. Who is it? Who dares break my seal? An illusory figure suddenly appeared in midair. Although Shifeng could not get a clear look at this figure's appearance, the way the figure looked down on all life forms and the aura of a ruler the figure exuded prompted Shifeng to lower his head instinctively. Meanwhile, the rage contained in that figure's voice made even Shifeng's soul shudder. Fortunately, when the soul orb broke through the suppression of the demonic power, this illusory figure also disappeared. With the removal of the seal, the soul orb's appearance underwent significant changes. Now, faintly visible golden divine runes circulated on the surface of the orb. Meanwhile, its size also shrank. Previously, it was roughly the same size as an adult's fist. Now, it was only half that size. When the soul orb landed back on Shifeng's palm, he no longer felt like he was under surveillance. Soul orb, fragmented legendary rank item. Originally a fragment of the treasure of illusion. However, due to being refined by the demon god Paimon, the fragment's true power has been sealed. Currently, a small portion of its power has been repaired. Additional active skill 1 - Soul Water creates soul water from the souls willingly contributed by players. No cooldown. Every 50 souls of players absorbed will produce 1 drop of soul water. Additional active skill 2 - Crystal of Souls creates a crystal of souls through absorbing a portion of monster souls. No cooldown. Every 30 souls of monsters at Great Lord rank or above absorbed will produce 1 crystal of souls. Monster's level must be 5 levels higher than wielder. Additional active skill 3 - Divine Power Absorption absorbs divine power to recover the soul orb itself. There are a total of 3 seals. The removal of the second seal requires 10 god crystals. Current absorb number 0. Although demon god Paimon has sealed the soul orb, it has been awakened by the golden stigmata. The seal can be removed by absorbing divine power. Cannot be destroyed. Owner, Yifeng. If this item is wielded by anyone else, they will receive a backlash from both demonic power and divine power. Amazing! These attributes are truly amazing. Shifeng was astounded by the text introduction of the soul orb. Back when the soul orb was still at epic rank, it was already plenty amazing. Now that it had recovered and reached the fragmented legendary rank, its attributes had become even more awesome. Not only was the number of souls required for the soul water halved, but now he could even produce the crystal of souls. Although making a crystal of souls was much more troublesome than the process for the soul water, the crystal of souls was an item that could be obtained only through luck in God's domain. Meanwhile, the crystal of souls could not only raise a player's focus like the soul water could but also gather mana around itself, allowing players to remain at peak mental conditions and further increasing their focus. Moreover, the crystal of souls had a duration of 5 hours, while its cooldown was 10 hours. In God's domain, the crystal of souls could rank within the top 10 among the various support items for combat players. Normally, the crystal could only be found in ancient ruins. Now that the soul orb had gained such an ability, Shifeng could not help but wish he could immediately set out and massacre a bunch of great lords. Moreover, even if he died now, the soul orb would not drop from his bag. He could move about without fear. At the same time, without the surveillance of the demon god, dark players would have a difficult time finding out that the soul orb was in his hands. However, Shifeng did not know that after he lifted the seal, a commotion erupted among all the dark forces. The original bounty Paimon had placed on Shifeng had already tempted many people into action. Now, however, the bounty became even more lavish. System: Demon God Paimon has sent out a recovery order for the soul orb. As long as one can kill the soul orb's wielder and obtain the soul orb, Demon God Paimon will personally promote them to the Viscount rank as well as provide abundant rewards. Those who wish to accept the quest need to pay 2,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to accept the quest? This quest is valid long-term and can be accepted at any time. This quest does not have a time limit. When this recovery order was released, it immediately tempted countless dark players into action. It was already plenty difficult to get promoted to the Baron rank. Yet now, the demon god Paimon was actually offering to raise them directly to the Viscount rank, which was one rank higher than Baron. How could they not be tempted? Elsewhere, Shi Feng remained ignorant of this matter. He simply sat quietly beneath a tree as he carefully admired the golden ring he had stolen from the Dark Shaman King, Raymond. Chapter 1312, Madness Among the Dark. Chapter 1312, Madness Among the Dark. Dark Knight Empire, Headwind Outpost. Headwind Outpost was a level 50 to level 70 high-resource map located close to the imperial capital Dark City. Strong winds blew here all year round, but due to the wind's dark corrosion effect, very few people were willing to level up or quest here. However, a 100-man team currently fought a large group of Cyclopes in the area. The Cyclopes were level 53 and level 54. Some wielded swords and shields, some wielded chains, and some wielded bows. The Cyclopes standing at the rear even controlled ballistas to attack from range. These Cyclops were much more intelligent than the monsters in lower-level maps, and they were capable of fighting as a team. There were even chieftain and lord-rank Cyclopes that issued proper commands. From time to time, they also snuck around the players and targeted the enemy healers themselves. However, the players facing these intelligent Cyclopes remained unperturbed by their enemy's intelligence. A level 43 shield warrior wielding a square, scaled shield easily blocked 3 level 54 lords as they tried to break through the front line. Even after blocking the assault, the shield warrior only lost a little over 4,000 HP. Meanwhile, this HP recovered instantly as the MT received a heal from a healer in the rear. Suddenly, a level 44 berserker charged forward as he swung his spear horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Immediately, a violent gale knocked the 3 level 54 Cyclops generals back, forcing them to retreat by 3 steps. A damage of minus 15,000 also appeared above each of their heads. The 3 lords were enraged as they swung their massive stone axes at the berserker from 3 different directions. Roaring, the berserker relied on a mysterious body technique to avoid the incoming attacks. His spear spun as he reacted. Cleave. With a single attack, the berserker threw all 3 Cyclops generals to the ground, a damage of over minus 20,000 appearing on each of their heads. The 3 Cyclops generals' ambush attempt was thoroughly foiled. Boss Brute is so strong. He dealt with 3 Cyclops generals all by himself. Someone on the team exclaimed, "This is nothing for Boss Brute." Boss Brute is the number 2 berserker in our Sin of Pride. If Boss Brute transforms, he can easily handle 10 Cyclops generals at once, much less 3. A black-clad ranger boasted. Many of the team members looked at Brute Spear with reverent gazes. Throughout the Sin of Pride, Brute Spear was the first person to become a demon baron. When Brute Spear entered his demonic state, he even had the power to rival Tier 2 players. If he completed his promotion and became a Tier 2 player himself, his prowess would be unimaginable. He might even rank within the top 10 in the Sin of Pride. In a super guild, he would be peerless. Aside from those old monsters, stop chit-chatting and finish these Cyclops off. We're not here to grind monsters. Brute Spear reprimanded his people in the team chat. Hearing Brute Spear's words, everyone refocused as they began to attack in a frenzy. Suddenly, they all heard the sound of a system notification. System: Demon God Paimon has sent out a recovery order for the Soul Orb. As long as one can kill the Soul Orb's wielder and obtain the Soul Orb, Demon God Paimon will personally promote them to the Viscount rank as well as reward them with an abundant amount of rewards. Those who wish to accept the quest needs to pay 2,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to accept the quest? This quest is valid long-term and can be accepted at any time. This quest does not have a time limit. Crap. Am I seeing things? A Viscount? The notification stunned every member of the team. Throughout the Sin of Pride, only Brute Spear had become a baron. There wasn't a single Viscount among all of the players in the Flower of 7 Sins, much less the Sin of Pride. A demon Viscount was on an entirely different power level. When they transformed, their physiques would improve by 50%. The boost was even greater than when players completed their Tier 2 promotion. Even now, no one throughout the Flower of Seven Sins was close to becoming a Viscount, yet a single quest offered the position as a reward. Boss Brute, the rewards are intense. Should we accept the quest? The black-clad ranger, Chen Su, quietly asked Brute Spear. Only a few of them knew that Frost Eye currently had the soul orb. Previously, the demon god had only stated that those who recovered the soul orb would earn a reward. At most, the quest awarded some reputation. This was of little use to Brute Spear, who was already a baron. However, the situation had changed. If the Sin of Pride had a demon Viscount, it would gain an edge over the other 6 sins. A Viscount? Even Brute Spear was tempted. Immediately, however, he shook his head and said, "We're talking about taking on Frost Eye. I think we should inform Big Sis and let her decide." Chen Su nodded in agreement. Chen Su had witnessed Frost Eye's strength personally. Frost Eye was an expert capable of killing Hellfiend, someone who held the title of adjudicator in King's Return, and he had gotten away safely. Moreover, Frost Eye had defeated Brute Spear in just a few moves. He was not an expert to be underestimated. Meanwhile, on a bronze speedboat in the Reef Sea, 100 Leaves, who currently led the Freedom Alliance's 8th fleet, had also received the message from demon god Paimon. When she read the system notification, she was stunned. Just what did he do to demon god Paimon? He's caused enough trouble for Paimon to announce one bounty after another. When 100 Leaves saw the system notification, she could not help but recall the mysterious Shurfeng. Dark players like herself would die to form some sort of relationship with the demon god. However, Shurfeng was driving the demon god mad, going as far as to offer the rank of Viscount as a bounty reward. This is going to be interesting. The guild leader might even decide to stop ignoring the guy. 100 Leaves could not help but smile. She had been greatly displeased when her guild leader had told her to give up on pursuing Shurfeng. However, the situation had changed. If the Sacred Temple had a demon Viscount, it would greatly help the guild's future plans. For a time, demon god Paimon's bounty tempted many dark experts, and many of them accepted the quest. They also began to research the soul orb and its wielder's identity. Meanwhile, Shurfeng was wholly ignorant of this matter. As he inspected the golden ring, the more he inspected it, the more excited he became. Everything was as he had guessed. The golden ring was indeed the ring of gospel. Meanwhile, it was because of this ring that Raymond had obtained the confidence to contend with God's domain's various countries. In the past, the various super guilds had been helpless against the NPC individually. Only after working together and sacrificing tons of expert and elite players had these super guilds destroyed the ring and defeated the Dark Shaman King Raymond. Ring of Gospel, unfinished product, epic rank item. Crafted by the Dark Shaman King after gathering the world's energy, this ring contains a miniature world. The ring can suppress an area space, granting the wielder absolute dominance over the space. Additional skill 1 World projection, suppress a radius of 3,000 yards. All enemies within the area cannot use teleportation tools or teleportation-type skills, and communication with the outside world is severed. Weakens enemies' physiques by 30% and decreases basic attributes by 20%. Maintaining world projection costs 5,000 magic crystals every 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. Additional skill 2 Ring of Brilliance. Improves all allies' physiques by 10% and increases basic attributes by 10% within a 1,000-yard radius. Increases an area's mana density by 100%. Maintaining Ring of Brilliance costs 2,000 magic crystals every 30 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. As the Ring of Gospel's external divine runes and magic arrays and inner world are incomplete, the ring cannot exhibit its full strength. Only after the divine runes, magic arrays, and inner world are complete will the ring exhibit its full strength. Current completion rate, 30%. Not bound. As soon as Shurfeng finished reading the statistics, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to bind the Ring of Gospel? Chapter 1313, World Barrier. Chapter 1313, World Barrier. Seeing the system notification, Shurfeng immediately thought to click the bind button. In God's domain, some weapons and equipment needed to be bound before they could be used. Once bound, the item could no longer be traded, and only the player it was bound to could use it. The item's value would reduce significantly. When bound items became outdated and players no longer needed them, they would become utterly worthless. Unlike non-bound items that could be sold to other players for a low price, bound items could only be stored in a warehouse or destroyed. However, the Ring of Gospel was clearly not in the same category. It was neither a weapon nor armor. It could even be used from within a player's bag. Moreover, according to the description of its skills, the Ring of Gospel was incredibly powerful. It wouldn't become less useful as time passed. Binding it was definitely worthwhile. However, as soon as the first system notification faded, another followed. System: due to the miniature world's extremely unstable nature inside the Ring of Gospel, if you wish to bind the ring, you must expend 30,000 magic crystals every 7 days to stabilize the miniature world. If you do not meet the requirement within 7 days, the Ring of Gospel will crumble. You will also receive a backlash, permanently decreasing your physique by 30%. What a steep price. Even current first-rate guilds wouldn't be able to keep this thing well-fed. Sher Feng could not help his astonishment when he saw the second system notification magic crystals had already become a daily necessity for the various large guilds. They expended a frightening amount each day despite only accumulating a small number. The majority of God's Domain's first-rate guilds only had a stock of around 60,000 magic crystals. It had taken them a long time to accumulate so many, yet it was only enough to sustain the Ring of Gospel for 2 weeks. The Ring of Gospel was practically a crystal-devouring beast. Armed with this new information, Sher Feng decided not to bind the Ring of Gospel for now. After all, he couldn't feed it as needed at the moment, following which, Sher Feng stored the Ring of Gospel. He decided to bind with the ring only after Zero Wing was capable of earning a sufficient amount of magic crystals. After all, Zero Wing was still in its development phase and urgently needed magic crystals. After a short rest, he decided to explore the Moon God space. His Tier 2 promotion quest's goal was to seal the Demon King. The Moon God space was vast. It could even rival the game's large-scale maps. Since Sher Feng didn't know the Demon King's exact location, he had to search the map bit by bit. More demonic patrol squads are showing up. Sher Feng frowned, quietly observed the patrolling demons from the treetops. He had spent several hours exploring the Moon God space. Initially, he had only occasionally encountered a patrol squad in the outer edges of the Moon God space. However, the deeper he ventured, the more patrol squads he came across. Now, after reaching the map's inner area, he wasn't able to proceed. If he advanced carelessly, he would either alert the demonic patrol squads or the wandering demonic beasts. Regardless of which he fought, the outcome would be the same. Aside from the demonic patrol squads, Sher Feng noticed level 65 magic light dragonlings fly past him from time to time. If they found him, he would find his death. This should be the furthest I can move while avoiding detection. From this point on, I'll have to fight my way through. Sher Feng glanced at the wandering level 70 demonic beasts. Soloing a demonic patrol squad was simply too dangerous. However, he could try to take on the demonic beasts that wandered alone. Two-headed demonic wolf, demonic beast, lord. Level 70. HP 22, 000/22, 000/000. After another demonic patrol squad moved past, Sher Feng retrieved blazing meteor from his waist and threw it at a two-headed demonic wolf that was currently sleeping on the grass. Flame God's Fury. A dazzling explosion smashed into the demonic wolf's back. 62, 197. Not bad. It seems the demonic wolf's defense isn't particularly high. With my damage, I should be able to kill it quickly. Sher Feng evaluated. The demonic patrol squads followed a specific pattern in the Moon God space. However, the demonic beasts did not. If the fight dragged on, he would likely attract a pack of Lord-ranked demonic beasts. At that time, even escape would be difficult. As the two-headed demonic wolf whimpered, it turned to Sher Feng with a chilling gaze. It then dashed towards its attacker. Sher Feng turned and fled, luring the demonic beast away from the path of the demonic patrol squads. The two-headed demonic wolf was very fast. Despite activating Windwalk, it caught up to Sher Feng quickly. Its two heads then bit at the swordsman from two different directions, turning his feet. Shi Feng spun, his head only centimeters away from the demonic wolf's right maw as the latter moved past him. With the demonic wolf's side exposed, Shi Feng activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Working with his doppelganger, he then launched a series of attacks at the two-headed demonic wolf's soft belly, both dealing over -10,000 damage with each attack. Although the two-headed demonic wolf tried to turn and retaliate, Shi Feng's physique rivaled that of a Tier 2 player. Both he and his doppelganger remained at the demonic wolf's side. The demonic wolf was too massive to defend itself or counter the attacks. After 10 minutes or so, the level 72-headed demonic wolf collapsed before Shi Feng's feet. From start to end, it hadn't even scratched Shi Feng. This place is quite good. Not only do the monsters here award EXP, but they also drop 7 luminary shards. Shi Feng rejoiced when he noticed an inconspicuous crystal shard beside the two-headed demonic wolf's corpse. Previously, to reach the research area, he had spent 507 luminary shards. The expenditure had been painful. Now that he knew that the demonic beasts gave EXP and 7 luminary shards, he regained his motivation. After picking up the shard, Shi Feng proceeded to lure more monsters. Time passed quickly. While Shi Feng grinded demonic beasts, the battles in the Asura mode regional dungeon Frozen Scar were unceasing. However, these battles were not between players. Rather, they were battles between players and snow giants. As more time passed, the commanders leading the teams from the various large guilds discovered something. The snow giants were growing stronger. After fighting repeated fights with the players, the snow giants had begun to learn the players' combat techniques, becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. This slowed the various large guilds' progress through the Frozen Scar. In contrast, Heaven's Burial's team rested leisurely in the Frozen Scar. Not a single snow giant could be seen. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. This was all due to the dozen or so one-horned humanoid monsters not far from the team. Hundreds of snow giant corpses littered the ground around these humanoid monsters. It's about time. Blood, tell Abandoned Wave that he can make his move now. I don't want the Frost King to fall into the other guild's hands, Singular Burial instructed after glancing at the system clock. I'll notify him right away. I believe he is eager to get started, Flame Blood said as he tasted his lips. The various guilds thought that they could kill the Frost King. However, none of them knew that they were no more than a sacrifice. The Frozen Scar's inner region was slightly special. An ancient magic array suppressed the area. Players couldn't use teleportation scrolls here. This just so happened to provide Abandoned Wave with the opportunity to devour these guilds' elites. Elsewhere, Shi Feng killed demonic beasts in the forest relentlessly. After grinding for more than a day, his level had risen from level 51 to 23% of level 53. His leveling speed was astonishing. With Divine Providence's luck bonus, Shi Feng killed a two-headed demonic wolf and obtained a 7 luminaries shard and a piece of equipment. Picking up the equipment, Shi Feng appraised it with omniscient eyes. The piece I want has finally dropped. Shi Feng's eyes shone in excitement as he looked at the item in his hands. This piece of equipment was none other than the belt for the Shadow Moon set that he needed. Now that he had the belt, he had finally completed the Shadow Moon set equipment. As Shi Feng was about to store the belt in his bag, a beam of black light shot into the air a short distance away, piercing through the clouds. Immediately after, the roar of a dragon echoed throughout the moon god's space, the resulting tremors nearly causing Shi Feng to lose his balance. One roar after another shook the area. Although these dragon roars sounded different, the pressure they gave off was similarly powerful. How is this possible? Shi Feng was stunned as he looked to the sky. A massive pathway had opened up in the air. It was as if the black beam had pierced the barrier between worlds and linked them. 5 adult dragons stood on the pathway. Chapter 1314, Challenging the Limit. Chapter 1314, Challenging the Limit. Why are so many dragons here? The scene in the sky stupefied Shi Feng. Even during ancient times, dragons had been extremely rare. Moreover, dragons normally preferred to live alone instead of in groups. Seeing several magic light dragonlings move as a group was unbelievable enough, yet now Shi Feng stared at 5 adult dragons that had just appeared. If these 5 dragons emerged in God's domain, They could easily turn an entire empire into Ashadult dragons were Tier 5 legendary monsters. Including their high life rating, not even Tier 5 NPCs could take them down. Slaying a single dragon would require a group of such NPCs. If 5 dragons worked together, the outcome would be simply devastating. Although a path had opened across the world barrier, it was extremely unstable. The spatial turbulence even posed a great threat to adult dragons. It would not be so easy for the dragons to enter the moon god's space from another world. Meanwhile, the beam of black light was attempting to stabilize the spatial channel. However, this gave Shifeng a hint the moon god's space was simply too large. Even after a full day of exploration, Shifeng had only covered a small fraction of the map. He would have to invest a lot more time if he wanted to explore the whole thing. Now that the black light pillar had caused such a large commotion, needless to say, the light pillar must be related to his quest. Shifeng immediately set off towards the black pillar's origin. Although the light pillar did not seem far away, in reality, it was the complete opposite. Reaching its origin would take a very long time. Furthermore, as Shifeng grew closer to the pillar, so did the demonic beasts. Many of the demonic patrol squads were also gathering towards the light pillar, making them even more difficult to avoid. As Shifeng finished killing several demonic beasts, the light pillar in the sky suddenly disappeared. Following which, the spatial channel closed. Did it fail? Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the black pillar vanish. If the spatial channel stabilized, it went without saying that the 5 dragons would enter the moon god's space. Shifeng reached this conclusion after watching the 5 dragons attempt to barge through the spatial channel. However, due to the spatial turbulence, they had given up. The spatial currents were as strong as Tier 5 spells, yet when they struck the dragons, they had only left a few white marks on the monster scales. It was simply due to so many spatial currents that the 5 dragons had been forced out of the channel. The currents couldn't actually damage the dragons. If the 5 dragons entered the moon god's space, Shifeng would likely fail his promotion quest. However, despite the threat of the dragons disappearing, Shifeng didn't dare to be careless as he tried to find a way to kill the demonic beasts in his path faster. Finally, after nearly 20 hours, he reached the black light pillar's origin. During this time, the light pillar had appeared once again. Compared to the previous appearance, though, the second spatial channel was a little more stable. However, it still disappeared without letting the dragons through. From this, Shifeng realized that, each time the light pillar pierced the world barrier, the spatial channel would become more stable. It was only a matter of time before the 5 dragons entered the moon god's space. The black light pillar had originated from inside a large canyon. Trees and shrubbery decorated the area. A temple, neglected for many years, occupied the canyon's center. The temple stood several hundred meters tall, looming like a large mountain. Many black, stone pillars had been erected around the temple, and every pillar was decorated with complex, demonic runes. Moreover, each black pillar automatically gathered the surrounding mana. These black pillars had been arranged to form a massive magic array that constantly absorbed the moon god's space's mana. The gathered mana was then concentrated in the center of the magic array and formed a massive, floating ball of water. To Shifeng, this floating ball of water was extremely familiar. This was none other than the liquid mana he had seen in the war god's temple's eternal throne. However, the 9 balls of liquid mana the 9 lords had conjured had only been as large as a house. In comparison, the ball of liquid mana before him was the size of a 7-story building. Hundreds of Tier 3 demonic wizards stood below the ball of water, chanting incantations. A tall, large demon with bat-like wings directed the liquid mana into a magic array that had been carved into the ground. As a result, the magic array gradually activated and released a frightening pressure. The Demon King really is here. Shifeng couldn't help but shift his gaze towards the tall demon with 2 flaming horns sprouting from its forehead. This demon was none other than his quest target, Demon King Storas. Storas, Dark Creature, Demon King. Level 72. HP? / However, it wasn't the Demon King that gave him a headache, but the hundreds of Tier 3 demons. Demonic Wizard, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 70. HP 33, 000, 000, 000/33, 000, 000. A single demonic wizard was enough a threat for Shi Feng, not to mention several hundred. If these demons reached God's domain, they could raid and capture countless major NPC cities. Facing so many alone was suicidal. Shi Feng was in a bind with the demonic wizards surrounding Storas. He couldn't even approach the Demon King, much less seal the monster. No. I should still have a chance. Shi Feng suddenly remembered something as he looked at the massive array the liquid mana powered in God's domain. Liquid mana was even more precious than 7 luminaries crystals. This was because the mana within liquid mana was purer. However, very few people in God's domain were willing to use liquid mana as it was too pure. Ordinary players couldn't use it. At the very least, one needed to reach the Tier 4 standard before even thinking of using liquid mana. Although Storas maintained the magic array, the demonic wizards were only Tier 3. They should not be able to maintain the magic array for long. Once they reached their limit, they would succumb to a weakened state for a certain period. Considering his options, Shi Feng decided to wait. If things turned out the way he assumed, then he still had a chance to complete his promotion quest. If not, he may have to give up. Time passed quickly. Soon, liquid mana filled the temple. Suddenly, Storas shouted and activated the magic array. Another pillar of black light then shot up from the temple and pierced the world barrier. After this phenomenon continued for half an hour, the magic array deactivated, and the light pillar disappeared. Immediately after, the demonic wizards slumped to the ground, their backs covered in sweat. It was obvious that maintaining the magic array had taken a huge toll on their bodies. Good. It's just as I expected. Shi Feng revealed his excitement as the demonic wizards dropped. These demonic wizards suffered from a debuff called Magic Backlash. Magic Backlash. All attributes decreased by 95%. Unable to use any spells for a short time. Even Demon King Storas suffered a weaker version of Magic Backlash. His attributes decreased by 95%. Though, unlike the demonic wizards, Storas could still use spells. However, Shi Feng did not hurry to attack. Instead, he continued to watch from afar. 6 seconds? 7 seconds? 8 seconds? Shi Feng's gaze was fixed on the demon's every action as he inwardly counted the debuff's duration. Magic Backlash's description did not state how long it lasted. He would only have one chance to seal a Tier 5 Demon King. He needed to be prepared when he took action. There's only a 10-second gap? This quest is harsh. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he watched the system clock. After 10 seconds, the demonic wizards began to stand up. Although they were still in a weakened state, their attributes had recovered to 50% of their totals. Moreover, they could cast spells again. The Demon King Storas had already fully recovered before sealing Storas. Shi Feng needed to damage him severely. However, even if a Tier 5 Demon King only had 10% of its attributes, he was still a frightening existence. Even if Shi Feng could weaken Storas further with the 7 Luminaries Source Stone, wounding the Demon King in 10 short seconds was impossible. After all, Shi Feng was aware of how frightening a Tier 5 existence could be. It seems I can only use the Ring of Gospel and give it a try. Shi Feng retrieved the Ring of Gospel and bound it to himself. The Ring of Gospel's 2 activatable skills could suppress the Demon King and boost Shi Feng's power. This was the strongest card he could play. Again, time passed quickly. After another dozen or so hours, the temple's magic array was fully charged once more. Another pillar of black light pierced the sky. Activate. The instant the light pillar faded, Shi Feng activated World Projection and Ring of Brilliance before charging towards Demon King Storas. Chapter 13:15. Asura vs. Demon King. Chapter 13:15. Asura vs. Demon King. The instant the black pillar disappeared, the demonic wizards and Demon King Storas breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, however, a powerful pressure descended on them. The demons, weakened from the ritual, succumbed to yet another attribute decrease in the blink of an eye. The demonic wizards, who originally had 33 million HP, only had 1,320,000 HP remaining. In terms of basic attributes, they were not even a match for level 70 common monsters. The Demon King Storas' HP was still unknown, and his aura was still considerably powerful. Any normal player bathed in this aura would feel as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp as their movements grew sluggish. Tier 5 Demon King really is powerful. Shi Feng inwardly celebrated the fact that he had the 7 Luminaries Source Stone. If he had only relied on the magic backlash debuff and the Ring of Gospel skills, Storas would have killed him, following which, Shifeng activated the 7 Luminary Source Stone, the stone releasing a dazzling, red glow. Miniature, golden magic arrays began to form around Storas. Golden chains then emerged from the magic arrays, the chains sapping away the Demon King's power. Now, Shifeng no longer saw Storas as an unreachable opponent, despicable human. Why do you have that? Storas's blood-red eyes turned to Shifeng in rage. However, upon seeing Shifeng's tear, a human-like sneer appeared on his face. Do you think that a puny tier 1 swordsman like you can kill me just by suppressing my power? Foolish mortal, you'll pay for your foolishness. Storas stretched out his hand and summoned a bone spear. He then lightly tossed the weapon at Shifeng, who was still over 40 yards away. The spear shot toward Shifeng like a meteor, so fast that Shifeng could barely see it, so fast. Shifeng was surprised Storas had been weakened 3 times over. World projection alone had reduced his physique by 30% normally. This was a massive disadvantage for both high-tiered monsters and players, yet, even after such severe debuffs, Storas was still frighteningly strong in all aspects with no other choice. Shifeng immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before executing Parryping. The instant his swords collided with the bone spear, Shifeng lost all sensation in his arms. He was also forced to take 4 steps back. His strength is still at the peak of Tier 3. Glancing at the vanishing bone spear, Shifeng gained a general understanding of Storas's current prowess. The realization shocked him. Normally, only Grand Lords with unique bloodlines could exert strength at the peak of Tier 3. Or they were Grand Lords who had gone berserk. This was also the maximum power he achieved in his previous life. Only now did Shifeng understand why Charlene had said that Asura mode represented mortals' limits. Fortunately, his quest didn't require him to kill Demon King Storas. Following which, Shifeng activated Absolute Time and Instant Strike before appearing in front of Storas. Storas maintained his calm as if he had prepared for this. Immediately, another bone spear formed in his hand, forming a white arc as it swept towards Shifeng. The white arc was accompanied by a faint, black line, proof that the attack had cut through space itself. Although Storas couldn't use skills or spells, he was still capable of executing advanced combat techniques instinctively. Shifeng executed Swords Orbit in the blink of an eye. Countless sparks flew around Storas and Shifeng. As the weapons met, the clash sounded like an explosion, echoing throughout the temple. Although Shifeng had an advantage with his speed, Storas easily predicted Shifeng's movements, reacting nimbly to every attack by either blocking or dodging. The difference between the combatants' physiques was obvious at a glance. Shifeng couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. Mortal, you're doing pretty good. You've actually forced me to dodge. You are a first among mortals. Storas was very calm as he looked at Shifeng. He even had the leisure to praise his enemy. Unfortunately, you've reached your limit. In just another few seconds, I will give you a taste of true despair. My limit? Shifeng smiled at the calm Demon King. Who said this was my limit? Shifeng had expected such a stalemate. After all, this was not his first time against a Tier 5 monster. He knew just how terrifying such an existence was. He then activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons / as soon as Shifeng's doppelganger appeared, it, too, activated Instant Strike. With the attacks from the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, even with peak, Tier 3 strength, Storas was forced to defend himself. The Abyssal Blade Phantoms even landed the occasional hit. Unfortunately, the Phantoms' damage was abysmal, 1. The Phantoms had only dealt an obligatory 1 damage. Storas's defense hadn't weakened in the slightest. His defense was still at the Tier 5 standard. Just scratching Storas was impossible, much less inflicting heavy injuries. Stop wasting your energy. A measly mortal like you can't harm me even if I stand here and do nothing. Ridicule filled Storas's gaze as he looked down at Shifeng. That's not right. As Shifeng began to despair, he realized something. If Storas had the defense of a Tier 5 existence, why had the Demon King defended himself? If his attacks had been useless to begin with, Storas wouldn't have had to dodge or block his attacks. The Demon King could have stood there as he waited for 10 seconds to pass. Moreover, his promotion quest's clear condition was to seal Storas. This showed that Storas had some sort of weakness. As long as he found that weakness, he could seal Storas. Hence, Storas defended himself omniscient eyes. Sure enough, there is a weakness. Shifeng immediately discovered a hidden magic array over Storas's heart. Currently, some kind of power suppressed the magic array. It resisted the golden chains around Storas's body, preventing the chains from exhibiting their greatest power. Damn it. Has he found it? Storas's gaze turned chilly when he noticed the magic array's surface in Shifeng's eyes. Hurriedly, he pulled away from the swordsman. As long as he survived for 10 seconds, he could deal with this pest even with the magic array's suppression. You want to run? As Storas retreated, the Demon King confirmed Shifeng's suspicion. Divine steps. Immediately, 10 doppelgangers surrounding Storas. With Shifeng in the lead, the 10 doppelgangers swung their swords at the Demon King, their target being the magic array over his heart. Die. Suddenly, Storas went berserk as he thrust his spear at Shifeng and his doppelgangers. The spear had a longer reach than one-handed swords. Before Shifeng's swords could reach the magic array, his spear would penetrate Shifeng. With Shifeng's attributes, he only needed one attack to kill the swordsman very quickly. Storas stabbed Shifeng and all 10 of his doppelgangers, revealing a vicious smile. However, the doppelganger directly behind Storas, which had already been stabbed numerous times, revealed a smile, the killing ray in its hand abruptly piercing Storas's heart. Illusory shadow. Killing ray passed through Storas's heart and destroyed the crystal that suppressed the sealing magic array. Chapter 1316. Tier 2 promotion. When the crystal in Storas's heart shattered, the power, which had been suppressing the sealing magic array, started to dissipate. At the same time, the golden chains grew stronger, sapping away Storas's power. No! Storas desperately tried to break free from the chain's bindings. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the golden chains remained. On the contrary, they dragged Storas into the pitch-black portal that had appeared behind him. Eventually, Storas vanished into the portal as the seal contained Storas. The demonic wizards were forced out of the map as if the moon god's space had rejected them. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng stood alone in the temple. He then heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have cleared the Asura mode promotion quest. Rewarding 60 legacy skill points. Activating Tier 2 legacy skill menu system. Congratulations. You have been promoted to a Tier 2 Blade Saint. All attributes plus 150, all resistances plus 30, attack power and attack speed increased by 20%, all attributes increased by 50%, and physique improved by 50%. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. Please head to the Adventurers Association to complete the Tier 2 promotion procedure. System, congratulations. You have completed your Tier 2 promotion quest. If you wish to leave, you may head to the teleportation array in the Moon God's Temple's main hall and exit the Dark Canyon. It's finally over? Shifeng slumped to the ground powerlessly. He was both physically and mentally exhausted. When he saw the system notifications, though, joy bloomed in his heart the instant he was promoted to Tier 2, his basic attributes and physique improved significantly. Even if he wore secret silver equipment, he could easily take out a Tier 2 lord. This was the frightening part of Tier 2 classes. Their strength was on an entirely different level compared to Tier 1 classes. Moreover, because the Blade Saint class was one of the 10 Great Saint classes, his Tier 2 boost was even greater than normal classes. Normally, hidden classes only provided some extra basic attributes. On the other hand, the Blade Saint class provided an extra 10% to his physique. In the past, Shifeng could have been considered an expert, yet during his Tier 2 promotion quest, he had only cleared the hard mode difficulty. Now, however, he had completed the Asura mode Tier 2 promotion quest. The difference between his present and past self was like heaven and earth in God's domain. Expert players attempted to complete higher difficulty promotion quests due to the potential rewards. This was especially true when it came to legacy skill points. Normally, players only obtained one legacy skill point every 3 levels. One could also obtain some by completing special quests. However, these special quests were extremely rare, and they didn't award many legacy skill points. Accumulating legacy skill points was typically very difficult depending on the promotion quest's difficulty. It would award a different number of legacy skill points in the past. Feng had only received 20 legacy skill points after completing his hard mode promotion quest, yet he had received 60 points after completing this Asura mode quest. The additional 40 points were the equivalent of 120 levels after including the points he had accumulated previously. Feng now had a total of 72 legacy skill points. He could easily learn several powerful Tier 2 legacy skills. There sure are a lot of Tier 2 legacy skills unlocked. Feng's eyes shone as he opened the legacy skill menu. When he had been Tier 1, he had only had 6 Tier 2 legacy skills available. Now, however, he had 17 Tier 2 skills to choose from. However, Tier 2 skills required far more legacy skill points to unlock. Even the most ordinary skill cost 6 points to unlock. That was 3 times more than ordinary Tier 1 skills. Among the 17 Tier 2 skills, 11 required 6 points to unlock. Among the remaining 6, 2 were Tier 2 Berserk skills. One was an option to upgrade Blade Liberation to Tier 2, and another was called Blade Awakening. These 2 Berserk skills each had their own specialties. Blade Liberation improved the user's basic attributes. As for Blade Awakening, although it provided a much lower bonus to the user's basic attributes, the skill improved the user's physique. Both were undoubtedly precious. As Feng had already learned Blade Liberation, he didn't have to spend as many points to upgrade it to Tier 2, only requiring 20 legacy skill points. Blade Awakening, on the other hand, required 40 points. Most players wouldn't have 40 points even after completing their Tier 2 promotion. Only someone like him, who had cleared the Asura mode promotion quest, could possibly afford such an expenditure without hesitation. Feng learned both Berserk skills, spending all 60 legacy skill points he just earned instantly. Legacy Berserk skills were extremely rare even among hidden classes. Not many hidden classes possessed such skills. Moreover, legacy Berserk skills could stack with non-legacy Berserk skills. They were must-have legacy skills as they could save his life during crucial moments. Blade Liberation had already saved his life many times. He had decided to spend the points to upgrade it due to how much time it took to increase his proficiency with the skill. He did not have the time to wait for the skill to reach Tier 2. As for Blade Awakening, needless to say, an additional Berserk skill was an additional trump card. Although Blade Liberation and Blade Awakening couldn't be used at the same time, they were interchangeable, further increasing his survivability. Blade Liberation, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Grants player unparalleled strength for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds cooldown, 7 hours. Blade Awakening, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/50,000. Improves the player's attributes and physique for 24 seconds. Effect varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. Player is weakened once the duration ends. All attributes decrease by 70% for 2 minutes, 30 seconds cooldown, 7 hours. Aside from these 2 Berserk skills, Feng spent his remaining legacy skill points to unlock Shadow Blade, a skill that needed exactly 12 points. Shadow Blade, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 2, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 3, 0/30,000. Every attack can invoke shadows to attack the target. Every shadow possesses 120% of user's strength and causes 100% darkness damage. Accumulate 1 shadow every 3 seconds. Can hold a maximum of 9 shadows cooldown, 3 seconds. Although it was not as powerful as a sure kill skill, it had its own power in how often it could be used. Now that I've finished learning my skills, I should head back and deal with my Tier 2 promotion procedures. Feng was quite satisfied with the Tier 2 skills he had learned. Without waiting for his weakened state to end, he impatiently activated the teleportation array in the Moon God's Temple and left the Dark Canyon. Although he had already completed his promotion quest, He wouldn't officially be a Tier 2 class and wouldn't have access to the privileges that came with it until he updated his status in the Adventurers Association. Only after becoming a Tier 2 class officially would he have crossed the new milestone. Chapter 1317, White River City Promoted. Chapter 1317, White River City Promoted. White River City, Teleportation Hall. Shortly after Feng arrived in the teleportation hall, the system notified him of a communication request from Blackie Guild leader. "You're back. Have you completed your promotion quest?" Blackie asked eagerly. Only a few people in the guild knew that Feng had challenged his promotion quest. Blackie was one of those people. Currently, Tier 2 was still an unknown realm to players like him. Moreover, Feng had constantly told them that only by reaching Tier 2 would they emerge in God's domain as a true adventurer player. Tier 1 was only a warm-up phase to help them familiarize themselves with the game's combat. Unlike the Tier 1 promotion, not every player would complete their Tier 2 promotion. The fact that Feng's class was a hidden class meant that his Tier 2 promotion quest would be all the more difficult. Although Blackie trusted Feng's strength, the guild leader had previously mentioned that he would need at least 5 days to complete his quest. However, Feng had emerged long before those 5 days were up. Hence, Blackie was surprised to see his friend so soon. "I just need to register with the Adventurers Association," Feng said, nodding. "But since you've contacted me, has something urgent happened?" Yesterday, a particular group of people showed up in the battle arena, and they've been challenging various experts constantly. Even now, those players are undefeated. They even defeated the previous champion. The group then issued a public challenge against Zero Wings experts. "But we've run out of qualified experts already," Blackie awkwardly explained. "Run out of qualified experts?" Feng asked. "Did you lose as well?" "Mitchum. The group's assassin defeated me. That player was too fast. Even I had trouble keeping up with him. Eventually, the assassin whittled me down," Blackie said reluctantly. "This is interesting. Do you know their in-game IDs?" Feng asked curiously. Blackie might not have much combat talent, but after training for so long, he had become extraordinarily strong. With his powerful weapon and equipment, ordinary peak experts should not be a match for Blackie, yet he had been defeated. Clearly, their opponents couldn't be underestimated. The assassin must be a well-known expert in God's domain. "We only found out one of their IDs. You've met the player before. It's that evil fire kid that fought in the friendly competition. His in-game ID is also Evil Fire. He's the group's leader. As for the others, they've been wearing black cloaks, keeping their names hidden," Blackie said. "Evil Fire?" No matter how hard Feng racked his mind, he couldn't remember an expert named Evil Fire from the past. However, the fact that even Evil Fire's companions could defeat Blackie proved that they weren't a bunch of noobs. "I got it. Notify Aqua and have her deal with the group for now. I'll head over once I'm done here." "Understood." Blackie then disconnected the call and contacted Aqua Rose. Meanwhile, Feng rode an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Adventurers Association. As more leveling maps were discovered around the White River City region, the Adventurers Association had become one of the 4 most frequented spots in White River City. Countless players gathered in the association every day to pick up quests that increased their reputation with the association and offered high rewards. Upon entering the Splendorous building, Feng was greeted by the sight of long lines of players queuing up for the quest counters. Plenty of players also loitered as they formed parties or drank and chatted in the association's bar. Among these players, there were quite a few level 40 expert players wearing impressive equipment. Even the most inferior piece these experts wore was level 40 secret silver equipment, with the majority being level 40 fine gold equipment. Normally, one only encountered such a commotion in the Adventurers Associations in Empire's capitals. The quests in the Eclipse Gate this time are awesome. "Did you know, my party made a huge profit from a single quest. It's a pity that the team from the Rhine Kingdom snatched the rare herb stalks. Otherwise, every member of our party would have earned at least 50 silver coins." "That much?" "Of course. The Eclipse Gate is awesome. You can easily find rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the monsters provide above-average EXP. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that some teams even got their hands on energy essence. It can nurture guild mounts. Several guilds are offering to purchase energy essence in bulk. I hear that each essence can sell for 45 silver. If we can grind 10 a day, after including other random loot, each of our party members can earn 1 gold per day. Is the Eclipse Gate really that good? We have an expert leading our party, and we're doing quite well, but even then, we're only making around 30 silver per day. Who knows how long it will take me to save up for a mount? You sure are lucky. At this rate, you should be able to buy a mount within a month, right? Didn't I already ask you to join my party? If you do, you can get your own mount within a month too. The majority of the players in the hall were talking about the Eclipse Gate. They all yearned to head to the Eclipse Gate and earn enough money to buy a mount as soon as possible. At this stage of the game, plenty of powerful elite players had already reached level 40. It was only a matter of time before mainstream players reached level 40 as well. After reaching level 40, mounts would become the dividing factor between ordinary players and elites. The difference in leveling efficiency between players with mounts and players without would be as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, thanks to mounts, players could explore further within a certain amount of time. This, in turn, would increase players' daily income in God's domain. Ores and herbs weren't concentrated to specific locations. However, they weren't usually found near cities. Hence, a player's daily income largely depended on how much distance they could cover in a given time. As the majority of players hadn't obtained their mounts yet, distant locations would have less competition. As a result, players could obtain even more profit. The sooner one obtained a mount, the sooner they could pull ahead of the pack and enjoy more resources. One could say that mounts were irreplaceable in determining how fast players leveled up and increased their strength. Hearing the players in the hall talk about the Eclipse Gate, Feng understood why so many level 40 and above players had gathered in the Adventurers Association. According to his original estimates, White River City still needed at least 10 days before it could be promoted. However, he had never imagined that White River City would fulfill that requirement while he had been in the Dark Canyon. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. With a high-resource map like the Eclipse Gate, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its development in White River City. They could send a large group of players to the Eclipse Gate to level up instead of crowding in the limited, high-resource maps in the White River City region. In addition, guild members could level up far more quickly at the Eclipse Gate. Most importantly, however, this was a huge opportunity for Zero Wing to make a fortune. The Eclipse Gate's outer area might be bearable for most players, but the farther players ventured, the more severe the environment would become. At the same time, players would encounter more resources and bosses. The drop rate for energy essence would also increase. If players wanted to obtain these resources easily, they first needed to increase their ice and fire resistance. After activating the Eclipse Gate, Starmoon Kingdom descended into madness in the past as players delved farther into the area. The various large guilds had frantically purchased various potions and equipment that increased ice and fire resistance. These items' prices had inflated crazily. When they appeared in the market for a reasonable price, they were purchased instantly. Shortly after Feng reached the Adventurers Association's second-floor VIP lounge, an elegant NPC senior administrator entered the room. Lord Protector, how may I serve you today? The middle-aged man asked Feng respectfully. I wish to complete my Tier 2 promotion procedures, Feng quietly announced. Chapter 1318, SSS-Rank Reward. Chapter 1318, SSS-Rank Reward. When the NPC administrator heard that Feng was there to complete his Tier 2 promotion procedures, he retrieved a crystal ball and placed it atop the table. Lord Protector, we need to test your power first. Please place your hands on the crystal ball, the administrator said respectfully. Without hesitation, Feng did as he was instructed. Although the system would upgrade players' attributes and physique once they completed their Tier 2 promotion quest, players wouldn't get access to all of the Tier 2 benefits right off the bat. Players first needed to register and get themselves tested at the Adventurers Association. Only after proving that they had completed their promotion quest would players be recognized officially as Tier 2 players. As Feng placed his hands on the crystal ball, golden sparkles flew from the orbit. Is confirmed that your physique has reached the Tier 2 standard. Lord Protector, please follow me. The administrator nodded after confirming Feng's upgrade. He then led Shifeng out the lounge's back door. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised. The crystal ball was only a tool to check whether a player's physique had reached Tier 2 without the bonus of weapons or equipment. The next part was key and would determine what kind of benefits players received after reaching Tier 2. Only after players had officially obtained their Tier 2 class would they be recognized as an adventurer in God's domain and qualified to receive personal commissions. This was one of the major differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. To independent players, this gap would determine how successful they would be in God's domain. The administrator led Shifeng to the Adventurers Association's arena. The arena wasn't particularly large, with less than a 30-yard radius. However, numerous magic arrays enveloped the arena, and dense mana choked the area. Shifeng's weakened state even subsided temporarily, his attributes recovering to their peak. Lord Protector, we will test your strength next to determine which rank you can reach. This will also help determine which commissions are most suitable for you. Please display your strongest abilities, the administrator explained. All right. Let's begin. Shifeng nodded. This wasn't the first time he had taken the test. After officially becoming a Tier 2 player, players could accept private commissions from the Adventurers Association. There were many Tier 2 commission quests. However, players could only accept a limited number of such quests each week. This limit was relative to one's adventurer rank. To put it simply, the stronger one was, the more quests they could accept. They could also accept more difficult quests. The first strength assessment was the most convenient for players when they became high-ranking adventurers. If one wished to raise their adventurer rank later, they would have to fulfill certain conditions first, and doing so would take a considerable amount of time. Even after completing their promotion quests, many players in the past had chosen to train for some time before taking their first strength assessment. Overall, 6 ranks divided adventurer players: Bronze, Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, Fine Gold, Dark Gold, and Epic. Once mainstream players reached level 50, players would start determining strength based on this adventurer rank. This was just like how players judged each other's combat standards based on their achievements in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. However, unlike the Trial Tower, which only judged one's combat techniques, the adventurer ranks were determined by a player's overall strength. Commission quests would also vary based on players' adventurer ranks. Bronze rank adventurers could accept F rank and E rank commissions, Mysterious Iron adventurers could accept up to D rank commissions, Secret Silver up to C rank, Fine Gold up to B rank, and Dark Gold up to A rank. Meanwhile, Epic adventurers could accept all commissions, including kingdom-level quests and S-rank commissions. There was no limit to the number of people who could qualify for the first 5 ranks. However, each kingdom could only have a maximum of 10 epic adventurers. Once these 10 slots had been filled, players who wanted to rise to this rank needed to pass the epic rank assessment. The Adventurers Association would also hold a competition each month. In this competition, players that passed the epic assessment could challenge any one of the 10 reigning epic adventurers. If they won, they would take that person's place. The epic adventurer that lost would be demoted to Dark Gold rank. If the challenger failed, however, they would have to wait another month before issuing another challenge. In the past, the names on this short list had changed practically every month. Aside from those monster-like players, by becoming an epic adventurer, players received the highest benefits the Adventurers Association had to offer. They could accept the highest number and difficulty of Tier 2 commissions. This was why Shifeng had rushed to the Adventurers Association as soon as he had completed his Quest 3. SSS-Rank commission quests would be available in every kingdom's Adventurers Association in the beginning. Once these quests were accepted, they would no longer be available. Even if the player that accepted the quest failed it, no other players could pick up the quest. Moreover, these quests offered astonishing rewards. The rewards of these first 3 SSS-Rank quests could practically rival that of legendary quests. Fortunately, these 3 SSS-Rank quests weren't as difficult as legendary quests. They were roughly on par with epic quests. This was a kind of bonus offered to the players who became epic adventurers before the rest of the player population. By the time Shifeng had completed his Tier 2 promotion quest in the past, plenty of players had already obtained their Tier 2 class. However, none of those players had become epic adventurers. Even the most powerful player in Starmoon Kingdom had only achieved Fine Gold rank. Only after some time had someone reached epic rank and discovered the 3 SSS-Rank commission quests. However, Shifeng had only reached Secret Silver rank. He had watched enviously as others got to challenge the SSS-Rank quests, but he was much stronger than his past self. He had to try for epic run. Cause Shifeng reached the arena center, the senior administrator activated a magic array. The instant the magic array activated, a humanoid monster appeared before Shifeng. The monster wore pitch-black armor, and through the monster's helmet, Shifeng saw glowing, blood-red eyes staring right at him. Dark Knight, Illusion, Lord. Level 53. HP 2, 000/2/000/000. Lord Protector, you may begin, the administrator sighed as a Tier 2 strength assessment. Shifeng needed to be capable of taking down a Tier 2 monster at the very least. If he couldn't even kill a Tier 2 monster, he would not qualify to become a Tier 2 class. As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Shifeng took a step forward and vanished void steps. Compared to Shifeng's previous status as a Tier 1 player, his physique was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 20 yards and appeared beside the Dark Knight, the abyssal blade in his hand lightly slicing at the monster shadow blade. Before the Dark Knight could defend itself, 9 pitch-black sword lights descended on it immediately. The Dark Knight's HP fell rapidly, 11,049. Minus 10,918. Minus 21,849. Suddenly, the Dark Knight lost nearly 1/10 of its HP. Only now did the Dark Knight react and brandished its greatsword at Shifeng. Cross-slash. 2 slashes crisscrossed as they flew at Shifeng. However, rather than dodge, Shifeng countered the attack with a simple swing with Killing Ray Boom. Shifeng instantly sliced apart the Dark Knight's cross-slash. The swordsman's momentum didn't slow in the slightest as it struck the Dark Knight's helmet. The strike forced the monster to retreat by 3 steps. The difference between the opponent's strength was obvious. There was simply no comparison. In less than 30 seconds, the Dark Knight transformed into particles of black light and disappeared. From beginning to end, it hadn't even been able to counterattack. Congratulations, Lord Protector. You have passed the bronze rank assessment and officially become a Tier 2 sword master. Do you wish to continue the strength assessment? The NPC administrator congratulated. Continue. Shifeng roared. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Lord Protector, if you wish to continue, I must warn you, the administrator said as he adjusted the magic array and created another Dark Knight. The last test was only meant to determine if you have reached the Tier 2 standard. The following tests will determine your rank as an adventurer. This will also determine the rank of the commission quests you'll be allowed to accept. The next tests will be far more difficult. If the Dark Knight kills you inside the magic array, your soul will be damaged, and you will suffer a weakened state for some time. Moreover, the stronger the Dark Knight is, the longer the weakened state will last. Are you sure you wish to continue? Continue. Shifeng answered without hesitation. He was very familiar with the consequences. The bronze assessment was the lowest rank for Tier 2 players. The following assessments were the real challenge. Completing the Tier 2 promotion quest was already difficult. Most experts were only capable of passing the Mysterious Iron assessment. One could say that the Mysterious Iron assessment was a dividing line between expert and elite players. As soon as Shifeng gave his answer, the administrator injected a stream of mana into the Dark Knight. Immediately, the Dark Knight's eyes released a bright, red glow, its aura growing stronger. Dark Knight, Illusion, Lord. Level 53. HP 3, 000/3/000/000. This time, rather than wait for Shifeng to attack, the Dark Knight took the initiative to use charge at Shifeng. Upon arriving before Shifeng, the Dark Knight swung its silver greatsword. This Dark Knight was far superior to the last in both speed and strength. Boom. As it landed, the greatsword created a crack in the ground that extended for over 10 yards. However, this frightening, destructive power hadn't hit Shifeng. The silver greatsword had only landed beside Shifeng's feet. Meanwhile, a blue longsword pierced through the Dark Knight's heart, causing a critical damage of -25, 274. The crimson radiance from within the Dark Knight's helmet brightened. Tightening its grip on its greatsword, the Dark Knight twisted as it swung its weapon horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the arena. The abyssal blade had stopped the silver greatsword in its tracks, holding it away from Shifeng. Meanwhile, the sacred sword in Shifeng's other hand descended on the Dark Knight once more. Shifeng had easily been capable of killing a lord of the same level when he had been a Tier 1 player. Now that he had been promoted to a Tier 2 swordmaster, killing such an opponent would be a piece of cake in less than a minute. The mysterious iron rank Dark Knight faded into particles of black light and disappeared. Another Dark Knight quickly took its place. However, this monster was slightly different. Instead of a great sword, it wielded two double-edged axes. Its aura was also far more violent. Dark Warrior, Illusion, High Lord. Level 53. HP 4, 000, 000/4, 000, 000. Lord Protector, do you wish to continue? The administrator asked again. Continue. Shifeng nodded. He was very familiar with the Dark Warrior before him when he had become a Tier 2 player in his previous life. He had faced this Dark Warrior during his first assessment. Afterward, he had spent a lot of time and effort to improve his weapons, equipment, and techniques before he had defeated the Dark Warrior and became a secret silver adventurer. As Shifeng declared his intent, the Dark Warrior roared and dashed towards Shifeng like a wild beast. When only 10 yards separated the two combatants, the Dark Warrior threw one of its axes at Shifeng. An explosion shook the arena as the axe tore through the air, flying straight for Shifeng's heart to throw. Immediately after, the Dark Warrior raised its other axe before pushing off of the ground. The monster shot forward like a bullet and followed closely behind the axe it had thrown. It was clear that the Dark Warrior intended to take advantage of the moment Shifeng dodged its axe to strike. In terms of combat techniques, the Dark Warrior was undoubtedly stronger than the prior Dark Knights. Only, before the thrown axe could reach Shifeng, a blue streak of light struck the weapon and sent it flying off course. The Dark Warrior was stunned. Shifeng then used his abyssal blade to block the Dark Warrior's axe. Meanwhile, with Killing Ray now unoccupied, Shifeng lightly slashed the sacred sword across the monster's massive form, leaving behind one deep furrow after another on the latter's armor. The senior administrator, who watched quietly from a safe position, was stunned. He hadn't been surprised to see Shifeng overwhelm the Lord-ranked Dark Knights with his strength. However, Shifeng achieved the same feat against a High Lord of the same level. To Shifeng, however, this was only a matter of course. Currently, he wielded numerous epic items as well as 2 fragmented legendary items. He also had the Blade Saint class, one of the 10 great Saint classes. If his strength couldn't rival that of a High Lord of the same level after reaching Tier 2, that would be strange. According to Shifeng's estimates, his current strength and speed should be equal, if not close, to a Great Lord of the same level. Even without using his skills, he could easily deal with a High Lord of the same level. Only, it would take some time to finish off his opponent. After a minute and a half, without suspense, Shifeng defeated the Dark Warrior. Then, the fine gold rank Dark Warrior appeared. It was similarly a High Lord, though it possessed a few more skills than the secret silver rank Dark Warrior. Its basic attributes were also slightly superior, and its combat standards could rival a player who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. It also had 5 million HP in the past. Only a handful of Starmoon Kingdom's players had defeated this terrifying monster in their first assessment. However, against Shifeng, who had an advantage in terms of strength, speed, and techniques, the Dark Warrior only lasted 2 minutes before collapsing to the ground as the fine gold rank Dark Warrior died. A Dark General wielding a spear took its place. The Dark General also had a long sword hanging from its waist. Dark General, Illusion, Great Lord. Level 53. HP 6, 000, 000/6, 000, 000. This was the gatekeeper that had prevented every player in Starmoon Kingdom from becoming a Dark Gold adventurer during their first assessment. Shifeng invited the Dark General as he activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. This time, Shifeng chose to use his doppelganger to distract the Dark General while he dealt damage from the sides. Although his doppelganger lost some HP each time it blocked an attack, the Dark General lost HP at a much faster rate eventually. When the doppelganger was almost out of HP, both Shi Feng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst. After receiving 30 devastating strikes, the Dark General lost of its remaining HP. With its final struggle, the Dark General took Shi Feng's doppelganger with it. The grave. As the Dark General disappeared, the magic array covering the arena went berserk as it devoured mana from its surroundings and diverted it to the center of the arena. Gradually, a 3-meter-tall knight decked out in golden armor and dual-wielding 2 crimson greatswords formed. King of Darkness, Illusion, Grand Lord. Level 53. HP 8, 000, 000/8, 000, 000. Although Shi Feng had known about the epic assessment's difficulty, he was a little shocked as he met the King of Darkness for the first time. Were this not an assessment, but an actual Grand Lord of the same level, he could simply turn tail and run. After all, a Grand Lord's HP and battle recovery alone were enough to overwhelm him. After Shi Feng rested, he started the challenge. Immediately, the King of Darkness waved its 2 great swords. 3 level 53, Lord rank Dark Knights then appeared by its side. Though, unlike the previous Dark Knights, these only had 800,000 HP each. However, as these Dark Knights died, the King of Darkness could summon them again. Moreover, each Dark Knight's death would heal the King of Darkness for 400,000 HP. To ordinary players, the King of Darkness was an unreasonable opponent. However, Shi Feng had prepared for this fight. Immediately, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal curse. Suddenly, the ground transformed into a dark swamp that trapped the King of Darkness and the Dark Knights. But contrary to Shi Feng's expectation, Abyssal Curse hadn't decreased the King of Darkness's attribute. Shi Feng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. His strength attribute instantly surpassed that of the King of Darkness. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the Grand Lord. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragons Slash. His doppelganger also activated Instant Strike the moment it appeared, its attack speed and damage skyrocketing. Shi Feng and his doppelganger then launched a barrage of attacks at the King of Darkness. Shi Feng dealt over -90,000 damage with each strike, -200,000 with a critical hit. As for his doppelganger, it dealt nearly -80,000 damage. Sword lights descended on the King of Darkness like rain. The Grand Lord's HP vanished at a rate visible to the naked eye in 3 short seconds. The King of Darkness's HP fell to 50%. It raged as it broke free from Abyssal Curse's binding, brandishing its twin greatswords. In response, Shi Feng cast Abyssal Bind on the King of Darkness, not giving the Grand Lord a chance to counterattack. Although Abyssal Bind couldn't restrict the King of Darkness for 4 full seconds, Shi Feng only needed 1 or 2 seconds. Thundering Flash. Thunder Flame Explosion. Dragon Breath. Flame God's Fury. One skill after another mercilessly collided with the King of Darkness. Once the Grand Lord had 1/3 of its HP, any additional damage Shi Feng dealt caused a part of its golden armor to turn black. At the same time, the Grand Lord's aura seemed to grow stronger. The 9 pitch-black chains that bound the King of Darkness began to shatter. It was obvious that the King of Darkness had a passive skill that boosted its attributes as it lost HP. The King of Darkness was already life-threatening. The Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power even shocked Shi Feng. When the King of Darkness was nearly free from its bindings, Shi Feng and his doppelganger used flame bursts simultaneously. 4 miniature suns illuminated the arena. Although the King of Darkness eventually freed itself and blocked some of the 30 devastating strikes, each of Shi Feng's strikes that hit dealt over -200,000 damage, -400,000 for critical hits. Even though the Grand Lord had blocked a fraction of the attacks, Shi Feng finished off the King of Darkness by the time Flame Burst ended. As the King of Darkness died, the sound of a system notification reached Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations! You have become Star Moon Kingdom's first epic rank adventurer. Your name will be known throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Please retrieve your reward from the Adventurers Association's Association Leader. Chapter 1320. A Quest that Determines the Fate of a Country. Chapter 1320. a quest that determines the fate of a country. Retrieve a reward from the Adventurers Association's association leader? Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he read the system notification. The association leader was the highest position in the Adventurers Association. The association leader of White River City's Adventurers Association wasn't the same as the city's magistrate. Normally, a city magistrate couldn't leave the city under their management. In contrast, the association leaders left their cities frequently, so they were extremely difficult to meet. Although it had been referred to as a reward, in reality, it was a considerably high-difficulty quest. Once the King of Darkness vanished, Shi Feng heard another system notification. System, do you wish to leave your name on the epic list? Shi Feng instantly clicked yes. However, he altered the name he registered with, using Black Flame. Once he entered his name, it appeared on the massive pillar at the edge of the arena. Any player that came to the Adventurers Association for their Tier 2 assessment would see it. The senior administrator excitedly approached Shi Feng, holding a dark purple emblem. This was proof that he had become an epic adventurer in Star Moon Kingdom. There were only 10 such emblems in the entire kingdom, and it was definitely an honor to receive one Lord Protector. Congratulations on becoming an epic adventurer. This purple star emblem is proof of your identity. You can accept any Tier 2 commission quests without restrictions as long as you reveal it. The senior administrator carefully handed the emblem to Shi Feng, reverence filling his gaze as he looked at the swordsman. Only 10 epic adventurers could exist in Star Moon Kingdom at a time. The position could practically rival the association's 4-star adventurers. As Shi Feng received the emblem, emotion overwhelmed him. In the past, even the dark gold ranked emblem had been far out of his reach, much less the purple star emblem. The purple star emblem provided more than access to quests. He would also have access to many other privileges in the Adventurers Association. For example, when players accepted commission quests, they needed to pay a deposit fee. Players with the purple star emblem enjoyed a 50% discount on these fees. The Adventurers Association would also prepare one S-Rank quest for epic adventurers once a week. The Tier 2 commission quests were available throughout the country, but there was a limited number. As players accepted these quests, fewer would be available. Multiple players couldn't accept a single commission quest unless it were specifically a team-based quest. Moreover, depending on the difficulty ranking, the number of available commissioned quests would change. For example, Fine Gold adventurers were allowed to accept a maximum of B-rank commission quests. However, there were very few quests available to Fine Gold adventurers. They'd be lucky if they got their hands on a C-rank commission. It was even more difficult for Dark Gold adventurers. In addition, the Adventurers Association did not update the commission quests at regular intervals. The updates were random. Hence, nobody knew when high-rank quests would resurface. As a result, the competition between high-ranking adventurers became even more intense. Epic adventurers were the only exception, as they would be granted a designated S-rank quest each week. Commission quests were different from public quests. Take epic and legendary quests for example. If the players who accepted these quests failed to complete them within the stipulated time frame, they would suffer a severe penalty, but players wouldn't be punished for failing the Adventurers Association's commission quests. Players only needed to pay a deposit before accepting a commission quest. This deposit was generally in the form of coins or magic crystals, and the more difficult a quest was, the higher its deposit would be. When a player completed a commission quest, their deposit would be returned to them alongside the corresponding rewards. On the other hand, if a player failed, they wouldn't get their deposit back. One could say that the deposit replaced the punishment for failure. Hence, players generally preferred to challenge a high-difficulty commission quest, as the most they would lose was some coins or magic crystals. Compared to the potential rewards, the loss was nothing. I wish to accept a commission. May I see a list of the available quests? Shi Feng asked the administrator. That won't be a problem. Please follow me. The administrator nodded, following which, the administrator led Shi Feng to the second floor's VIP reception room and retrieved a list of commissions, handing it to Shi Feng. There sure are quite a few high-rank quests available. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished. When he had come in search of commissions in the past, he had rarely found D-rank commissions, much less C-rank. Even when some had been available, they had generally been very difficult. However, he was now the only person in Starmoon Kingdom to complete a Tier 2 promotion. He had no competition. The number of available quests was staggering. There were 22 S-rank commissions available at the moment, which only epic adventurers could accept. As for A-rank commissions, which only Dark Gold adventurers and higher could accept, there were 458 available. B-rank commissions numbered 5,163. As for the commissions below B-rank, needless to say, there were far more. All of these commissions were available throughout the various cities in Starmoon Kingdom. Shurfeng was simply amazed. B-rank commissions already offered bountiful rewards. Even the most common B-rank commission would award a piece of secret silver equipment of the same level, with more difficult quests awarding fine gold weapons and equipment of the same level. After reaching level 50 and beyond, it would be extremely difficult to obtain secret silver equipment, not to mention fine gold equipment. However, these factors weren't the most important aspect of commission quests. Once players completed a commission quest, the Adventurers Association would award a corresponding number of contribution points. Although players could exchange these points for weapons and equipment, players could also purchase valuable Tier 2 skill books. When players reached Tier 2 in God's domain, they would no longer be able to learn basic Tier 2 skills from their class instructors as they had during Tier 1. Normally, players could only obtain Tier 2 skills by completing quests or from loot and treasure chests. One of the most frequently used methods to obtain Tier 2 skill books was through the Adventurers Association. Tier 2 skills were much stronger than Tier 1 skills. Whenever Tier 2 players obtained a Tier 2 skill or upgrading their Tier 1 skill to Tier 2, their combat power would increase significantly. Many players had rushed to the Adventurers Association to compete for commission quests every day in the past. As the game progressed, the Adventurers Association would become even more popular. Sure enough, these 3 quests are still the available SSS-ranked commissions. Shurfeng quickly located the 3 most difficult quests available throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Normally, S-rank commissions were considered kingdom-level quests. In other words, success and failure could affect an entire kingdom. Needless to say, these were incredibly difficult quests. Only powerful epic adventurers could hope to challenge them. SS-rank quests were obviously more important than S-rank. Normally, these quests could affect 2 or 3 kingdoms or an empire. SSS-rank commissions could determine a country's rise or fall. Normally, encountering such a quest heavily relied on luck. Now, however, 3 of these quests were available, and they were Revenge of the Fallen, Undead Resurrection, and Ancient Orc Empire. These 3 quests had been very well known in Starmoon Kingdom in the past. However, not a single player had completed any of these quests. It had been one of the Starmoon Kingdom's regrets, as any one of these quests could lift the kingdom to prominence. In the past, there had been a country called the Golden Sands Kingdom. Due to the kingdom's epic adventurers completing the first 3 SSS rank commissions the system offered, the kingdom had grown to become the Golden Sands Empire. Not only had the kingdom annexed its 2 neighbors during its promotion, but it also grew to occupy several massive, neutral maps. This incident had shocked God's domain. Nobody had ever thought that epic adventurers had that kind of ability. Of course, those epic adventurers had only completed the SSS rank commissions due to them being as difficult as upper rank epic quests. One of the reasons that Shurfeng wanted to become an epic adventurer so quickly in this life was that he wanted to promote Starmoon Kingdom to Starmoon Empire. Chapter 1321, National Weapon. Chapter 1321, National Weapon. The 3 SSS rank commissions were crucial to Starmoon Kingdom's upgrade. If Starmoon Kingdom were upgraded to an empire, as the kingdom's number 1 guild, Zero Wing would rise with it. This developmental method was much easier than contesting with other guilds for territory. There were many other benefits to be had when a kingdom upgraded to an empire as well. One of them was the acquisition of the neutral maps surrounding the kingdom. God's domain's neutral maps occupied more area than all of the empires and kingdoms combined. Every one of these neural maps was a high-level area. Many among them were also high-resource maps. Once players reached level 50, they would gradually migrate to these neutral maps. Maps above level 100 were extremely rare in kingdoms. Empires did not fare much better in this regard. Hence, it was only a matter of time before players turned towards neutral maps to continue their development. Meanwhile, when a kingdom upgraded, it would annex these maps, and the new empire would claim the areas. It would then become much easier to level in these maps due to the NPC cities that would emerge in the past. Every NPC city constructed in a neutral map had a minimum player population of 3 million. Among them, the NPC city in the Shallow Hills, one of the neutral maps the Golden Sands Empire had claimed, had reached a player population of over 10 million during its peak. This gave the Epic Adventurer guilds, who completed the SSS-Rank commissions, a massive windfall. This was due to the new city's lands. To purchase those lands, players needed a certain amount of reputation in the former kingdom or noble status in the new NPC city. It had become impossible for non-native guilds to purchase the lands within a short amount of time. Meanwhile, due to the neutral map's high-level environment, the new city's lands had been far more valuable than lands in cities near low-level map. Shi Feng had been planning this since he joined God's domain in this Lifelord Protector. There is a very large variety of commissions available. If you are unsure of which to choose, I can offer a recommendation based on your preference and requirements, the senior administrator suggested after Shi Feng's long moment of silence. Thanks for the offer, but I've made my decision. I'll choose the Ancient Orc Empire, Shi Feng said as he pointed to the quest name on the list. Although Star Moon Kingdom's past players had known about the 3 SSS-Rank commission quests, no one had known about the quest's contents aside from the player who accepted them. After carefully reading through the quest's contents, Shi Feng concluded that the Ancient Orc Empire was the easiest among the 3. Based on his current abilities, completing the other 2 would be impossible. Revenge of the Fallen required him to kill 5 Fallens that hid within Star Moon Kingdom. The Fallen within Star Moon Kingdom would not be as easy to deal with as Baron Woka. The system wouldn't suppress them. A Fallen at its peak had the strength to destroy an entire city. Moreover, these Fallens hid all over Star Moon Kingdom. Just finding them would be a difficult task. It was no wonder why nobody had completed the commission in the past. Undead Resurrection wasn't easy either. He needed to gather 3 extremely rare items: the Book of Undead, the Bone Staff, and the Ancient Contract. Of these items, Shi Feng had only heard of the Book of Undead. However, this item was located in the level 80 neutral map, Slumbering Tomb. It was the gathering place for undead. The Book of the Undead was even guarded by the Tier 4 mythic rank Skeleton King. Shi Feng had no hope of obtaining the book, and he had never heard of the other 2 items before. He did not even know where to start looking for them. That only left the Ancient Orc Empire. Once, the powerful Orc Empire had its imperial capital in the level 75 neutral map, Morning Battlefield, which was situated between Star Moon Kingdom and Purple Thorns Kingdom. However, after countless wars, the imperial capital had become a battlefield. Powerful orcs currently gathered in the ruins, hoping to restore the glory they once enjoyed and conquer the several surrounding kingdoms. These orcs had been a thorn in these kingdoms' sides for a long time now. The Ancient Orc Empire Commission's task was to destroy the alliance between the various orc tribes. In order to destroy this alliance, Shi Feng was required to locate the Orc Empire's founding emperor's weapon, the Disintegration Axe, and prevent it from falling into orc hands. If the orcs got their hands on this weapon, they would be able to gather the orcs scattered across God's domain. If they succeeded, God's domain's various kingdoms and empires would be in trouble. Fortunately, the Disintegration Axe had been very famous in the past. Shi Feng knew the weapon's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would have been forced to choose the Undead Resurrection Commission instead. Lord Protector, this commission will require a 6,000 gold deposit. However, as you are an epic adventurer, you are only required to pay half. Are you sure you wish to accept this commission? The senior administrator asked. Shi Feng handed 3,000 gold over without hesitation. As a result, however, he was almost broke. Although Stone Forest Town had earned quite a lot of money while he had been busy, most of that money had been reinvested in the town and guild's development. Part of the money had also been used to purchase diamondwood. There wasn't much left. He also needed to save funds for his future city's development and construct the 4 Towers of Elements. After his rampant slaughter of demonic beasts in the moon god's space, Shi Feng had a total of 989 7 luminary shards. Although he had wanted to grind a little more, as he obtained more shards, their drop rate decreased. Fortunately, he had enough to synthesize 40 units of 7 luminaries crystals and construct the 4 Towers of Elements. Once the towers had been constructed, his city would be safe from players. However, Constructing a high-end building like the 4 Towers of Elements cost an astronomical number of coins. Based on Shifeng's initial estimates, the other materials alone would cost around 90,000 gold. Once Shifeng accepted the commission and was about to return to the Candlelight trading firm, Blackie contacted him. Has something happened? Shifeng asked when he saw Blackie's grim expression. Guild leader, we lost again. Blackie replied quietly. What? Even Aqua and Summer were defeated? Shifeng was slightly stunned. He had sent Aqua Rose and the others to the battle arena. He had a very clear understanding of Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer's strengths. Both were fully geared in top-tier equipment. In addition, not only were they refinement realm experts, but the 2 women had also grasped a portion of the secret spellcasting technique with their strength. No one throughout Star Moon Kingdom should be their match. Only the superpowers peak experts should be able to offer a challenge. Restoring Zero Wing's reputation should be a piece of cake for them. Will know. The other side suddenly asked to change the rules of the competition and is now seeking to melee combat. Skills, spells, and tools are not permitted. So, only Cola, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow were able to fight. However, all 3 were defeated. That evil fire kid still hasn't made a move either, Blackie explained. Currently, the people in the battle arena are starting to badmouth us, saying that Zero Wing doesn't have any capable experts. Many guilds have sent spies to rub salt in our wounds. If we don't stop those guys now, the prestige we've worked so hard to gain will most likely. Guild leader, what I'm trying to say is that we should send in Big Sis Fire. She can definitely defeat those punks. This is interesting. Even Cola and Flying Shadow's techniques were no match for them? Shifeng's lips curled up, his interest in Evil Fire growing. First, Evil Fire had challenged him, the guild leader of Zero Wing, publicly. He then went to Stone Forest Town a day before the competition to make a name for himself. With this, Shifeng would have no choice but to accept Evil Fire's challenge. Guild leader, should I ask Big Sis Fire for help? Blackie asked anxiously. Fire Dance had been busy dealing with important guild affairs. Moreover, Shifeng had already stated that without his permission, nobody was to disturb Fire Dance. However, they had no choice but to involve Fire Dance, the number 2 melee expert in Zero Wing, to teach those challengers a lesson now that trouble was knocking on their door. Unfortunately, involving Shifeng wasn't an option. If their guild leader fought a bunch of nameless challengers, it would humiliate Zero Wing and its members. After all, Zero Wing was no longer some small, upstart guild. It was Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 guild. No. I'll make a trip myself. Shifeng smiled as he shook his head. Chapter 1322, Unlocking a New Function. Chapter 1322, Unlocking a New Function. Stone Forest Town. When Shifeng stepped out of the guild residence, the sight before him was 4 rows of 1- and 2-story houses had stood before the guild residence previously. Now, various virtual shops occupied both sides of the street. There were also advanced hotels, restaurants, bars, and other establishments. The street was now as busy as White River City's most popular areas. There was no lack of expert players that had exceeded level 40. Some players even roamed the street atop mounts. Aside from adventurer players, quite a few lifestyle players chatted merrily on the street. Many wandering merchant NPCs hawked their wares from temporary stalls along the main street. The NPC traffic was just as shocking as the number of players. The lively scene made Stone Forest Town look like a city rather than a town. Shifeng was surprised. After just a few days, Stone Forest Town had undergone such a massive transformation. If the town continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it could be promoted to an advanced town. If Shifeng hadn't already started his city's construction, Stone Forest Town could have served as Zero Wing's main headquarters. As Shifeng slowly made his way to the battle arena, he eavesdropped on the conversations throughout Stone Forest Town. More experts are gathering in the battle arena each day. Before this, I could have easily ranked among the daily tournament's top 100 and earned the consolation prize. Now, I can't even get within the top 300. That's right. Only our team leader can hold his rank in the top 100 now. However, I heard that Zero Wing plans to extend the consolation prizes to cater to the top 300 soon. The top 100 contestants will get priority in purchasing exotic stamina potions from the Candlelight trading firm. They'll even get a 10% discount, but they will be limited to 3 bottles. Priority in purchasing the exotic stamina potion? That's great. Candlelight only sells a limited number each day, and the various large guilds and second-hand dealers usually claim them. That's right. Fortunately, we have our team leader. We'll be able to buy 3 exotic stamina potions every day. As long as we stockpile, we'll be able to explore those high-level maps. Our income will be amazing. I heard that the Sharp Edge Adventurer team went on an expedition earlier, venturing into the core of the Ghost Ruins and making a fortune. I've also heard that they're already preparing to buy their second private house in Stone Forest Town. All that's left is to wait until Zero Wing sells more. They made that much money? I heard that the private houses auctioned for more than 600 gold. I'm guessing that they'll be far more expensive during the next auction. Of course, they came across a fine gold treasure chest during their expedition and obtained a secret silver-ranked combat boots design from it. They sold it in the auction house for a fortune. The exotic stamina potion is awesome. Practically nobody explores those distant maps. I wish we could get a private house in Stone Forest Town. We'd be able to participate in the Battle Arena's daily tournament every day. We could also purchase special tools from the wandering merchants. That's right. Unfortunately, our leader is still hesitant. He's unsure of whether or not we should equip each team member with a mount first. The players' eyes sparkled as they discussed Stone Forest Town's private houses. No one had thought much of the town's private houses previously. After all, there were transport carriages that traveled to and from other NPC towns, saving them plenty of time. However, these players realized that there was a world of difference between the teams that owned a private house and those that did not. Not only could the teams that owned private houses send their strongest expert to the battle arena, but they could also purchase various items from the wandering merchants when the NPCs restocked. Most importantly, team members could accumulate the double EXP buff. They also had the option of using their private houses as warehouses. It seems people are starting to realize the benefits of private houses. However, this is only the beginning. Shifeng's confidence in his plans grew as he listened to the public's growing interest in Stone Forest Town's private houses. In reality, private houses offered more than just easy teleportation for their owners. Their companions could also utilize this function. Unfortunately, only a small number of players could teleport at a time. Moreover, the cooldown between each teleport was considerably long. In addition, private houses needed to reach a certain rank before this function would be available. To put it simply, private houses could be upgraded like guild residences, private rooms, and shops. In fact, player-constructed private houses were much easier to upgrade. It simply depended on whether or not the house's town had reached the required standard to unlock the group teleportation function. This was also why players preferred to purchase private houses in large guilds, towns, and cities. First, it granted them some security. Players wouldn't have to worry about other guilds invading and capturing the town. Second, large guilds towns tended to develop quickly. This, in turn, meant that the private houses could be upgraded very quickly. Currently, Stone Forest Town was an intermediate town. Owners could already upgrade their private houses. Unfortunately, the town had yet to unlock the group teleportation function. 2 conditions needed to be met to unlock this function. The first condition was a player population of over 300,000. For Stone Forest Town, meeting this requirement was a piece of cake. The second condition was the town's security. This condition was a little more complex. The town needed a sufficient number of defensive structures and a certain quality of the NPCs guarding the town. Once these conditions were met, the town would unlock the group teleportation function. Stone Forest Town had already met the requirement for defensive structures. The only problem remaining was the quality of the NPC guards. Although the guild could recruit NPC guards, it couldn't nurture them. Hence, the quality of the NPCs depended on the town's standard and luck. It would take time to meet the requirement. Fortunately, things had changed. Shifeng had intended to use the Heroes chapter in his new city. After reviewing the situation, though, Shifeng decided that this was a good opportunity to develop Stone Forest Town. Before Shifeng had realized it, he had already reached Stone Forest Town's most popular location, the Battle Arena. A large crowd of players was trying to squeeze into the battle arena, now the size of Jinhai City's city center sports arena. The scene wasn't any less lively than the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. Meanwhile, in the battle arena's fourth-floor tournament hall, players filled the stands as they constantly cheered on the fighters on the stage. Among them, many were level 40 and above experts at this moment. The fight on the stage reached its conclusion. The victor was a cloaked berserker. However, the spectators hadn't cheered because the match was so exciting. Rather, their cheers were due to another Zero-Wing expert's defeat. Sure enough, Turtledove isn't a match for them. Blackie sighed as he watched the stage. Both Rampant Blade and Yi Wumin had fought as well. However, their opponents had been too strong. Neither had lowered their opponent's HP below 50%. Only Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword had reduced their opponent's HP to nearly half. The unknown challengers were ridiculously strong. It seems Zero-Wing's experts only amount to this much. They are only slightly stronger than those first-rate Guild Peak experts we challenged before. Zero-Wing, just send whatever expert you've got. I'll accept the loss if you can get my HP below 50%. A 2-meter-tall, cloaked berserker said, laughing. Damn it. They're looking down on Zero-Wing. Shadow Sword slammed his palms on the guardrail, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If Big Sis Fire were here, she would beat them to a pulp. Zero-Wing's other members nodded in agreement. Fire Dance was the undisputed number 2 melee expert in Zero-Wing. Only the Vice Guild leader Gentle Snow could put up a fight against her. No one else could even offer a challenge. Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly approached the stage. When Blackie and the others saw this figure, their jaws dropped. Guild leader. Chapter 1323, Overwhelming. Chapter 1323, Overwhelming. Blackie, Aqua Rose, and the other core members of Zero-Wing in the spectator stands blinked in surprise. Guild leader, you're going to fight? Turtledove, who stood by the stage, could not help but ask in surprise as Shifeng walked towards her. Shifeng wasn't wearing his black cloak, his appearance on display for all to see. However, even with an identification skill, players would only see his name, nothing else. I want to see their true strength for myself. Shifeng nodded. Although Blackie had sent him some of the opponent's battle videos, Flying Shadow and the others hadn't been able to force them to exhibit their true strength. They hadn't used anything unique, so it wasn't easy to relate them to God's Domain's past experts. Guild leader, you need to be careful. When I fought him, I had the feeling that I couldn't exert my full power. It was as if all of my attacks had struck a ball of cotton. The technique he used to finish me off was particularly mysterious. When I watched the battle videos of when he had used the same technique during the previous rounds, I only saw him move. There were no afterimages or anything. But when I had faced him myself, it felt as if he had been everywhere around me. Ghost steps. Hearing Turtledove's experience, the only combat technique that came to Shifeng's mind was ghost steps. Like void steps, ghost steps was an advanced footwork technique. The technique made it difficult for opponents to predict the user's attack trajectory. In the past, very few people in God's Domain had used this technique. However, of the players Shifeng could remember, none resembled the man on the stage. Yifeng? It seems that Zero-Wing is finally taking us seriously. Evil Fire, who sat in the VIP stands, said, smiling as he watched Shifeng. According to his knowledge, after Black Flame, the next strongest experts were Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Yifeng, and Violet Cloud. Is he strong? The menacing-looking man carrying a blood-red shield on his back and holding a hammer asked, curiously unwavering. Based on Evil's reaction, he must be. It's a pity that it is still Tiger's turn to fight. If that player had just waited a little longer, it would have been my turn, a gorgeous, graceful woman said as she toyed with the pitch-black dagger in her hand. The woman wore the Light of Darkness set equipment, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for assassins. Sighing, she continued, watching from the sidelines is really boring. Flower's right. We shouldn't have agreed to such long intervals. Thanks to that, Tiger's getting all the good fights. The other group members nodded in agreement. They were fully aware of how strong the Berserker, Mighty Tiger, was. He was already level 44. He could easily rank among the top 10 on an Empire's ranking list. Although he didn't wear level 45 Dark Gold set equipment, he had 2 pieces of growth-type equipment on him and had already upgraded both to the Dark Gold rank. They were much stronger than ordinary Dark Gold equipment. Their attributes were also suitable for berserkers recently. Mighty Tiger had also his growth-type weapon, Howling Tomahawk, to epic rank, raising his combat power to a whole new level. Even their team leader had said that, with Mighty Tiger's standards, he could already challenge the top 200 experts on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, that was without using Ghost Steps. But what about Star Moon Kingdom? Aside from Black Flame, who ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list, the kingdom didn't have a single player in the top 200. If anything, only Fire Dance, who had risen to the 215th position in the latest update, was worth their attention. As long as Tiger defeats Yifeng, we just need to defeat Fire Dance or Gentle Snow. After that, I doubt that Black Flame will be able to just stand by. He'll be forced to accept your challenge tomorrow, Evil. Unwavering Hand said as he shifted his gaze to Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing Corps members. Evil, make sure to give it your all. The leader has a very favorable view of you. You will be representing our adventurer team in its debut fight. You can't lose. Big brother Unwavering, I thought you were aware of my abilities. Just sit back and enjoy the fight tomorrow, Evil Fire said, smiling. He paid no attention whatsoever to Black Flame's title of Sword King. He only had one goal, to rank among the top 10 on the God's Domain experts list. Meanwhile, an uproar shook the spectator stands. Crap, isn't the Yifeng, Zero Wing's honorary elder? After losing so many matches, it seems Zero Wing had finally decided to get serious. That Berserker's winning streak will come to an end. That's not certain. The previous Zero Wing experts were defeated so easily. Although the rumors about Yifeng's feats are impressive, that doesn't mean he can defeat that Berserker. That's right. None of Zero Wing's experts could reduce the Berserker's HP to below 50%. This is also a melee battle. They can't use any skills, spells, or tools. This shows how high the Berserker's combat standards are. Even if he is going up against Yifeng, I'm willing to bet that he has more than a 60% chance of winning. If anything, I don't think anyone but Black Flame and Fire Dance can put up a fight. I guess that's true. Although the rumors about Yifeng say that he is very powerful, his battle records are old. Now that everyone's been playing God's Domain for so long, their combat standards have improved significantly. I don't think that Yifeng can win that easily. The audience discussed the upcoming fight heatedly. Meanwhile, members of the various large guilds were eager to watch the fight. They hoped to watch Zero Wing humiliate itself. Meanwhile, on the stage, Mighty Tiger glared at Shifeng. He asked, "What? You want to be my opponent?" "That's right," Shifeng answered calmly, nodding. "The previous fights were over before I could even warm up. They were boring. Hopefully, you don't disappoint me as well." Mighty Tiger laughed as he glanced at Flying Shadow and the others, who sat in the spectator stands. He had gained some insight about Shifeng from Evil Fire. Rumored to be as strong as Fire Dance, who was ranked 215th on the God's Domain experts list, he should serve as a decent opponent. Flying Shadow and his companions gritted their teeth when they heard Mighty Tiger's comment. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Despite having the advantage in terms of basic attributes, they had been defeated. This proved that Mighty Tiger's combat techniques were superior to theirs. "How do you want to set the rules of the match?" Shifeng asked calmly, unperturbed by Mighty Tiger's provocation. Same as before. No spells, skills, or tools are allowed. We'll compete using only our techniques. Mighty Tiger set the duel's rules and sent Shifeng a duel request. "If you're not used to melee battles, I can only use 70% of my HP against you. You'll win if you take me down to 30%. Hearing Mighty Tiger's terms, the spectators gasped. They hadn't expected Mighty Tiger to be so bold. However, Mighty Tiger earned his arrogance. After all, none of Zero Wing's experts had reduced his HP to below 50%. "That's fine. Let's begin," Shifeng said nonchalantly. Once both sides had agreed to the duel, a timer appeared above the stage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Let's see how strong you really are. As the duel began, Mighty Tiger retrieved the two axes from his back and dashed towards Shi Feng like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Shi Feng could feel the berserker's icy killing intent lock onto him. It was clear that the berserker wasn't like the players who only fought in games when Mighty Tiger was 10 yards away from Shi Feng. His footwork changed. Sure enough, he's using ghost steps, Shi Feng thought when he saw Mighty Tiger's body suddenly split into two identical clones, both moving in different directions. Very quickly, the two clones split into four and so on. It was as if Mighty Tiger had used a skill to create doppelgangers or illusions. To players who could not use skills or spells, this was an extreme disadvantage. Tiger is taking this too seriously. He's using ghost steps right off the bat. Yi Feng won't even have a chance to display his skills, Unwavering Hand said, shaking his head from the audience's viewpoint. It seemed as if Mighty Tiger had approached Shi Feng head-on before turning abruptly and circling to his opponent's side. When Shi Feng and Mighty Tiger collided, a blue light flashed on the stage as Mighty Tiger turned to launch a follow-up attack. His vision started to grow dark. He then noticed a flower of blood bloom across his chest. Before he had realized what had happened, he collapsed to the ground behind Shi Feng. What just happened? Everyone was confused as they stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse, none of them knowing what had just happened, following which, the victor's name appeared above the stage. Yi Feng. Chapter 1324, Sword God's Weapon. Chapter 1324, Sword God's Weapon. Tiger lost? What just happened? How did Tiger die so quickly? Was Tiger even attacked? He used ghost steps. How could he get hit in a melee battle? Can someone explain to me what just happened? Falling Flower stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse in astonishment from the VIP stands. She was practically shouting as she questioned the companions who sat beside her from start to end. Her eyes hadn't left the stage. She had been focused on the combatants. However, when Mighty Tiger had circled to Shi Feng's back and was about to land a blow, he died instead. Just what had Shi Feng done during that brief moment? Meanwhile, the players in the spectator stands were even more confused. Mighty Tiger had already been so fast that they couldn't keep up with him. Now, the battle had ended before they could understand what had happened. An act? Is Zero Wing trying to hype up the competition? No, that's not right. Even if this is an act, the system recognized it as an official duel. It won't declare a victor until one of their HPs hits 0. But how could anyone eliminate over 30,000 of a berserker's HP in an instant? The match confused every spectator, so much so that they had forgotten to cheer. The tournament hall was utterly silent as everyone stared at the stage. What did the guild leader do? Blackie had to ask with his eyesight. He had barely been able to keep up with Mighty Tiger's movements. He hadn't seen anything when Shi Feng had attacked. Is this a Tier 2 class? Aqua Rose was stunned as she looked at Shi Feng. Big sis Aqua, do you know what happened? Flying Shadow asked eagerly. No, I just reacted. When that berserker circled the guild leader, I saw a flash of blue light. The guild leader must have attacked him. It seems that the berserker failed to react in time. After watching the recording in slow motion, I saw guild leader use a standard slash. His attack speed wasn't on par with his instant strike. This speed isn't due to high attack speed. He just used his reaction speed. The guild leader's reaction speed has already surpassed the level that our eyes can keep up with, Aqua Rose explained after giving the matter some thought. The guild leader really is a monster. Realization dawned on Flying Shadow when he heard Aqua Rose's explanation. He had thought that after training arduously for so long, he had shortened the distance between Shi Feng and himself. However, the gap had continued to widen. Meanwhile, after the duel, Mighty Tiger resurrected below the stage. When he looked up at Shi Feng, fear, respect, and confusion filled his gaze rather than bewilderment. He was surprised that Shi Feng had seen through his ghost steps. His team leader had told him that even the top 100 experts on the God's Domain experts list wouldn't be able to see through his ghost steps, much less Shi Feng, who had never seen the technique before. However, Mighty Tiger couldn't believe that was true. Shi Feng must have seen ghost steps many times. Ghost steps was a special technique that combined footwork, killing intent targeting, and aura concealment to create the illusion that enemies surrounded the opponent, while in reality, only one of those enemies was real. It was a combat technique that specialized in dealing with experts. Experts had very sharp senses, and they would often react instinctively. It was an amazing technique. Against an ordinary player, however, the technique's effects would be minimal. Aside from being a peak expert, Shi Feng was a Tier 2 swordmaster. His physique far exceeded Mighty Tiger's. When dealing with abnormal speed, Shi Feng only needed to focus, and Mighty Tiger's movements would play in slow motion in his mind. Yet, Mighty Tiger had dared to come within 5 yards of him. The Berserker had been asking for a swift ending. In the end, Shi Feng had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, which allowed him to kill Mighty Tiger instantly. Who else wants to fight? That boring battle wasn't even a good warm-up, Shi Feng quipped, smiling as he glanced at Evil Fire's group. Mighty Tiger nearly choked when he heard Shi Feng's comment. Unwavering hand and the others also wore grim expressions, hesitation lingering in their eyes. Shi Feng's performance had thoroughly stunned them. Sure enough, the rumors about Yi Feng weren't credible in the least. How was this supposed to be an expert on fire dance's level? Yi Feng was practically on the same level as Black Flame. He might even be superior to the guild leader. Zero Wing has truly earned its fame. No wonder it became Star Moon Kingdom's mythical guild. Evil Fire's fighting spirit soared as he watched Shi Feng. Evil, you need to think this through. If you fight Yi Feng, you'll most likely have to expose your trump cards. You'll have a tough time when you head to the Black Dragon Empire to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unwavering hand warned his companion. I understand. Don't worry. In any case, I have a match with Black Flame tomorrow. It'll be a fair contest if he knows about my abilities. Evil Fire smiled nonchalantly. He then approached the stage with long strides. Evil Fire wore a suit of black scale armor. He also carried a dark purple greatsword that was as tall as he was. Blue runes decorated the sword's blade. The surrounding mana flowed towards the greatsword automatically, causing arcs of blue electricity to dance around the blade and crackle from time to time. Overall, Evil Fire looked like a demonic beast, his aura pulling an involuntary shiver from the audience. With each step Evil Fire took, his aura grew slightly more intense. The audience felt a heavy pressure weigh down on them. Moreover, he had removed the concealment on his weapon and equipment's glow effect, as well as his level 45. How is this possible? Even the number 1 player on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list is only level 44 right now. Strong. So strong. No wonder why these people dared to challenge Zero Wing. Zero Wing is in trouble. Why does it feel like I should be running for my life when I look at him? Crap. He has 3 pieces of epic equipment on him. The glow effect on his greatsword looks unique as well. What rank is that weapon? The audience gasped when Evil Fire removed the concealment. Evil Fire's items hadn't only stunned the independent players watching. Blackie and the others from Zero Wing were astonished as well. Evil Fire's equipment could already rival that of Fire Dance and Gentle Snow. Shi Feng, however, didn't pay any mind to his opponent's equipment. Rather, the Berserker's dark purple greatsword attracted his attention. Why does he have the Storm Warblade? Shi Feng could not help his growing confusion. The Storm Warblade was one of God's Domain's 36 famed swords. Moreover, it was a higher rank than the sacred sword, Killing Ray. The two-handed weapon ranked 14th among the 36 famed swords. This greatsword had been very famous in the past. The weapon was the reason that the sword god, Celestial Pole, had become so famous. The weapon had made its debut when Celestial Pole had been a Tier 3 player. Celestial Pole had only switched to a different weapon after reaching Tier 6. The fact that Celestial Pole had used the Storm Warblade until Tier 6 showed that the greatsword's attributes were frighteningly high. Yet, now, a player whom Shi Feng had never heard of wielded the Storm Warblade. It was baffling. Do you want a melee battle as well? Shi Feng asked as Evil Fire stepped onto the stage. No. You are quite strong enough to face me in an official duel, Evil Fire said, shaking his head. Proudly, he continued, I don't want you to hold back. Otherwise, the battle will end too quickly. Although Shi Feng had already displayed overwhelming power, it didn't affect Evil Fire. Evil Fire was still confident that it wasn't possible for him to lose. Shi Feng then sent Evil Fire a duel request, following which, the timer above the stage began to count down. Chapter 1325. Difference in Tiers. Chapter 1325. Difference in Tiers. Above the stage, the duel's timer counted down, second after second. Tension gripped the audience in the spectator stands. Their focus was glued to the stage. It was the first time a match of such high standards had occurred in Stone Forest Town's battle arena, and not even the major tournament, which was held once every 15 days, could hold a candle to this upcoming match. After all, Shi Feng, who had killed today's undefeated champion instantly, stood on one side. On the other side stood Evil Fire. Although Evil Fire had yet to fight, his weapon, equipment, and frightening aura were enough proof of his strength. There was also the fact that Evil Fire's group treated him like a leader. All these factors suggested that Evil Fire was far stronger than Mighty Tiger's. However, while nobody knew what kind of outcome to expect, they knew that they would miss the clash between these two players if they didn't pay close attention. When the timer reached 0, Evil Fire unsheathed the Storm Warblade from across his back and shouted. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. The intensity of his aura increased considerably. Right now, he seemed like a ferocious, prehistoric beast. Evil Fire had just used his Berserk skill, Lightning Beast's Rampage. It was a super rare Berserk skill that increased its user's strength, attack speed, movement speed, and HP by 100% for 90 seconds. Let us begin. Evil Fire's gaze sharpened as his near-tangible killing intent enveloped Shi Feng. It seemed as if Shi Feng was the only person in Evil Fire's world. In his mind, the audience members below the stage and crowding the building didn't even exist. Why is his killing intent so powerful? The approaching berserker surprised Shi Feng. His mind constantly warned him of an imminent threat, and he couldn't help but focus on his opponent. With his current strength, he could even go toe-to-toe against a Grand Lord. Only Tier 4 mythic monsters might be able to give him a challenge, yet Evil Fire achieved the same by activating a Berserk skill. For a moment, Shi Feng even felt as if Evil Fire had surpassed a Tier 4 mythic monster. It was unbelievable. Even the audience struggled to breathe, their expressions becoming indescribably grim. So strong. His aura alone is so powerful. Zero wings in danger. Many expert players looked at Evil Fire with fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Evil Fire left an afterimage behind him as he used charge against Shi Feng, his speed increasing tremendously as he approached his opponent like a violent gale. When Evil Fire was only 10 yards away from Shi Feng, he adjusted his footwork like Mighty Tiger. Evil Fire turned and circled around Shi Feng. He used the same strategy as Mighty Tiger. Only, this time, not even the experts in the audience could keep up with Evil Fire's speed. Mighty Tiger, who had returned to the VIP stands, could not help but laugh. Ha! Yi Feng must be stunned. I'm not the only one who knows how to use ghost steps. And Evil is way better than I am. Even our team leader had to be careful against Evil. He could only mesmerize his enemies with his ghost steps. However, Evil Fire's ghost steps could force his opponents to focus on him and nothing else, causing his enemies to make all sorts of mistakes. It did not even matter if his opponent's attributes were higher than his. After all, one's attributes were only useful if they hit their target. If they couldn't land a hit, all the strength in the world would be useless. Furthermore, Evil Fire had activated his Berserk skill. His strength and speed were both superior to Shi Feng's. The duel would end the moment Shi Feng made the slightest error. When Evil Fire was within 8 yards of Shi Feng's side, his footwork changed once more. Unlike Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire didn't circle to Shi Feng's back. Instead, he charged at Shi Feng's side, swinging his great sword and sending a purple arc towards the swordsman's neck. Beheaded. Suddenly, Killing Ray appeared in the Storm Warblade's attack trajectory so fast. Evil Fire was stunned to see the sacred sword. He had not even noticed Shi Feng swing his blade. Although Shi Feng's reaction speed surprised him, he didn't falter. On the contrary, Evil responded with a sneer. While Evil Fire found it surprising that Shi Feng had seen through his ghost steps and executed a proper defense, Shi Feng hadn't activated his Berserk skill when the match had begun. Even if Shi Feng activated a Berserk skill now, he would still have an absolute advantage in terms of strength over the swordsman. Even if Shi Feng blocked the attack, the impact would knock back the swordsman. He could then continue his fierce assault and force Shi Feng to use his life-saving skills. Once Shi Feng expended the skill, he could easily kill the swordsman Deng. However, The instant the two famed swords collided, Evil Fire's expression changed. How? Did he use a berserk skill? Evil Fire was surprised to feel the sensation in his arms as his great sword struck, killing Ray. It felt as if he had hit an indestructible wall. Rather than forcing the sacred sword back, the impact. His hands tingled, nearly numb. His HP had also fallen by over 100 points. In contrast, Shi Feng remained unharmed, still standing in his original position. However, before Evil Fire could understand what had happened, Shi Feng's abyssal blade was already moving towards Evil Fire's rib scram. When Evil Fire noticed the abyssal blade's approach, he knew that he couldn't block the attack. Despite his awkward posture, he forcefully executed Whirlwind Slash, using the AoE skill to block the attack. He had already upgraded his Whirlwind Slash to Tier 1, level 10, and it was only a level away from Tier 2. The strength he could exhibit while using the skill was 50% higher than his normal attacks. This time, Shi Feng was forced to take a step back as he received the attack. Seeing this, Evil Fire immediately pulled away from Shi Feng. He had been forced to move awkwardly when he had executed Whirlwind Slash. Although he had managed to deflect Shi Feng's blade, he was not in a good position to launch another attack. He needed to readjust his stance before doing so. 10 yards separated Shi Feng and Evil Fire once more, both fighters observing each other quietly. Although both sides had already clashed twice, the encounter had only lasted a brief moment. The clash had occurred so quickly that both fighters were 10 yards away from each other before the audience could react. The tournament hall fell silent. Impossible. He saw through Evil's ghost steps and blocked the attack. Is he even human? Mighty Tiger's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he looked at Shi Feng. Previously, after activating his berserk skill, Evil Fire had relied on this same attack strategy to kill a superpowers peak expert, yet Shi Feng had deflected the move effortlessly. The swordsman had even forced Evil Fire to use Whirlwind Slash. Excitement filled Evil Fire's gaze as he watched Shi Feng. He felt as if he had just found a worthy rival. You really can't trust rumors. I never expected Zero Wing to have such an impressive expert. Since you blocked my previous move, you must rank within the top 100 on the God's Domain's expert list. Evil Fire could not help but praise his enemy. However, I told you that this duel would end very quickly if you hold back. This is my last warning. This will be the first time I try this next move. I had planned to save it for Black Flame, but I've decided to test it out on you first. Saying so, silver divine runes began to surface on Evil Fire's arms and forehead, giving the berserker a sacred feeling. Evil Fire's aura also grew stronger. Divine Warrior. Shi Feng was shocked to see the silver divine runes on Evil Fire's forehead. In God's Domain, aside from the 10 great saint legacies, which he had only learned about in this life, there were the 16 great peak legacies. These were the strongest among peak legacies. One of them was the Divine Warrior. As Evil Fire used ghost steps once more clones appeared around Shi Feng. To the audience, Evil Fire had just left long-lasting afterimages behind him. Before anyone had realized it, Evil Fire arrived a short distance away from Shi Feng's side. It seemed as if two Evil Fires graced the stage. Evil Fire tightened his grip on the Storm Warblade as he swung it at Shi Feng. The great sword created a powerful gale as it sliced through the air. It seemed as if the great sword had split the air as it descended on Shi Feng. Chapter 1326, A Moment of Splendor. Chapter 1326, A Moment of Splendor. So fast. Although Evil Fire's ghost steps hadn't confused Shi Feng, Evil Fire moved so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of the berserker's afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Evil Fire had reached his side. While under the effects of twofold berserk, Evil Fire's strength was on par with a Great Lord. Moreover, he had surpassed an ordinary Great Lord. As the purple glow descended on him, Shi Feng intercepted it with Abyssal Blade. Although Shi Feng's attack speed could not outstrip Evil Fire's, his Tier 2 physique gave him godlike reaction speed. Before Evil Fire had begun to swing his great sword, Shi Feng had already started swinging the Abyssal Blade parry. When the Storm Warblade collided with the Abyssal Blade, a loud boom shook the tournament hall, the resulting impact scattering the dust on the stage. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the dust cloud and slammed into the ground over 10 yards away. This figure was none other than Shifeng. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands still vibrated from the impact. Sure enough, he has the strength of a strength-based great lord of the same level, Shifeng thought when he felt his hand numbed. No wonder why he is so confident against me. Meanwhile, the audience members in the spectator stands were stupefied. Is he a monster? What kind of strength is this? Was his strength just as high as Yi Feng's? Due to Evil Fire's attack, the air above the stage seemed as if it had split in half. It looked like a cracked mirror. What? He can use twofold berserk as well? Blackie's jaw dropped. Just who are these people? As far as they knew, twofold berserk was Shifeng's trademark move. By activating twofold berserk, he could gain the strength to fight opponents of a higher tier for a short time. Against players without twofold berserk, he had an overwhelming advantage throughout Zero Wing. No one, aside from Shifeng and Gentle Snow, could block Evil Fire's attacks. Even Fire Dance was no exception. Blackie found it truly hard to imagine that a group of independent players would not only possess so many skilled fighters, but also have someone in possession of a peak legacy. Not even most first-rate guilds had players with peak legacies. The majority of those guilds' legacies were limited to basic and advanced rank. Yi Feng is doomed. Evil's Divine Warrior Hidden Class is a peak legacy famed for its destructive power. Not only does its legacy berserk skill increase strength, agility, and endurance by 120%, but it also boosts the user's reaction speed and movement speed by 100%. It's one of the strongest berserk skills available. Even if Yi Feng has the attributes of a great lord of the same level, this is still a one-sided fight. Falling Flower's words were tinged with admiration as she watched Evil Fire. After their team leader had obtained the Divine Warrior Legacy item, everyone in the team had attempted to obtain the legacy. Unfortunately, only Evil Fire had succeeded in the end. As long as players with peak legacies had a little talent, they would qualify to reach the peak of God's domain. Whether or not the player in question succeeded would depend on luck and effort. Once the dust settled on the stage, Evil Fire charged at Shifeng again. However, he didn't use ghost steps this time. Instead, his dash was straightforward, without techniques. He also completely disregarded his defenses as he reached his opponent. Evil Fire used Cross Slash, which could even injure a Tier 3 Great Lord. Against Shifeng, against one of the publicly acknowledged strongest peak legacies in God's domain, Shifeng couldn't be careless. Heavenly Dragon's power. Suddenly, golden scales covered Shifeng's body. Dragon's authority. Suddenly, Shifeng exuded an aura that froze the space above the stage, creating an eerie silence. The change forced Evil Fire to slow slightly. However, he quickly reacted by activating a control removal skill. Although he couldn't dispel Dragon's authority's suppression, holding it off for 2 or 3 seconds would be enough. With only 8 yards separating the fighters, Evil Fire adjusted his attack method abruptly, changing his Storm Warblade's trajectory. In the next moment, 4 purple arcs flew at Shifeng. All 4 arches moved at the same pace and targeted Shifeng's blind spots. This is 4 extreme slashes. Shifeng could not help his surprise when he saw this move. The Extreme Slash was Miracle Dragon's trademark move, unavailable to outsiders. Although Evil Fire used the same technique as Miracle Dragon, who could easily execute 6 Extreme Slashes, executing 4 Extreme Slashes was impressive. Sword's Orbit. Dang. Shifeng blocked all 4 slashes perfectly before they were within 5 yards. Stunned, Evil Fire stopped his advance. How is this possible? How is his strength higher than mine? Evil Fire stared at Shifeng in shock. Not only had his slashes failed to damage Shifeng, but he had also lost over 800 HP. Although he had more than 150,000 HP in total, the fact that he had lost in a direct confrontation was unbelievable. However, Shifeng did not intend to give Evil Fire any time to think as the abyssal blade soared towards the berserker's neck. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 9 shadow weapons appeared around Evil Fire, surrounding him. Each shadow could exert 120% of Shifeng's strength. The attack was already close to that of a Grand Lord. As Evil Fire realized the precariousness of his situation, his gaze turned serious, and he shouted. Suddenly, countless wind blades formed around Evil Fire's body. The wind blades then flew out in all directions, shattering Shifeng's shadows. The swordsman was forced to stop his assault as he used defensive blade to protect himself. Even so, defensive blade's block count was insufficient to stop all of the wind blades. Once the block counts were exhausted, each wind blade dealt around -3,100 damage. In total, Shifeng had been struck 11 times, his HP decreasing by over 34,000 inches the blink of an eye. Shifeng had lost 1/10 of his HP. Is this the Storm Warblade's Storm Assault? What a terrifying weapon. Without Heavenly Dragon's powers defense and HP boost, I would have been forced to activate Absolute Defense. Evil Fire, who was enveloped in flowing, purple-hued air, had surprised Shifeng once again. The Storm Warblade had two major skills. The first was Storm Assault. When activated, the skill created hundreds of wind blades that the user could control to attack any targets within 30 yards. Each wind blade possessed 110% of the player's strength. However, they could only cause 50% of the player's damage. The skill had a duration of 5 seconds and a cooldown of 15 minutes. However, the current Storm Warblade before Shifeng was incomplete. Evil Fire couldn't control hundreds of wind blades yet. Though controlling dozens of wind blades wasn't a problem, the second major skill was called Storm Domain, and it was the cause of the purple whirlwind enveloping Evil Fire. When activated, the skill allowed the user to suppress any target within a 50-yard radius using powerful wind. Moreover, the closer the target was to the storm's epicenter, the stronger the suppression would become. Due to these two active skills, players who wielded the Storm Warblade were extremely powerful in melee combat. I had never thought that I'd be forced to use my final trump card before my match with Black Flame. Admiration filled Evil Fire's gaze as he looked at Shifeng. He hadn't only dared to challenge the top 10 experts on the God's Domain expert list just because of his twofold berserk. Another important reason: the Storm Warblade in his hands. Fortunately, since I've used that trump card, this battle is over. Saying so, Evil Fire dashed towards Shifeng and executed 4 extreme slashes yet again. At the same time, over 50 wind blades flew at Shifeng from all directions. However, when Evil Fire was still 12 yards away from Shifeng, the latter vanished and reappeared before Evil Fire Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. Sword's Orbit. Even with Storm Domain suppression, Shifeng created a beautiful galaxy around him and bombarded Evil Fire with one star after another. Not only had Shifeng shattered Evil Fire's 4 extreme slashes, but the resplendent stars also pierced Evil Fire's body, each star devouring over 90,000 HP before Evil Fire could react. His vision darkened and his body collapsed to the ground. The screen above the stage revealed the victor's name: Yifeng. Chapter 1327. Impossible competition. As the system announced the duel's victor, silence fell over the tournament hall, followed by the gasps. What's going on? Hadn't the berserker, Evil Fire, had the advantage? Are those two monsters? They are so fast. I didn't even have time to react. Is this a fight between peak experts? The sudden reversal and end of the duel befuddled the ordinary players present. However, some of the experts who had watched the match had a rough understanding of what had happened. Although it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with Shifeng and Evil Fire's fight, they could watch the recording in slow motion, gaining a clear view of what had occurred. Evil Fire's attributes can definitely rival that of a Tier 3 Great Lord. If we fought, he'd most likely annihilate our 100-man team, yet he couldn't block Yifeng's attacks. Just how strong is Yifeng? Is Zero Wing a guild of monsters? Unlike ordinary players, expert players could judge a player's strength accurately. Hence, they were aware of how powerful Evil Fire was. The berserker was definitely a peak expert, an existence they looked up to and sought to become, yet Yifeng so easily defeated such an expert. The spectating experts even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their judgment of Evil Fire's strength. Meanwhile, among those present, no one was more excited about the outcome than Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing's members looked at Shifeng with reverence. The guild's many consecutive losses had frustrated them. However, they hadn't been able to do anything about it. After all, the fighters they had dispatched were guild experts. If not even the guild experts were a match for Evil Fire's group, then what hope did the elite and normal members have? However, as soon as Shi Feng had ascended to the stage, he had turned the situation around. First, he had killed Mighty Tiger, today's reigning champion, in a single move. Then, he destroyed a monster like Evil Fire in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing's members were both stunned and exhilarated. Meanwhile, the other guild's members, who had badmouthed Zero Wing, had fallen mute. Just who is this guy? Even our team leader has to dodge Evil's attacks when he uses twofold Berserk and the Storm Warblade skills, yet that guy faced him head-on. Is he even a player? He can't be an NPC in disguise, right? Falling Flower stared at Shi Feng with wide eyes. No matter how many times she looked at the swordsman, she could not believe the match's outcome. She had experienced Evil's storm domain personally. Even 10 yards away from Evil Fire, the tremendous pressure had suppressed her. If she moved any closer, she'd be lucky if she could use 50% of her attack speed and reaction speed. It seems Zero Wing is not as simple as we had thought. We'll need to adjust our plans, Unwavering Hand said somberly as he glanced at Shi Feng. But first, we need to notify the team leader. The other group members nodded, wearing morose expressions. They had planned to challenge the number 1 guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to increase their adventurer team's fame, yet before they had even challenged Zero Wing to an official match, Shi Feng had shut them down. As soon as Evil Fire resurrected below the stage, he ran up to Shi Feng, who was descending the stairs. Do you have some business to discuss? Shi Feng asked, smiling. If Evil Fire had fought him before he had completed his Tier 2 promotion, he would have likely been forced to use twofold Berserk and many of his trump cards. After all, despite looking like an unrefined savage, Evil Fire was a bona fide flowing water realm expert. Zero Wing didn't have a single expert, aside from himself, that had a chance of defeating the Berserker. Reaching the flowing water realm by the age of 20 was a miraculous feat. He would definitely be considered a genius in any superpower. If given enough time, Evil Fire could reach the apex of God's domain. I'd just like to say a few things. I lost this match. I won't challenge Black Flame until I can defeat you. It won't be long before I issue another challenge. I will win, and then I'll challenge Black Flame to an honorable duel. Confidence shone in Evil Fire's eyes as he spoke with Shi Feng. While he had suffered a miserable loss, he had gained just as much. He had only recently obtained the Storm Warblade. He hadn't had a lot of time to get used to the weapon. Most importantly, he was close to completing the 4th phase of an epic quest. After he visited the secret land and obtained the skill that could counter Shi Feng's godlike speed, he could definitely put up a good fight against the swordsman. Challenge me? Shi Feng could not help but laugh. Allow me to refuse. I don't have that much time on my hands. What? Are you afraid? Evil Fire ridiculed the swordsman. You don't have to provoke me. I really don't have that much time, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. If every person were like you and challenged me once every 2 or 3 days after their defeat, I might as well stop playing this game. If you really want to challenge me, I'll make you a deal. Defeat either Flying Shadow or Shadow Sword. If you succeed, I'll accept your challenge. How about it? Are you kidding me? Although they are skilled, they can't even beat Mighty Tiger, who's just at the refinement realm. How could they possibly defeat me? Evil Fire growled angrily. I don't mean right now. 7 days. In 7 days, you can challenge either one of them. As long as you defeat one, I'll accept your challenge, Shi Feng said, laughing. If you don't feel up to it, you can always give up. It'd be easier for me. 7 days? Evil Fire gave Shi Feng a cold look. You think they can grow strong enough to defeat me in just 7 days? What a joke. Since you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Shi Feng offered as he turned to the distant Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. If you defeat either of them in 7 days, you'll win. But I will. If you win, you can tell me to do one thing. If I win, you'll have to do something for me. What do you think? If I win, I'll make you leave Zero Wing. Are you willing to do that? Evil Fire said, scoffing. Of course. Shi Feng nodded seriously. Fine. You better not regret this. Evil Fire glanced at Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. Although he did not know what kind of tricks Shi Feng was trying to play, those two wouldn't be able to defeat him in God's domain even if they had another 10 years to train. As Evil Fire left, Aqua Rose walked over to Shi Feng. Guild leader, have you lost your mind? Aqua Rose said, clearly angry. In her eyes, Shifeng was simply too irresponsible. He had actually agreed to such a bet. What if he lost? You are fully aware of how strong evil fire is. Snow is likely the only one, aside from you, with the strength to fight that man. Even fire would be forced to run and dodge if he used twofold berserk. Although Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword have improved very quickly, they are still a long way from reaching the refinement realm. How can they possibly defeat evil fire in 7 days? Relax. God created the world in 7 days, I should be able to do this much, Shifeng said, chuckling at Aqua Rose's wrath. Evil fire was a bona fide genius. Although he had not heard about the Berserker in the past, with Evil Fire's status as an independent player, it would be a huge waste not to poach such a talent if he wanted to recruit a prideful expert like Evil Fire. This was the quickest and most effective method. It might have been impossible to train Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword to defeat Evil Fire in just 7 days before. But the situation had changed. Seeing Shifeng's confident smile, Aqua Rose could not help but sigh and give up her attempt to persuade him. All she could do now was assign as many resources as possible to Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, helping them improve as much as possible. Once the duel had ended and everyone prepared to leave the tournament hall, Shifeng walked onto the stage once more. Immediately, he attracted everyone's attention. What? Is there going to be another match? The money I spent to watch today's fights were worth every coin. Everyone grew excited when they saw Shifeng on the stage. Although the majority of these players couldn't keep up with battles between experts of Shifeng's level, such fights were an eye-opener. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to watch the competition today. On behalf of Zero Wing, I have 2 announcements. Starting tomorrow, Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm will sell a limited number of Stone Forest Town's private houses each day. Zero Wing has also activated the private house upgrade system. From now on, owners can upgrade their houses. The players in the venue gasped and cheered like raving lunatics. Many of those present contacted their companions to convey the shocking news. The news spread like the plague, causing a commotion throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1328, Kingdom in an Uproar. Chapter 1328, Kingdom in an Uproar. Shortly after Shifeng had made his announcement, a commotion erupted on the Star Moon Kingdom's forums. What? Zero Wing is selling private houses again? Even when I offered 1,000 gold, no one was willing to sell their houses. Now that Zero Wing has finally decided to sell more, I have to get one. Stone Forest Town will most likely become even more popular. I've heard that the adventurer teams with private houses have improved considerably since the purchase. These teams have almost cleared out the rare tools sold in Stone Forest Town. Wonderful! Our adventurer wasn't able to attend the previous auction. This time, we'll get our own private house. Players are going to fight over Stone Forest Town's houses. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to activate the private house upgrade system. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing did it. I've looked it up. Currently, Stone Forest Town's private houses are only 1 star. After 1 upgrade, each house can register another 10 players. These 10 players can then teleport to and from the house, although it does have a 1-day cooldown. The house's owner can teleport without a cooldown. This won't do. I need to go borrow some money right away. Initially, everyone was overjoyed to hear that Zero Wing had decided to sell more of Stone Forest Town's houses. However, after gaining a clearer understanding of the private house upgrade system, many adventurer teams began to look at the houses as potential gold mines. After the upgrade system activated, these private houses seemed tailor-made for the various adventurer teams. Now, by owning one of these private houses, an adventurer team could explore further and return an entire team to Stone Forest Town at a moment's notice. Enjoying the town's various benefits, Stone Forest Town wasn't the least bit inferior to Red Iron Town, which Heaven's Burial developed with everything it had ever since Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City. It had established Evernight City's teleportation array in a high-resource map not far from Red Iron Town. Now that a guild had gained access to Evernight City, it was much easier for players to venture to the city. Players only needed to complete some corresponding quests to gain access themselves. Later, they could travel between Red Iron Town and Evernight City easily. Players would be able to reach high-level and high-resource maps relatively quickly. The only downside was that, unless one was a member of Heaven's Burial or owned a private house in Red Iron Town, they could only teleport from Evernight City to Red Iron Town, not the other way around. Even so, Red Iron Town grew steadily. Wandering merchants had already begun to visit the town. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's private houses were much cheaper than Stone Forest Town's. This tempted many independent experts and adventurer teams to invest. As long as they bought a house in Red Iron Town, their development would be reliant on Heaven's Burial. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial would undoubtedly construct teleportation arrays connected to Evernight City in other towns in the future. Using Evernight City as a waypoint, players could then freely teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's guild towns. This would be very convenient. Many players considered purchasing a house in Red Iron Town. However, after Zero Wing's announcement, the various adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom changed their minds. After all, Stone Forest Town was now far stronger than Red Iron Town. For a time, even adventuring teams in Starmoon Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires were tempted as they secretly collected funds. Only 2 players occupied a secluded bar in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man had a dignified appearance, and although he seemed young and well-groomed, there was a look in his eyes that spoke of a variety of life experiences. He was clearly older than he looked. As for the woman, to put it simply, she was an absolute beauty. She had long, flowing hair that fell to her thin waist, and her every action could easily mesmerize both men and women. 2 glasses of purplish-red wine had been placed before these players. Despite being untouched, mana constantly gathered around the purplish-red liquid. The liquid also gave off a faint red glow, giving it an attractive appearance. Its aroma could make anyone salivate, tempting them to drink it if Sir Fong were present. He'd be shocked to see this wine. The wine within the 2 glasses was none other than one of the Apocalypse Empire's 5 great wines, Tears of Purgatory. Not just anyone could obtain this beverage. It would only be awarded to those who obtained the key to the Purgatory barrier and cleared it. Although Tears of Purgatory wasn't as effective as Soul Water, it wasn't far off either. In the past, wine-collecting players had even been willing to pay 1,000 gold to purchase a single bottle. However, Sir Fong would be more surprised to see the woman at the bar, the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scars' old ghost. Heartless, why did you come looking for me so suddenly? Endless Scars asked the man looking to be in his 30s across from her. Smiling faintly, she continued, or are you here to tell me that your apprentice has lost? Little girl, why do you insist on calling me old ghost? Am I really that old? Heartless Sword rolled his eyes. Well, I'm right, aren't I? Zero Wing isn't as simple as you assume. Endless Scars paid no attention to Heartless Sword's grumbling. Since your apprentice, Evil Fire, has lost, according to our agreement, I am allowed to invite Black Flame to join our operation. Yes. This doesn't count. Yi Feng defeated Evil Fire, not Black Flame, Heartless Sword said, shaking his head. Old ghost. Do you really think that your apprentice can defeat Black Flame, Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert? Endless Scars said, chuckling. Or do you think that one defeat isn't enough? Heartless Sword turned pale when he heard Endless Scars' comment. He had seen the battle video himself. The gap between the fighter's strength was incredibly massive. Even if Black Flame weren't as strong as Yi Feng, they couldn't be that different. Forget it. I give up. I won't continue to argue with you. I'll agree to your request. Heartless Sword helplessly gave in to Endless Scars' demand. However, I'm not the only one involved. You'll have to get the others' approval as well. Although, I doubt that they'll agree. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you agree, I can easily convince the others to fall in line, Endless Scars said, smiling. She then finished her Tears of Purgatory before leaving the bar. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, an uproar shook the guild. Damnable Zero Wing. They dare to ruin my good fortune. Singular Burial cursed as he read the latest statistics report on Red Iron Town. He could have made a fortune by selling Red Iron Town's private houses. He could then use the money to support the guild's development. Now, however, Zero Wing had ruined his plans. Initially, he had over 400 interested buyers. Now, less than half remained. Guild leader, should we lower the price a little? Daybreak Fog suggested currently, they sold the town's houses for between 300 and 400 gold. If they dropped the price to between 200 and 300 gold, they should attract more buyers. After all, Stone Forest Town's private houses had already climbed to 1,000 gold. No need. I had intended to let Zero Wing survive for a bit longer, but I've changed my mind. Notify Abandoned Wave immediately. We are going to teach Zero Wing who truly owns Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. The round table meeting room fell silent after hearing Singular Burial's Command Guild leader. Although Abandoned Wave has created more monsters in the Frozen Scar, they're not fully grown yet. They will need at least 2 or 3 more days before they reach maturity. If we declare war on Zero Wing now. Everyone attempted to persuade Singular Burial to be patient and wait a little longer. What's there to worry about? You've witnessed these evil beasts' strength for yourselves. Even before reaching maturity, they're terrifying creatures. The only reason that we're helping Abandoned Wave create evil beasts is to prevent every guild in Starmoon Kingdom from working together against us. We'll just use the evil beasts to raid Stone Forest Town. It'll be a piece of cake. We won't even need to dispatch our forces to the raid. Abandoned Wave can take care of it easily without our help. At most, the other guilds will suspect that we're related to Abandoned Wave and his beasts. Without concrete proof, they won't work together to challenge us. When Abandoned Wave captures Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's members and the independent players in the town will become sacrifices for the army. Abandoned Wave can then nurture even more evil beasts. Even if the various guilds discover our relationship, it will be too late to do anything about it. Alright, see to the necessary preparations right away. Everyone grew excited as they listened to Singular Burial's reasoning. If Heaven's Burial secured Stone Forest Town, the 2 towns would provide a stable source of coins and magic crystals for the guild. With the help of the monster army, it would only be a matter of time before they took control of Starmoon Kingdom. At that point, only God's Domain's various superpowers would pose any threat. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons exploded into action. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, Shifeng discreetly returned to Zero Wing's residence after the competition in the battle arena in the guild hall's basement. Shifeng carefully took the hero's chapter from his bag. He placed it on the magic array in the center of the hall and began to chant an incantation. As the hero's chapter sat within the array, the hall's mana surged towards it. Suddenly, balls of light appeared in the center of the array. These balls of light began to gather and form a humanoid shape as if they were constructing a body. Once the shape was complete, the hero's chapter transformed into divine runes that entered the body. Hopefully, the hero isn't too weak, Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the body gradually take shape inside the magic array. The heroes summoned with the hero's chapter shared the same starting point. However, their growth potential varied like personal guards. Only, heroes typically had very high growth potential. Even the weakest among them could reach level 180, tier 5, while some could climb as high as level 200, tier 5. Even in the past, Shifeng had never heard of a hero reaching tier 6 god rank. However, it was rumored that if one gathered a sufficient number of heroes' chapters, they could summon a tier 6 hero to defend their town or city. Unfortunately, nobody had succeeded, so Shifeng did not know if the rumor were true. Time passed quickly. After the balls of light vanished, a robust man in black robes and wielding a blood-red greatsword appeared before Shifeng. It seems my luck is still quite good. At least I didn't summon the weakest kind of hero. Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after he checked the hero's attribute panel. There was a 60% chance to summon the most common hero when using the hero's chapter. Such heroes' growth was limited to level 180, tier 4. There was a 30% chance to summon a hero with good potential. The combat power of such heroes could reach the peak of tier 4. They could also reach level 200. Only 10% of the heroes summoned could reach tier 5. The hero standing before Shifeng was among the 30% with good potential. It also had the Barbarian hidden class. The Barbarian was an advanced class. Its strength was even higher than Berserkers. Amongst the many advanced classes, its strength ranked among the top 3. Gilbert, Hero, Great Lord, Barbarian. Level 63. HP 40, 000, 000/40, 000, 000. Growth potential, 84. In God's domain, heroes were not actually considered human, although they were. They had human parents but had received the gods' blessings, which increased their life ratings. Hence, they were far more powerful than ordinary human NPCs. They could even rival archaic species of the same tier. Every large guild that had obtained a heroes chapter in the past hadn't hesitated to summon one to protect their guild cities. After summoning Gilbert, Shifeng designated him as the commander of Stone Forest Town's army, giving him control of the 2,000 NPC guards the town employed. Aside from their personal strength, heroes were powerful managers. One hero was more than enough to manage every NPC guard in an advanced town, not to mention an intermediate town like Stone Forest Town. With this, players wouldn't have to be responsible for the town's security. Shortly after summoning Gilbert, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. Stone Forest Town, which is under your management, has achieved C-rank security. Activating private space upgrade system. Once a private space has been upgraded, players can enjoy even more benefit system. Stone Forest Town is the first town to achieve C-rank security in Starmoon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow the Adventurers Association to enter and garrison the town? There is also such a reward? Shifeng was ecstatic. Players couldn't construct the Adventurers Association, Lifestyle Association, War God's Temple, Library, or the bank. Similarly, there were no designs for these establishments. Only after a player town reached a certain rank would these establishments occupy the town. Practically every player in the game visited the Adventurers Association. For example, normally, the Adventurers and Lifestyle Associations would only occupy a town after it upgraded to advanced rank and B-rank security. As for the War God's Temple, Library, and Bank, they would only occupy small cities or above with B-rank security. These 5 establishments had an even greater function in player towns and cities than in NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association for example. As long as the establishment occupied a player town, players would be able to accept commission quests unique to the kingdom and commission and rare quests unique to the town. As the town flourished, more quests would become available. The chance of high-ranking commissions appearing would also increase. Some players had even received SSS-Rank commissions in a particular player city in the past. However, that player city hadn't been just any city. It had been the secret pavilion's main city. If Stone Forest Town could attract the Adventurers Association now, it would become far more popular with players. Independent players would no longer have to return to NPC cities to turn in their quests. They could simply do so in Stone Forest Town, following which, Shifeng agreed to allow the Adventurers Association to occupy Stone Forest Town. He only needed to choose a location for the building. As for the construction fees, the system covered it fully. He didn't have to pay a single coin. Without hesitation, Shifeng placed the Adventurers Association near both the Candlelight trading firm and the private housing area. The players that had purchased private houses in Stone Forest Town also received a corresponding system notification. Suddenly, a 3-story building rose in Stone Forest Town's crowded central district. The building took shape as players watched. What is Zero Wing constructing this time? That can't be it. If it were a player-constructed building, it wouldn't complete so fast. The system must be generating this. Could it be a shop for wandering merchants? That might be the case. Based on my research, once a town reaches a certain point in its development, it'll gain a mysterious shop. I hear that it offers plenty of valuable items. Isn't that just another benefit for the players who own houses in Stone Forest Town? How are we supposed to compete with them now? Normally, I have to waste hours traveling to and from Stone Forest Town when I go out to grind. Anyone that owns a house can simply teleport back. After discussing the possibilities for about 10 minutes, the players stared at the finished building. A signboard hung near its door, advertising 2 words: Adventurers Association. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. The construction of the Adventurers Association, which had 3 floors and took up the area of a large football field, stunned players in the central district. The Adventurers Association? Why would the Adventurers Association be here? I'm not seeing things right? Everyone shuddered when they saw the Adventurers Association. None of them were able to believe what their eyes were seeing was true. The Adventurers Association was becoming more important to God's Domain's players. The association's daily quests were many players' main source of income. This was the main reason that players couldn't venture too far from NPC towns and cities. Now that an Adventurers Association occupied Stone Forest Town, many of these players could break free from this restriction. They could now level up and earn money far more conveniently. Thinking up to this point, many players curiously entered Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Crap. It's real. As the crowd entered the first-floor hall, they discovered that the hall's furnishings were exactly the same as the Adventurers Association in NPC towns and cities. Many NPCs were busy, publishing new quests on the quest board. The only difference was the number of quests available. There were far more quests available here than in other towns and cities. Adventurers Association's quick look. There are daily town quests and several high-ranking quests. A player that had immediately checked the quest area exclaimed. These words attracted a lot of attention, and many players headed towards the quest boards for a closer look. This is awesome. The daily town quests rewards are even better than daily quests in NPC towns and cities. Moreover, the quest locations are all near Stone Forest Town. We can easily complete these quests in 2 hours, even faster if we had mounts. Everyone's eyes shone as they read the daily town quests. Normally, the daily quests in NPC towns and cities required more than 3 hours to complete. Of course, the main reason for this was the long distance between quest objectives. Completing the quest itself only took half an hour or so. Most players would pick up local quests while completing their dailies to increase their leveling efficiency. Only after they completed the local quests would they return to hand in their daily quests. News about Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association spread through the town quickly. As a result, many players who had intended to return to their respective NPC cities to turn in their daily quests surged towards Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Instead, Starmoon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Players with houses in Stone Forest Town are going to have an even easier time. With the Adventurers Association located beside the residential district, they can pick up and turn in quests easily. Hopefully, when the private houses go up for sale tomorrow, the price won't be too high. Our team has only managed to gather 1,000 gold after much difficulty. That can't be certain. The private houses in Stone Forest Town were already quite valuable thanks to the town's high mana density. Even while resting in a private house, players can accumulate the double EXP buff faster than in 1-star guild residents' private rooms. Now, not only can Stone Forest Town's private houses be upgraded, but there is also the Adventurers Association nearby. Don't forget about Stone Forest Town's current development speed either. With the Adventurers Association, it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town. At that point, the town's private houses may cost as much as those in major NPC cities. Indeed, if we fail to get a house now, by the time Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town, purchasing one will be even harder. Due to the Adventurers Association, many adventurer teams that originally held a wait-and-see stance promptly sold off all their unnecessary rare materials, weapons, and equipment to collect money. Some teams even purchased coins in bulk with credits, deeply afraid that they wouldn't have enough money to buy Stone Forest Town's private houses when they became available. At the same time, many of the hesitant adventurer teams in the neighboring kingdoms began to take action, swarming towards Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town had massive advantages over other player towns. It could definitely be considered the #1 town in Starmoon Kingdom and the several neighboring countries if they could enjoy the benefits Stone Forest Town had to offer. Migrating across counties would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, back in Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, Sherfeng charged Gilbert to manage the town's NPC guards after summoning him. He then used a return scroll and returned to White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Every intermediate and above alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm had gathered in the top floor's special alchemy room. In any of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds, even the guild's upper echelons would treat these alchemists like VIPs. Meanwhile, 150 such players had gathered. Among them, more than half of the advanced alchemists in the kingdom were present. These alchemists had already waited for over 20 minutes, but they didn't show the slightest sign of anger or resentment. In fact, They brimmed with excitement and joy. This is wonderful. The guild had always called upon the forgers and engineers. Now, it's finally the alchemist's turn. I wonder why Big Sis Melancholic has called us here? Does the trading firm plan to select alchemists for Titan City? That's possible. The last group that entered Titan City should return soon. This gathering might be to select the candidates for the next batch. Based on what I've heard from those that entered the holy city of Titan, it is a holy land for experience. You can gain tons of knowledge in Titan City. There are even tutorial videos and instructions from masters and grandmasters. One round trip can almost guarantee a promotion from intermediate rank to advanced rank. The insight that advanced lifestyle players gain in the holy city can also help one reach master rank. It's that amazing. Of course, just look at the last Candlelight auction. The super guilds and super first-rate guilds went crazy just to get a single slot. I wonder how many slots have been allocated for alchemists? As the various alchemists conversed, the room's door abruptly opened. A man and a woman then walked into the room. Immediately, everyone in the alchemy room snapped to attention, anxiety and reverence filling their gaze as they looked at the man who had just entered. What's going on? Guild leader Black Flame is here in person? Is Candlelight searching for alchemists to cultivate? Everyone was astonished to see the cloaked man. Despite this man's lack of aura, these players couldn't help but shudder in his presence when the alchemists realized that Black Flame had made a personal trip to meet them. Anticipation gripped their hearts. Not only was the man before them Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he was also the kingdom's #1 forger. Although it had been a long time since he had displayed his forging skills, his abilities were obvious based on the level 50 fine gold set equipment that had sold during the previous auction. In the Candlelight trading firm, even Cream Cocoa and a handful of other advanced forgers who were approaching their master rank promotion could only forge level 50 secret silver set equipment. The other advanced forgers couldn't even produce level 50 mysterious iron set equipment. Moreover, the man before them was the guild leader of the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. With even a sliver of his resources, these advanced lifestyle players would be set for life. If the trading firm nurtured them, they'd have an even higher chance of becoming master alchemists in the future. Not to mention, the Candlelight trading firm had already set a standard and asked Melancholic to gather you here today for 2 reasons. The first is that I will be changing the benefits alchemists are offered. I also want to help several talented alchemists become master alchemists. Although Shifeng hadn't been very loud, every one of his words caused these players' hearts to pound. When these alchemists had heard that Shifeng wanted to help them become master alchemists, they felt as if they had heard the word of God. If any of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds, and even those in the several neighboring kingdoms, had said this, they would assume it was a joke. But it was a different story if these words came from Shifeng's mouth. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Every player in the room grew restless upon hearing Shifeng's announcement. Countless alchemy players in God's domain dreamed of becoming master alchemists. Even super guilds would try desperately to poach a master alchemist nowadays. More players flooded to God's domain. A portion of those players, who found themselves unsuited for combat, began to develop their lifestyle classes instead. In addition, as quite some time had passed since God's Domain launch, the game already had a considerable number of advanced alchemists. As a result, advanced alchemists weren't as valuable as they had been. In fact, their value would continue to decrease as time passed. Even super guilds, which had always been a hub for talented players, had never viewed advanced alchemists as important. Meanwhile, based on their knowledge, although more advanced alchemists emerged in God's Domain each day, even now, there wasn't a single player who had become a master alchemist. If they could reach master rank, they would enjoy instant fame and glory. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about money. They could even find an opportunity to climb to the peak of life, becoming an upper echelon in a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Any of the upper echelons would receive a salary that could even rival a major company's upper management. In fact, as Zero Wing continued to develop, their salaries would increase. After all, God's Domain was becoming more popular throughout the world. The virtual gaming industry was already quite large, and now that countless corporations were investing in God's domain, it could grow to become one of the top few global industries. Just the thought of becoming an upper echelon in Zero Wing excited these alchemist players. I'll talk about the new benefits first. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the excited expressions. This new benefit should motivate you to work harder and improve faster. Hence, only Candlelight's top 10 alchemists will enjoy these benefits. First off, the 4th to 10th ranking alchemists will have access to secret silver alchemy tools provided by the guild. Saying so, Shi Feng retrieved pile after pile of alchemy tools. He had obtained these tools from the moon god's alchemy and research rooms. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained an equal number of each tool. As a result, while the 4th place would receive a complete set of secret silver alchemy tools, lower ranks would receive incomplete sets. Even so, the 10th ranked alchemist would receive 3 secret silver tools. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these secret silver alchemy tools, they gasped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Guild leader, did you rob several large guild warehouses? Melancholic smile could not help her shock when she saw the large pile on the table. Even bronze alchemy tools were rare on the market, each selling for more than 50 silver. Moreover, these tools would be purchased immediately. Mysterious iron alchemy tools were even rarer. On average, alchemy tools of such rank sold for more than 3 gold. As for secret silver rank, they sold for more than 10 gold. However, it was practically impossible for one to find any secret silver alchemy tools on the market. They normally only appeared in auctions, and oftentimes, they would sell for 25 gold or more. Even the Candlelight trading firm had fewer than 10 secret silver alchemy tools. The guild had only obtained them after completing various large-scale quests or from fine gold rank and above treasure chests. Yet, Shi Feng had over 40 tools. As the alchemists still reeled from the sight before them, Shi Feng revealed the Ocean's Glow set, a set of dazzling, fine gold alchemy tools that gave off a faint blue light. Relax. This fine gold rank Ocean's Glow set is only for the 3rd ranked alchemist, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the alchemists drool. These players were speechless. 3rd place would get an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. As expected of our guild leader. You are so awesome. If the other trading firms knew about this, they would faint. I doubt that even super guilds have an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. Excitement overwhelmed these lifestyle players. If they could get their hands on the Ocean's Glow set, it would increase their chances of becoming master alchemists considerably, yet this was only the benefit for the 3rd-ranked alchemist. In God's domain, players needed to invent new items of a certain quality to become master lifestyle players. Unfortunately, inventing a master rank potion had a much lower success rate than simply crafting one. It was extremely important to have a good set of alchemy tools if one wished to become a master alchemist. A set of fine gold alchemy tools was more than enough to change their fate, as everyone dreamed of using the Ocean's Glow set and reaching life's peak. Shi Feng revealed another pile of alchemy tools. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Those are dark gold rank. No, they aren't just dark gold alchemy tools. Those 2 sets share the same motif. Those tools are clearly a set. Some of the players with sharp eyesight quickly noticed these alchemy tools' specialty, and they nearly cried out in shock. If everyone had been surprised by the Candlelight trading firm's foundations before, they were now devastated. They had never even heard of a single dark gold alchemy tool in Starmoon Kingdom before. If one had to estimate such a tool's value, it wouldn't even be worth several pieces of top-tier, dark gold equipment. No one would even be willing to trade such a set for several pieces of epic equipment. A set of fine gold alchemy tools could already help an advanced alchemist reach master rank. A set of dark gold alchemy tools, however, could increase an alchemist's chances by at least 10%. A few epic weapons and pieces of equipment could never rival the value of such a set. If word of these 2 sets of dark gold alchemy tools got out, alchemy enthusiasts would swarm the Candlelight trading firm. After all, alchemy tools were alchemists' weapons. A quality weapon could increase a person's strength significantly, not to mention a top-tier weapon. 2nd place will get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools. As for Candlelight's chief alchemist, they will get to use the green jade set. These are the new benefits every alchemist in the trading firm will be offered, Shi Feng explained. As for the second reason I wanted to talk to you today, it is to provide help to a few talented alchemists reach master rank. However, before I do so, I will need you to sign a core members agreement. I'm sure you're aware of the standard agreement, so I won't go into detail. If you want the opportunity to gain the guild's full support, you can register with Melancholic. Once you sign the agreement, you will be tested. Whether or not you're accepted depends on you. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, dozens of alchemists crowded around Melancholic's smile to register for the test without hesitation. As these alchemists fought over the core member contracts, a woman, who had listened from a corner, approached Shi Feng. The woman was a classical beauty and gave off a serious vibe. She also wore the golden, five-leaf-shaped advanced alchemist's insignia. This classical beauty was none other than Silent Wonder. Melancholic smile had already told Shi Feng that Silent Wonder's standards could rank among the top 3 in Candlelight. Not only was she fast, but her success rate was also quite high. The girl had a very high chance of becoming a master alchemist in the future if not for Silent Wonder's insistence on retaining her freedom and retaining her official member status. Shi Feng would have sent her to Titan City with the last batch of Lifestyle Players Guild leader Black Flame. Can I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked. Of course. Shi Feng nodded. Are official members eligible for the top 10 spots as well? When Silent Wonder posed this question, anxiety was clear in her eyes. She had already realized how extraordinary Candlelight's foundations were. However, she had never imagined that they were quite this frightening. Even Super Guild's trading firms couldn't compete with Candlelight. Both the dark gold tools and the fine gold set tempted her. With access to one of those sets, she was confident that becoming a master alchemist was only a matter of time. However, not even a Super Guild would share such treasures with an official member, much less Zero Wing. But she had to ask. If she really had no hope, she was prepared to trade one of the treasures she had obtained from a secret land. Chapter 1332. There is no strongest, only stronger. Chapter 1332. There is no strongest, only stronger. Hearing Silent Wonder's question, many of the other alchemists shifted their gazes towards Shi Feng, concern flashing in their eyes. The Candlelight trading firm constantly expanded, increasing the number of lifestyle players it recruited. Among them, many advanced rank and talented alchemists preferred freedom over restriction now. However, the Candlelight trading firm had suddenly offered benefits that could even tempt master alchemists. Much less advanced alchemists like themselves. Official members are also Candlelight members, so of course they are included, Shi Feng said, smiling. He was fully aware of everyone's concerns. However, the alchemy tools he had revealed were only the tip of the iceberg. They were only meant to lure more alchemists to join Candlelight. Previously, he hadn't had the capital to do so, but things had changed. Meanwhile, to foster more talented alchemists, he could not limit the competition to the trading firm's senior and core members. Hearing this, Silent Wonder released a deep sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so generous as expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Candlelight is incredible. Other trading firms simply can't compare. It seems that my decision to join Candlelight was the right one after all. The competition between alchemists will become more intense. Many of the other advanced alchemists grew excited. At the same time, though, they felt a significant amount of pressure if news of how even official members qualified to compete for the top 10 spots went public. Even alchemy fanatics who valued their freedom would join the Candlelight trading firm. After all, they would only be required to complete the firm's daily tasks as official members. They were not required to do anything else. When they wanted to leave, they only had to pay a small severance fee. The number of alchemists rushing to join the Candlelight trading firm would be staggering. I heard that your alchemy standards are quite good. Are you sure that you're not interested in taking part in the core member selection? Shi Feng asked Silent Wonder quietly. Thank you for your kind intentions, guild leader, but I am quite satisfied with my current situation. Silent Wonder understood what Shi Feng had meant. However, she rejected the offer without hesitation. Now that she had the opportunity to compete fairly, she was confident of obtaining one of the top 3 positions. Even if the other advanced alchemists had the trading firm's full support, this outcome wouldn't change. Once she had the help of those alchemy tools, she could become a master alchemist. Hearing Silent Wonder's response, Shi Feng said nothing more. He was very familiar with the woman's personality. Practically every upper echelon in the various large guilds in the past had known about God's domain's top great grandmaster alchemists. Despite super guilds relentlessly sending invitations, offering tempting promises, Silent Wonder had given the same reply. Guild leader, why don't we make some changes to the new benefits? When Melancholic Smile saw Silent Wonder and several other advanced alchemists' lack of interest in becoming core members, she had a suggestion. Let's only offer the Green Jade set as a benefit for core members. This way, we should be able to convince more advanced alchemists to truly join Candlelight. Although giving every one of Candlelight's alchemists a chance to compete for a set of dark gold alchemy tools was effective in attracting capable alchemists to join the firm, it wasn't an incentive to become a core member. Melancholic Smile's suggestion was a wise one. If they tweaked the new benefits now, it would encourage the previously hesitant alchemists to sign the core member contract. After all, even a master alchemist would be hard-pressed to refuse access to a set of dark gold alchemy tools. Relax. Do you think the benefits I've set will be easy for official members to obtain? Shi Feng responded, chuckling. If they can get their hands on the set, it'll be my loss. They can't obtain them? Melancholic Smile was confused. Since Shi Feng had already promised that official members could participate in the competition, that meant that everyone would be competing fairly using their alchemy abilities. Currently, Silent Wonder and several other alchemy fanatics, who had not signed up to become core members, were considerably skilled. Melancholic was certain that Silent Wonder, in particular, would rank among the top 3. If Silent Wonder worked harder and got lucky, it would not be impossible for her to obtain first place. So, how could she possibly not gain access to the new benefits? However, Shi Feng did not bother to explain. While talent was important, resources couldn't be overlooked. Although players valued their resources, they did not truly understand just how important external resources were to their development. Following which, Shi Feng held the alchemists that had signed the agreement back while the rest returned to their work. A total of 96 alchemists had chosen to stay behind. Among the 54 alchemists that left, the ratio of advanced alchemists was considerably high. Fortunately, more advanced alchemists has signed the agreement than Shi Feng had expected. Since everyone present has decided to fight for the opportunity to become a master, let's start the test. Shi Feng then took a thick book from his bag and placed it on the table. Immediately, everyone felt the mana in the room flow towards the book. What is that? These players were surprised as they looked at the tome on the table. They had all seen powerful items before. However, this was the first time they had seen a book cause such a phenomenon. This test is slightly unique. I'm not going to test your alchemy success rates. Rather, I'm going to test your learning capabilities, Shi Feng said, smiling as he gestured to the book on the table. Learning capabilities? Everyone was confused. Even Melancholic Smile could not figure out Shi Feng's intentions. Was he trying to test everyone's memory? I believe you've all learned many basic alchemy techniques from Candlelight's database, so you should have a clearer understanding of those techniques than I do. Shi Feng then held up a slightly tattered book and displayed its attribute panel. This book holds the record for a somewhat unique alchemy technique. You can call it a secret alchemy technique. This secret alchemy technique is several times more effective than the basic techniques you've already learned. If you can learn this technique within a fixed time, you'll pass the test. Anyone who passes the test will qualify to read this moon god's secret record. Saying so, Shi Feng revealed the moon god's secret record. The moon god's secret record? Isn't that one of the legendary alchemy scriptures? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the ancient tome in Shi Feng's hand. None of them could believe their eyes. These players were all alchemists that frequently read various materials about alchemy in God's domain. They were all familiar with the items known as the 5 great alchemy scriptures. However, these items were nothing but dreams and legends to these players. They had assumed that they would never get to read one. How could they not be shocked when Shi Feng took out the moon god's secret record? The moon god's secret record could help one reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Even Grandmaster alchemists dreamed of obtaining such a treasure. Only now did everyone understand why they had been required to sign the contract before taking the test. If news of such a treasure leaked, it would shake the very foundations of the alchemy world. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who stood to a side, was utterly speechless. Only now did she understand why Feng had been generous enough to let every alchemist in Candlelight compete for those alchemy tools. Compared to the secret alchemy techniques and Moon God's secret record, those tools were worthless. Now that you've seen the Moon God's secret record, whether or not you qualify to read it will depend on you. The Unmatched Sword God's Second Life. Chapter 1333, Appearance of Guild Mount. Chapter 1333, Appearance of Guild Mount. Everyone's eyes shone as they stared at the Moon God's secret record, having completely forgotten about the secret alchemy technique following which, under Melancholic Smile's management, everyone lined up to learn the secret alchemy technique. Learning a secret alchemy technique was different from reading other books. As long as players clicked to learn the technique, the system would automatically download a copy of the module while providing explanations and image tutorials. However, players could only go through the learning module once. Once they have done so, the system would automatically delete it. If players wished to go through the module again, they would need to click to learn the secret alchemy technique once more. It was a considerably convenient learning method. You have 3 days and only 12 chances to read the secret alchemy technique. Whoever learns the technique in that time will pass. You may then borrow the Moon God's secret record from Melancholic Smile. As everyone stood in line to learn the secret alchemy technique, Feng explained the test's rules. 3 days? The alchemists gasped when they heard their time limit. Guild leader, isn't this test a little too difficult? Melancholic Smile blurted out in surprise. They had collected all sorts of basic techniques from the holy city of Titan, and currently, these techniques were available to all of the Candlelight trading firm's official members. However, Candlelight's alchemists, on average, needed 1 or 2 days to learn each of these basic alchemy techniques, while some needed 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the secret alchemy technique was far more difficult than those basic techniques. If the basic alchemy techniques were considered individual musical notes, then the secret alchemy technique would be considered a complex movement. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to play such a movement skillfully. Yet, Feng had only given these alchemists 3 days to learn the secret alchemy technique. Even if they spent all 3 days online, many would likely fail. I know that this is considerably difficult, but if you can't even accomplish this, why should the guild invest in you? Moreover, this test's venue will be the basic meditation room. I believe you are all very familiar with that room. You will be allowed to use it for the next 3 days, so work hard. Saying so, Feng left the alchemist's test to Melancholic Smile while he took an advanced horse carriage to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. This time, he had only revealed one basic secret alchemy technique. Any alchemist with some skill could master it in time. It was only a matter of how fast they could accomplish the task. As God's domain had developed in the past, various secret lifestyle techniques had been discovered. As a result, players had encountered far more opportunities to learn these techniques. The discovery of these techniques also changed the way lifestyle players were judged, as rank and number of learned recipes grew less important. Rather, lifestyle players were judged by the number of secret lifestyle techniques they had grasped. Even a slightly capable lifestyle player had learned at least 2 or 3 basic secret techniques. As far as Feng could remember, the dividing line had been a 3-day learning period. Any player that could learn a basic secret technique in 3 days had been considered talented. Their chances of reaching the master rank had also been considerably higher than others. Hence, he had set the test time limit to 3 days. White River City's streets bustled with activity. Due to the activation of the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to the Eclipse Gate, more players rushed to White River City to level up. As Feng glanced out of the carriage window, he saw plenty of players riding various mounts. Although the majority of these players rode common mounts, which NPC merchants sold, it was still an enviable sight for ordinary players. After all, NPC merchants sold common mounts for 40 gold each. It was not a price ordinary players could afford. In the case of independent players, only experts could afford a mount at this stage of the game. It seems I'll have to hurry things up a little. A sense of urgency welled within Feng as he watched players atop their mounts. Mounts were a powerful leveling tool for players. God's Domain's maps were simply too massive. As players reached higher levels, they would have to travel farther to grind monsters and level. As a result, travel would take up most of their time in the game. Even a common mount could save players at least half of their travel time. Naturally, this allowed players to increase their leveling speed. Although he had already become an epic adventurer and had accepted an SSS-Rank commission, he was still a long way from upgrading Starmoon Kingdom to an empire. Moreover, the initial 3 SSS-Rank commissions were the Adventurers Association's gift to every country. Encountering another SSS-Rank commission would depend on one's luck. He had to complete as many commissions as possible right now. If other epic adventurers in Starmoon Kingdom claimed the other SSS-Rank commissions, it would be a massive loss for him. The first thing he needed to do was complete the Ancient Orc Empire commission. He could also use this opportunity to help the main force members to level up. When Shifeng reached the guild residence, he was greeted by a long line of players queued up outside the entrance. Taking a quick glance, he noticed quite a few level 40 and above expert players. There were even some relatively strong adventurer teams in the mix. Not long ago, Shifeng wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing happening. Any of the various large guilds would target capable adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom for recruitment. However, these adventurer teams had their pride and usually refused to join a guild. These adventurer teams might not have abundant resources like guilds, but by raiding large-scale team dungeons and completing various rare quests, these adventurer teams could get their hands on valuable weapons and equipment that even made large guilds' normal members jealous. Since Shifeng had announced the sales of Stone Forest Town's private houses, more than 1,000 players had joined the guild. This significant increase had surprised even Shifeng. To other large guilds, this number might not be substantial. In Zero Wing's case, however, it was astounding. Zero Wing was famous for having the highest recruitment standard in Starmoon Kingdom. Anyone that joined the guild had either great potential or was stronger than other large guilds' elite members. Hence, an increase of 1,000 members in Zero Wing was the equivalent of a large guild suddenly gaining over 1,000 elite members. At this rate, Zero Wing would have an extra 10,000 elite members by the end of the day. Even for first-rate guilds, this was unthinkable. After all, a first-rate guild normally only had 100,000 plus elite members. By gaining 10,000 elite members in a single day, Zero Wing would catch up to a first-rate guild's elite member count within 2 weeks. Of course, this situation wouldn't continue for so many days, but Zero Wing shouldn't have a problem gaining an extra 30,000 elite members in a short amount of time. At that time, Zero Wing would finally have enough elite members to truly rival a first-rate guild. With so many elite members, not only could Shifeng alleviate the pressure on the branch guild in Lake Heart City, but he would also have enough manpower to defend his new city. He wouldn't need to reallocate manpower from Stone Forest Town. As Shifeng was about to enter the guild's warehouse to clear out his bag and prepare the necessary items for his trip to the morning battlefield, he received 2 system notifications. System: congratulations! You have finished taming the 5-star mount, Thunderwolf. Please visit the stable system. Congratulations! Master Tamer Owen, who is under your employment, has been promoted to Grandmaster Tamer. Chapter 1334, Flocking to Zero Wing. Chapter 1334, Flocking to Zero Wing. The 2 system notifications momentarily stunned Shifeng. The taming's done already? Shifeng was confused. A 5-star mount was not easy to tame. Even Owen had estimated that he would require 25 days to complete the task. However, the mount had been tamed much sooner than expected. Now that the Thunderwolf had been tamed, Zero Wing could finally activate the guild mount system. Guild members could start purchasing the Thunderwolf from the guild stable. Unlike the mounts NPCs sold, guild members only needed to pay 25 gold for a guild mount with a price difference of 15 gold. Not only could guild members obtain their mount sooner, but the Thunderwolf's movement speed also rivaled that of bronze mount. Zero Wing's development speed would even surpass first-rate guilds with abundant funding. The most surprising news, however, was Owen's promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. Although the Tamer class was not a particularly popular one, even Starmoon Kingdom's king would have to treat a Grandmaster Tamer with respect. Grandmaster Tamers would also become targets for countless guilds seeking their employment. Unlike Master Tamers, Grandmaster Tamers could strengthen the wild beasts they tamed, and they required far less time to complete the task. At the same time, they could help players upgrade their guild mounts much more easily. If a Master Tamer had a 15% chance of upgrading a guild's common mounts to bronze rank, a Grandmaster Tamer's success rate was at least 30% immediately. Shi Feng hurried to the guild stable. The guild stable hadn't changed. As Shi Feng hadn't activated the guild mount system yet, guild members had no reason to approach the stable. There were only a dozen or so NPCs managing the place. The only difference was that right now, Owen stood guard before a large cage, inside of which obediently lay the Thunder Wolf. However, the Thunder Wolf was much smaller than when Shi Feng had captured it, but this wasn't unexpected after all. The Thunder Wolf had been a lord, while the current Thunder Wolf was a common monster. Now, it was only a means of transportation. Lord Count, I have tamed the Thunder Wolf as you requested. The process also gave me a lot of experience and insight, so I wish to return and examine what I've learned. I hope that Lord Count will allow this. Owen was extremely excited. He was clearly ecstatic over his promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. He wanted to return to his workshop immediately and take note of his experiences and insight, of course. Grandmaster Owen, if you need any help in the future, just say the word, Shi Feng said, nodding. The request didn't particularly surprise him. Owen's promotion to Grandmaster rank had surprised him, though. It had never happened in his previous life. Fortunately, Shi Feng had established a contract with Owen early on. Hence, the NPC would not leave Zero Wing due to his promotion. Only, Owen's monthly compensation had changed drastically. Initially, Owen's monthly salary had only been 200 gold. Now, it had increased to 3,000 gold. Moreover, unlike a Master Tamer, a Grandmaster Tamer wouldn't regularly visit a guild stable to check on the mount it had teamed. Instead, Shi Feng was required to pay Owen a visit if he wanted the NPC to do something for him. Fortunately, players could easily take care of small matters, such as upgrading a guild mount, via the stable's front counter. Owen wasn't required to visit. The NPC tamers managing the stable would follow Owen's procedures during the upgrade process. Hearing Shi Feng's reply, Owen immediately turned and left, leaving Shi Feng and the cage Thunder Wolf to their own devices. After Owen left, Shi Feng clicked on the cage, and line after line of data appeared before him. Shi Feng then chose to set the Thunder Wolf as the guild's mountain god's domain. Not any tamed mount could become a guild mount. A guild could only possess a limited number of mounts. This limit would increase as the guild rose in rank and upgraded its stable. Currently, Zero Wing could only own one type of guild mount. Even if it tamed others, it could only select one, while the remaining would be kept in reserve. After Shi Feng set the guild mount, the system announced another notification. System, do you wish to open the stable to the Thunder Wolf mount? Shi Feng accepted without hesitation. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. The sooner he allowed the Thunder Wolf into the stable, the more of an advantage Zero Wing would have. Once Shi Feng opened the stable to the Thunder Wolf, NPC tamers began to appear outside of the stable, each NPC leading one lively Thunder Wolf after another. These Thunder Wolves' appearances differed slightly in the color of their fur, eyes, and such. Overall, though, they were all majestic. As these Thunder Wolves appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. What's going on? Why are there monsters going into the stable? Are those our guild mounts? These players couldn't help their growing curiosity as they watched the majestic Thunder Wolves enter the stable, and they started to discuss their various guesses. After all, it had been quite some time since Zero Wing stable had been built. However, no one had seen any activity in the stable. Naturally, these players would wonder now that so many Thunder Wolves occupied the building. Immediately, curious guild members entered the stable to find out what was happening. As soon as they heard the NPC's answer, they were shocked. Those are guild mounts. Crap. This guild mount is awesome. Its base movement speed is 120%. It's much stronger than the common mounts in the city. It can practically rival a bronze mount speed. Ha! Our guild mount looks so cool. If the players from other guilds find out about this, they will die from envy. My patience has finally paid off. I've long since saved up 25 gold. I'm going to get that purplish-black Thunder Wolf. Its color scheme will match my weapons and equipment perfectly. Scram! I've got my eye on that one. For a time, the stable exploded with activity. The guild members that had already saved 25 gold to purchase a mount, afraid someone would snatch the Thunder Wolf, they had set their sights on. News of the Thunder Wolf immediately spread throughout Zero Wing. This information also reached Starmoon Kingdom's official forum. Zero Wings Guild mount makes its first appearance. Pictures and videos available. Crap, that mount looks so cool. It only costs 25 gold too. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing. Zero Wing is so amazing. I just looked it up in the library. It turns out that the Thunderwolf is an extremely rare, high-ranking wild beast in God's domain. How did Zero Wing get its hands on this mount? The forums were in an uproar over Zero Wing's new mount. Expert players who had already purchased a common mount envied and admired Zero Wing members. Some of the adventurer teams and independent experts that had hesitated to join Zero Wing changed their minds immediately, determined to join the guild. Not only was the Thunderwolf cheap, but it also had superior attributes and an impressive appearance. Moreover, the mount could be upgraded before anyone knew it. The line of players outside of Zero Wing had doubled. More players joined the line by the minute. The guild recruiters were stupefied, however. In Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, when Singular Burial received the news, he felt an indescribable pressure weigh down on him. Zero Wing. Singular Burial fumed. If not for his collaboration with Abandoned Wave, Heaven's Burial wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. What a pity. Even if you release your guild mounts now, it is too late to change anything. Relay my commands. Instruct Ghost Shadow to lead the Ghost Shadow Legion to White River City. As soon as Abandoned Wave's people take action, have them destroy Zero Wing's stable. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Inside the guild leader's office. Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial's several other upper echelons were stunned by Singular Burial's command. They hadn't expected Zero Wing's guild mounts to inspire such a firm decision. In God's domain, the guild structures inside NPC cities could be destroyed. If one wished to rebuild a structure, they would require a new design to do so. However, these structures were generally protected by defensive magic arrays. They weren't easy to destroy normally. A guild structure's defensive magic array could absorb up to 15 million damage. As for a crucial structure like the stable, the guild would employ a far more powerful magic array to protect it. Inside a 2-star guild residence, the strongest magic array one could establish to protect its stable could absorb up to 30 million damage, while the weakest magic array in a 3-star guild residence could absorb up to 40 million damage. Taking into account the stable's own durability and defense, it would take a considerable amount of time to destroy the building. In addition, White River City was a major NPC city. An attack at night might have a chance of success, but now, they had been ordered to attack the stable during the day. The NPC guards patrolling the city were incredibly diligent. Even the slightest disturbance would attract a large number of these NPC guards. White River City was also Zero Wing's main headquarters. There were now fewer than 3,000 or 4,000 members stationed in Zero Wing's residence at a time. The guild had also hired tons of NPC guards to defend the residence. If they attacked, these players and NPCs would respond immediately. Unless they invested several times the number of players Zero Wing had, it would be impossible to destroy the stable under such tight security. The Ghost Shadow Legion only had 2,000 members. Although these players were all elites or experts, there were plenty of elites and experts defending Zero Wing's residence. Guild leader. Although Zero Wing's guild mount poses a threat, we're talking about an assault in White River City. Even if we dispatch the entire Ghost Shadow Legion, it won't even be enough to get through Zero Wing's main entrance. Daybreak Fog persuaded. I suggest that we follow the original plan and take things one step at a time. First, we'll secure Stone Forest Town. Then we'll kill the Frost King. Even with their guild mounts, we can whittle Zero Wing down. Such a forceful assault isn't necessary. The other upper echelons expressed their agreement. Zero Wing had a massive advantage over the other large guilds, which did not possess guild mounts. As time passed, this gap between Zero Wing and its competitors would only widen. It was wise to deal with this situation as quickly as possible. However, Heaven's Burial was an exception. With the Evil Beast army, Heaven's Burial could flatten any guild town it wanted. To a large guild like Zero Wing, losing a town meant losing an important income source. It would impact the guild's development. If Zero Wing lost its guild town, how could it possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? I understand your concern. Singular Burial could not help but laugh. Sending the Ghost Shadow Legion into action isn't profitable, but aren't you jealous of Zero Wing's stable? Of course, we are guild leader, but so what? Constructing a stable requires a design, yet we haven't even found a lead to the stable design. We might not have had the opportunity to build a stable in the past, but now we do. Saying so, Singular Burial revealed a thick, ancient tome and displayed it before everyone. Book of Replication, consumable. Saves a copy of a building for 10 days. When used, creates an exact replica of the building. Cannot be used if copied building exists. After Daybreak Fog and the others read the introduction text, they wore shocked and ecstatic expressions. With this Book of Replication, they could copy and destroy Zero Wing's stable, obtaining one for Heaven's Burial. When abandoned wave attacks, Zero Wing's members will flock to Stone Forest Town's defense. As a result, the guild's main headquarters will be left unguarded. That's our opportunity, Singular Burial said, smiling. Don't we have 8 gnome cannons? Give them all to the Ghost Shadow Legion. With 8 gnome cannons, the magic array protecting Zero Wing stable can only last a few volleys at most, regardless of how powerful it is. Hearing this, the upper echelon's eyes shone with excitement. It wasn't possible for the Ghost Shadow Legion to destroy the stable by itself. However, employing the gnome cannons against Zero Wing's defenses wouldn't be a problem, although they would undoubtedly lose all 8 cannons and many members of the Ghost Shadow Legion. The losses would be worth stealing Zero Wing's stable. However, as a preventive measure, lead the 3rd Legion to White River City, Fog. You can hand the 8 gnome cannons over to Ghost Shadow while you're at it. Destroy Zero Wing's stable once Ghost Shadow copies it. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to hold its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild after losing both Stone Forest Town and its stable. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Daybreak Fog turned and left the office. Zero Wing might have many experts, but after today, it would be Heaven's Burial's era in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, many adventurer teams and guild players lay siege to the Bloodring Bandit group at the border between the Stoneclaw Mountains and the Limestone Hills. The Bloodring Bandit group was one of the dark forces residing in this area. The group consisted of level 45 and above half-orcs. Among them, powerful chieftains and lords ambushed passing players and NPCs. Occasionally, even great lords patrolled the area. However, due to the Bloodring Bandit group's frequent robberies against NPC merchant fleets, NPC merchants had placed a high bounty on their heads. Including the fact that the Bloodring Bandits had a chance of dropping the Bloodring set, a level 45 fine gold set equipment, and the recipe for the Mad Demon Potion, many players had joined the crusade against the Bandit group. Level 45 fine gold set equipment might not be considered top-tier equipment to first-rate guilds, but independent players dreamed of such equipment. Moreover, level 45 fine gold set equipment generally only dropped in large-scale hard mode team dungeons. Raiding the Bloodring Bandit group was much easier than raiding a large-scale dungeon. Moreover, the Mad Demon Potion was a powerful concoction that, when consumed, allowed players to enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 30% for 20 seconds. It also only had a 1-hour cooldown. Hence, the recipe was highly sought after by the various large guilds. If the Mad Demon Potion recipe dropped, it could even sell for enough to make powerful adventurer teams and guild teams jealous. Because of these reasons, the various adventurer teams and guilds around Starmoon City had targeted the Bloodring Bandit group. However, even now, not a single guild or adventurer team had defeated One-Eyed Clyde, the Bloodring Bandit group's commander, a level 49 Grand Lord, but one of Zero Wing's 50-man teams had arrived. Leader, One-Eyed Clyde's resting place is ahead. But this time, we have the magic array we purchased from the guild to suppress Clyde. If we coordinate our AoE skills and spells properly, we'll kill him. If the recipe drops, we'll all be riding Thunder Wolves tomorrow. A level 41 ranger said. Hearing this, everyone grew excited. Following which, under this level 41 ranger's command, the team of 50 slowly approached One-Eyed Clyde's stone house. Just before the team reached the house, however, numerous figures exited the building. Why are other monsters here? The team was surprised to see the one-horned humanoid monsters emerge from the house. However, the ranger team leader, who had extremely sharp eyesight, paled when he saw these monsters. Inside the dimly lit stone house lay a 3-meter-tall, armored corpse. This corpse belonged to none other than One-Eyed Clyde. Fresh blood still flowed from his body. However, the ranger couldn't detect any other players within his eagle eyes range. The ranger also detected traces of green blood on these humanoid monsters. It was half-orc blood. Seeing this, the ranger thought back to the frightening monsters he had encountered during Stone Forest Town's last siegecrap. Everyone, retreat! Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. The sudden command to retreat confused the members of Zero Wing. Only 8 one-horned humanoid monsters stood before them. Although their levels were a little high, all above level 50, even the strongest among them was only a lord. They also had less HP than monsters of the same rank and level. Taking these monsters on wouldn't be impossible for this team from Zero Wing. Even so, everyone listened to their team leader and immediately retreated. Do you actually think you can escape? A cloaked figure suddenly emerged from the stone house. This cloaked man's entire body had been wrapped in bandages. Sneering, the man said, "Just stay here and sacrifice yourselves." Although the cloaked man hadn't been particularly loud, everyone had heard him clearly, and they shuddered involuntarily. The team's rangers were more shocked than their companions. They had kept eagle eyes active, which allowed them to perceive all players and monsters within a certain range, yet they had failed to detect the one-horned monsters and the cloaked man even as he stood before them. Before the team could put some distance between themselves and these new enemies, the humanoid monsters smiled sinisterly as they dashed forward. They were so fast that they left afterimages in their wake. With just a few steps, the evil beasts had crossed 30 yards and caught up with the retreating Zero Wing members so fast. "Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Realizing that they couldn't outrun these evil beasts, 3 level 40 shield warriors and 1 level 41 guardian knight turned to stop the monster's approach. Voice of anger. Justice roar. With their AoE taunt skills activate, the 8 evil beasts couldn't attack other players for a short time. Foolish. The cloaked man sneered. In the next moment, the evil beast's claws emitted a faint, gray fog. The evil beasts then launched a barrage of attacks against the shield warriors and guardian knight. The instant the evil beast's claws collided with the 4 MT's shields, the sharp claws passed through them as if they didn't exist and slashed the MT's helmets. These MT's instantly lost over 13,000 HP, a large fraction of their totals, after a single attack. Before the healers in the rear could react, these MT's took several more hits in the blink of an eye. 4 MT's, each with nearly 40,000 HP, died. Their companions were stunned. However, several calm elementalists and rangers had reacted quickly and responded with attacks of their own immediately. Dozens of arrows and spells flew towards the 8 evil beasts. However, like agile assassins, the evil beasts dodged most of the attacks and blocked the rest. As a result, they survived the volley, remaining unharmed. Most surprisingly, the distance between these monsters and the team had shortened suddenly. A level 54, Lord-ranked evil beast jumped into the crowd of players. It brandished its claws at the nearby healers, the gray fog extending and transforming into sharp blades. A gray arch, extending to 15 yards, tore through Zero Wing's rear line with a single attack. The cloth armor classes with low defense, aside from a few elementalists that had responded quickly and used blink to escape, died instantly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the team of 50 had died. The level 54 Lord's strength made the surviving Zero Wing members tremble. Run. Scatter and run. The ranger serving as the team's leader shouted in the team chat. Hearing this, these players gritted their teeth as they split up and ran. With this, the 8 evil beasts wouldn't be able to catch them. However, the evil beasts were incredibly fast. Despite splitting up, most of the team died. Only a few assassins and players with instantaneous movement magic scrolls escaped death. Brother Wave, are you just going to let them get away? Flame Blood, wearing a black cloak and wielding a blackwood staff, approached from the nearby forest. Glancing at the fleeing Zero Wing members, he could not help but ask, "If you let them get away, they will warn Zero Wing. Capturing Stone Forest Town will become more troublesome." "That's exactly what I want," Abandoned Wave, who was covered in bandages, said, sneering. "I want Zero Wing to amass its combat power in Stone Forest Town. Only then will Stone Forest Town be worth destroying. Right? How are the preparations going?" "The evil beast army has gathered. They are standing by not far from here, Flameblood said, smiling. Is it really necessary to dispatch all of them? We're talking about 500,000 evil beasts, and that's not including the evil demon army under your control. With this army, we can annihilate 2 or 3 stone forest towns simultaneously. Not many evil beasts had taken part in the prior battle for Stone Forest Town. However, this time was different. Not only were more evil beasts participating in the siege this time, but each one was also stronger than before. Even the weakest evil beast was a level 60 elite. Their army had nearly 40,000 level 60+ chieftains, 3,000+ lords, 200+ great lords, and 40+ grand lords. However, this wasn't the most important factor to ensure Zero Wing's destruction and avoid any mishaps. They had even dispatched 5 level 70, mythic-ranked evil beasts. In the face of such a force, Stone Forest Town's defenses were a joke. They also had the evil demon army, which abandoned Wave and spent his time carefully nurturing. Although the army was not particularly large, with only 6,000 or so evil demons, the threat it posed could likely rival that of the 500,000 evil beast army. Good. We'll make our way to Stone Forest Town and show Zero Wing's people what despair tastes like, Abandoned Wave said, laughing. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Zero Wing was the reason his plan to take control of Starmoon Kingdom had failed. This time, however, he wouldn't give Zero Wing a chance. As long as he annihilated Stone Forest Town and proved his strength to the corporation, he could reclaim his position in the Blackwater Corporation. Elsewhere, the sudden appearance of the evil beast army had attracted the attention of Starmoon Kingdom's various powers. After all, the numbers and strength of this evil beast army were not to be taken lightly. The army could easily trample any guild town. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the devastation. This was especially true for the guilds based in Starmoon City. Although they had been aware of quite a few evil beasts operating near the city and had suffered many losses as a result, they had never imagined that the threat would be so great. What? You're saying these evil beasts are marching towards Stone Forest Town? This is interesting. Against so many monsters, even Zero Wing could fall. Ha! Even the heavens are helping us now. If Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town, their guild mounts will mean nothing. After the various powers investigated the evil beast army's movements, they celebrated. Now, the threat of Zero Wing would vanish. Meanwhile, the players in Stone Forest Town were panicking. Why are these monsters heading here? Damn it! What should we do? Our adventurer team just spent a ton of gold to buy a house. Are we going to lose it just like that? Thank goodness. Zero Wing won't start selling houses until tomorrow. If we had rushed it, buying a house would have been worthless. What a pity. Such a good town is going to be destroyed, just like that. I wonder if Zero Wing can protect the town against so many monsters. I highly doubt it. You should have seen the monster army. Any player that it comes across will die. One of my assassin friends tried to record the monster army's march. In the end, however, the monsters discovered and killed him. They are ridiculously strong. Moreover, any player they kill can't log into God's domain for some time. My assassin friend is dying with regret. The town's players discussed the situation heatedly. Many had already prepared to flee. There were also some that considered staying behind, and others who wanted to watch the upcoming battle. After all, monsters didn't often siege a town. The atmosphere in Zero Wing's residence in White River City was tense. The guild's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room to discuss the current situation, trying to figure out how to deal with the evil beast army. There were simply too many monsters this time. Although Stone Forest Town had far more powerful static defenses than before, protecting the town against such a massive army would still be difficult. However, they were hesitant to mobilize the guild's members, as any player those evil beasts killed would be barred from logging into God's domain for a short time. Meanwhile, the evil beast army moved ever closer to Stone Forest Town. If they weren't prepared, Stone Forest Town would be doomed. Yet their guild leader had instructed them to stay here. One could just imagine how anxious they were. Suddenly, the doors to the solemn meeting room swung open, and Feng slowly entered. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Noticing Shifeng's entrance, the players in the meeting room began to calm down. Shifeng was followed by a man and a woman. This situation confused everyone present. Most of the people in the room were unfamiliar with the man behind Shifeng. They could tell he was a lifestyle player of high standards based on his attire. As for the woman, they knew her well as she was none other than the Candlelight trading firm's manager. Melancholic smile. Thus far, Shifeng hadn't invited Candlelight's people to take part in any of Zero Wing's meetings. Hence, everyone was surprised to see these representatives. However, with the situation as it was, they weren't in the mood to welcome these two to Zero Wing's upper echelon meeting. Instead, they focused on Shifeng, who sat in the guild leader's seat. Guild leader, the situation in Stone Forest Town is quite dire. Based on our investigation, we are likely facing more than 500,000 monsters, many of which are chieftains and lords. Even if we dispatch all of our guild's forces, the likelihood of fending off these monsters is slim. I suggest that we offer a reward to the town's adventurer teams and independent players and request their help. This way, we can make up for the numbers we lack. Our chances of winning will also increase considerably. Aqua Rose's suggestion earned the approval of many of her comrades. Stone Forest Town's player population far exceeded 500,000. Moreover, the average standard of the players in the town was considerably high. If Zero Wing offered an appropriate reward and offered players a small discount on the town's houses in exchange for their help, they would likely tempt many players into action. With so many players in addition to Stone Forest Town's defenses, they may be able to protect the town. At most, they would have to pay a huge price to do so. It was likely that the guild's development would stagnate for a considerable amount of time. However, paying such a price was better than losing Stone Forest Town entirely. After all, Zero Wing had invested too much into the town to lose it now. Suddenly, Gentle Snow spoke up. Guild leader, we've discovered some hidden ruins in the Black Dragon Empire and obtained over 600 intermediate thunder bombs. Although they are not as powerful as the mana pulse bombs, they can rival tier 3 spells. They have an effective radius of 20 yards and can paralyze the targets they hit for a short time. They can also amplify the effects of the defense turrets. Aside from these thunder bombs, we have also obtained 2 advanced gnome cannons that are roughly equal to the defense turret's firepower. Originally, I had planned to use these items to capture a town, but defending Stone Forest Town must be our priority. The other upper echelons were astonished to hear Gentle Snow's report. Tools of war were extremely useful and highly sought after by the various large guilds. However, they were also extremely rare, and very few guilds actually got their hands on them. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would secure so many of these items. They had assumed that Gentle Snow had been struggling in Lake Heart City. After all, there were plenty of first- and second-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. It was even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. Without the home ground advantage, stabilizing a branch guild in the Empire would be miraculous. However, it seemed that they had severely underestimated Gentle Snow. Shifeng was similarly surprised. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to be capable of capturing a town in the Black Dragon Empire so soon. Moreover, based on her expression, it would seem that she was very confident in succeeding. Guild leader, give us the command. We can't stand to just sit still. We're all determined to stop these monsters from stepping foot into Stone Forest Town, even we're slaughtered. Many of the other upper echelons voiced their desire to join the fight at this point. Requests to take part in the upcoming war flooded the guild chat. Even the guild's normal members who were not required to take part wanted to defend the town, with some already forming their own team. Zero Wing had defeated many guilds to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. How could it abandon Stone Forest Town and accept defeat at the hands of a mere monster army? I understand your sentiments. Shifeng could not help but laugh when he heard everyone's opinions. However, Zero Wing has not fallen so far that we need to resort to such methods. I've only called you here to tell you to continue your duties. The 40,000 elite and expert members stationed in Stone Forest Town are enough to defeat the monster army. But before everyone could argue, however, Shifeng stood and continued, "Let me introduce you. This is Melancholic Smile. I believe you are familiar with her by now. This gentleman here is Candlelight's chief engineer, Burning Abyss. He has had a hand on many of our precious engineering tools. Both will participate in our guild meetings from here on out. Whenever I'm not around, Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm will be able to work together. Shi Feng's announcement confused his commanders. They couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. The monster army was quickly approaching Stone Forest Town, yet Shi Feng's goal for this meeting was to tell them to continue their tasks and introduce Candlelight's managers. First, Melancholic, tell everyone about your recent results, Shi Feng said as he implied that the others stay silent. He then let Melancholic Smile take charge of the meeting. After Candlelight obtained the miniature ballista design, we invested a lot of time into manufacturing miniature ballistas each day. Thus far, we have manufactured 73 miniature ballistas. We have also successfully researched the exploding arrow. The arrows rival Tier 2 spells and any engineer can craft them. Moreover, both the arrow's production success rate and speed are considerably high. Thus far, we have produced 200,000 exploding arrows. We've secretly moved these arrows to Candlelight's warehouse in Stone Forest Town. They can be retrieved and used at any time. In addition, if Candlelight's 200+ engineers, who have learned the exploding arrows design, produce them quickly, they can craft 4,000 arrows per hour. As everyone listened to Melancholic Smile's brief report, they were stunned into silence. Even Aqua Rose, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of Zero Wing, was dazed when she heard this. It was obvious that she struggled to process the information. 73 miniature ballistas. 200,000 exploding arrows that could rival Tier 2 spells. These players began to doubt that their guild was actually Zero Wing. Not even super guilds had this kind of weaponry. Apocalypse Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Imperial capital. Over 100 players had gathered in the residence's top-floor lounge. Every one of these people was a level 43 or above expert. They were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's core upper echelons. Among these people, there were some that even pavilion masters like Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't command and had to treat with respect. Normally, these people were scattered across the various branch guilds. Today, however, the Great Pavilion Master had summoned them here. Although many of these players were pleased to be here, Phoenix Rain, who sat in a corner, wore a serious frown. Why would so many monsters attack Stone Forest Town? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she read the latest report. Her subordinates had sent Stone Forest Town had only begun to develop properly after many challenges. Even leisure players had begun to move into the town, while real-world companies' virtual stores had begun to rake in profit. If Stone Forest Town were destroyed now, all of Zero Wing's effort would go to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor, who had also heard the news, strode over to Phoenix Rain with a smug look. Laughing, he said, "What a pity. All of your investment in Zero Wing was for nothing. I'm sure the guild elders will also be very interested to hear about this. The outcome has yet to be decided. Don't celebrate so soon." Phoenix Rain snapped. Ignoring Nine Dragons Emperor, she turned and left to contact Shi Feng. The Great Pavilion Master had ordered her to complete a particular quest, so she couldn't mobilize too many players to assist Zero Wing. However, she could lend Zero Wing 7 or 8 gnome cannons and a large stock of special ammunition. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. After Phoenix Rain left, Nine Dragons Emperor returned to quietly sipping wine from his glass. Martial Dragon, the burly man exuding chilling aura from behind Nine Dragons Emperor, asked quietly, "Pavilion Master, should I use this opportunity to send some people to destroy Zero Wing's residence in Lake Heart City? The quest is about to start. There's no need to waste the manpower. In any case, it is only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbles." Nine Dragons Emperor replied, smiling faintly as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. With so many monsters assaulting Stone Forest Town, he wasn't even certain that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full force could protect the town, much less Zero Wing's. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to help Phoenix Rain. Meanwhile, standing in another corner in the lounge, Phoenix Rain waited a while before contacting Shi Feng. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Shi Feng asked. He could not help but poke fun at Phoenix Rain when he saw the woman's anxious expression. Due to Phoenix Rain's sudden call, he had been forced to end the meeting early and find a reception room to remove his black flame disguise. Only then did he accept the call. "Do you really have to ask?" Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes. Getting straight to the point, she retorted, who doesn't know about Stone Forest Town's situation right now? Although I can't supply any manpower, I can lend you a few war weapons. War weapons? Sure, Feng hadn't expected Phoenix Rain to be so generous. All of the large guilds treated war weapons like priceless treasure. They wouldn't even think of using these items if they could avoid it, much less lending them to someone else. They only put these items to use during crucial moments. Let's forget about the weapons. How many magic crystals do you have on hand? You don't need the weapons? Phoenix Rain was slightly surprised. She couldn't understand what Sure Feng was thinking. War weapons could be a saving grace during a monster siege, yet based on Sure Feng's reaction, it was obvious that he wasn't interested. I've already spent most of the magic crystals that I borrowed from Zero Wing. Right now, I only have around 50,000 or so left. If you need them, I can have Blue send them over right away. But that's all I have. 50,000? After pondering for a brief moment, Sure Feng said, that should be barely enough. Thank you for the help, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Regarding the 300,000 magic crystals that you've borrowed, we'll write off the interest. Phoenix Rain had wanted to respond, but as soon as Sure Feng finished speaking, he disconnected the call. Blue Phoenix walked over and asked, Big Sis Rain, how did it go? Should I send some people to retrieve the gnome cannons from the guild warehouse? No. Just take 50,000 magic crystals to Stone Forest Town, Phoenix Rain said, waving her hand. No? Blue Phoenix was surprised. We're talking about tools of war? They can definitely help defend the town. Is Zero Wing really so confident of protecting Stone Forest Town against so many monsters? I doubt that Zero Wing would fool around with Stone Forest Town, Phoenix Rain said, uncertain. Hopefully Zero Wing can defend it. As a preventive measure, take the gnome cannons and special ammunition with you. Zero Wing was going up against more than 500,000 monsters, and even the weakest among those monsters was a level 60 elite. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't be able to guarantee the town's safety. She found it truly hard to believe that all Zero Wing needed was a few magic crystals. Understood. Blue Phoenix nodded before leaving the lounge. A horde of evil beasts had surrounded Stone Forest Town. Looking at these monsters, the Zero Wing members stationed atop the town's ramparts felt their knees grow weak. The players that had come to watch the battle were just as shocked. There was a great discrepancy between the information they had received and what lay before them. While the reports had stated that the weakest monsters within the monster army were level 60 elites was true, these level 60 elites did not make up the majority of the army. They weren't even a quarter of the enemy's forces. Rather, most of the monsters in the army were level 60 plus special elites. Even from afar, one could easily find one level 60 plus chieftain out of every 10 monsters. Such a beast could serve as a party dungeon's final bosses. For the number of tier 2 lords in the army, that was even more frightening. The enemy also had hill-sized great and grand lords. It's over. Stone Forest Town is beyond salvation now. Even from here, I can count more than 200 great lords. The great lords are nothing. They can be defeated. You should be worried about the level 65 plus grand lords and mythic monsters. I'm pretty sure those monsters can obliterate Stone Forest Town without help. How does such a powerful monster army exist? Even if every player in the town joins the fight, we can't stop these monsters. Upon seeing the enemy's forces, some players who had intended to stay to watch the war dismissed the notion. With such a massive gap in strength, this was no longer a war. It would simply be a one-sided slaughter. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't even get the opportunity to flee once the battle began. Abandoned Wave's army is truly impressive. Even if Zero Wing sends in every member, its struggle will be futile. Singular Burial was elated as he watched the live stream a subordinate had sent from inside Stone Forest Town. With such power, they could proceed to take control of the Star Alliance's towns once they finished with Stone Forest Town. After that, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have any competition in Star Moon Kingdom Guild leader. I just received news that Zero Wing isn't taking any action against the monster army. The elite members that were already in the town are the only ones stationed there. There are only 40,000 players, the subordinate recording the live stream reported. He then shifted the camera angle towards Stone Forest Town's interior. Zero Wing's members crowded Adam's Stone Forest Town's ramparts. However, there weren't many. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't even have nearly 100,000 players. They were giving up? Singular Burial roared with laughter when he saw this. What a pity! I had hoped to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Zero Wing. As expected, Black Flame's decision is a bold one. It's no wonder how he developed Zero Wing to its current glory. If it were up to him, he would defend his town with everything he had. However, from a logical viewpoint, giving up the town was the best decision. Otherwise, the guild would suffer additional losses while reaching the same outcome. Meanwhile, Stone Forest players realized that Zero Wing intended to give up on the town. No one dared to linger as they used their return scrolls to flee. How boring. So Zero Wing doesn't even have the courage to put up a fight. Abandoned Wave clicked his tongue when he saw the lack of reaction in Stone Forest Town. He had really wanted to watch Zero Wing's final struggle. Since that's the case, let's end this. Following which, Abandoned Wave swung his hand forward. Immediately, the evil beast army surrounding Stone Forest Town began their assault as they surged towards the town. Seeing the evil beast army approach, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew nervous. With just 40,000 elite players, just how were they supposed to face an army of 500,000 monsters? However, just as the evil beast army was 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town's walls, one miniature ballista after another appeared on the ramparts, 3 players controlling each weapon atop the magic tower. Feng smiled as he looked at Stone Forest Town's defenses. Following which, he commanded, "Let's kick their asses." Chapter 1339. Slaughtering the Monster Army. Chapter 1339. Slaughtering the Monster Army. A sea of evil beasts surrounded Stone Forest Town. The monster army stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members, hiding in Stone Forest Town, secretly livestreamed the siege. This allowed the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom to watch the battle in real time. There are so many monsters. This is the first time I've seen so many in one place. Can Zero Wing really face these monsters with so few people? By the looks of it, Zero Wing should be giving up on Stone Forest Town. After all, these monsters are simply too strong. Guild towns have no way to fend off such a horde at this stage of the game. The players who bought houses in the town and applied for membership to the battle arena are out of luck. Zero Wing is just going to sacrifice such a large town? They're not even going to try to defend it? If that's the case, who would be dumb enough to invest in their towns in the future? You have a point. In any case, I won't be buying a house in Zero Wing's towns in the future. The guild is too unreliable. The spectacular sight of the monster army shocked the players watching the livestream. At the same, they voiced their discontent about Zero Wing's decision to give up on Stone Forest Town. Despite being Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing wasn't even brave enough to face the monster army. The players who had wanted to join Zero Wing began to hesitate. Some Zero Wing members even began to withdraw from the guild. Did you think you can reduce your losses just by giving up Stone Forest Town? Singular Burial sneered as he read the recent forum posts. I want to see just how long you all can endure. Zero Wing's determination had put a wrench in his plans. However, if he uploaded the livestream of the siege battle to the forums, he could force Zero Wing into making a decision. Either Zero Wing chose to conserve its strength and give up Stone Forest Town, or it would try to defend the town with all its might at the cost of reducing the guild's overall strength. While the former option was a good choice, it would also damage the guild's carefully built reputation. Most likely, the results would halt the guild's development for some time. If Zero Wing wanted to continue developing, its only choice was to protect Stone Forest Town with everything it had. He did not hope that Zero Wing would mobilize all of its members to protect the town. It would be enough if the guild moved a portion of its members in White River City. At that time, Zero Wing would lose both Stone Forest Town and its stable. If that happened, Heaven's Burial would take Zero Wing's place as the #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Just as the players discussed the livestream on the forums, The evil beast army began its assault. The earth trembled as the monsters swarmed towards Stone Forest Town. The players watching were stunned. They finally understood what Zerg tactics truly were. With so many monsters, even Stone Forest Town's defense turrets and magic towers were utterly inadequate defenses. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had given up Stone Forest Town. The guild might have expected this outcome, huh? What are Zero Wing's members bringing out? Aren't those miniature ballistas? It seems that the guild did prepare. So what if they are prepared? The defense turrets and magic towers can't even slow down the monster army. What could a few miniature ballistas do? When the monster army was less than 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town, some of the spectators noticed quite a few miniature ballistas emerge atop the ramparts, and they couldn't help but laugh. Although the miniature ballistas were easy to move, their power was subpar at best. Moreover, their AoE wasn't as large as the defense turrets. The miniature ballistas might be useful against players, but against so many high HP monsters, they were simply a joke. However, before these people could finish their words, something else occurred on the ramparts that stunned the watching players. There were nearly 20 miniature ballistas on each wall. With all 4 walls, Zero Wing had almost 80 miniature ballistas protecting Stone Forest Town. How is this possible? Those are miniature ballistas we're talking about. The large number of miniature ballistas stupefied the spectators. The various large guilds watching the livestream were particularly shocked. Ordinary players might not understand how precious war weapons like the miniature ballistas were, but the major powers understood their importance well. Although the miniature ballista could not rival the gnome cannon's firepower, it wasn't easy to obtain. Not even super guilds could collect nearly 80 miniature ballistas. Yet Zero Wing had. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Zero Wing's members began to load the ballistas with 2-meter-long arrows. Crimson runes danced across these arrows' shafts. It was obvious that these weren't arrows you could purchase from NPC merchants, following which, explosions filled the air around Stone Forest Town. In the next moment, flaming arrows flew from the town's ramparts, raining down on the approaching evil beast army. Boom. Boom. Rings of fire erupted among the monster troops as the arrows struck, each covering a 15-yard radius. The miniature ballista's attacks were no less devastating than the defense turrets. The explosions forced back the evil beasts on the front line as they received heavy injuries. The elite-ranked evil beasts had lost over 1/3 of their HPS after the first volley of arrows. The defense turrets and magic towers launched their attacks as well. When the magic towers attacked, the 7-colored beams they fired struck the heart of the monster army. The attack, which could rival Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, instantly killed all of the monsters below. Lord Runka's 3 7-colored beams cut through the evil beast army. Over 8,000 evil beasts died instantly, tearing large holes in the enemy formation due to the miniature ballista's short cooldown. Another volley of exploding arrows rained down on the evil beasts as soon as the defense turrets and magic towers finished their attacks. Before the army had even reached 2,500 yards of Stone Forest Town, over 30,000 evil beasts had died. Stone Forest Town's frightening defenses stupefied the spectating players. This is insane. These are Stone Forest Town's defenses? Zero Wing is amazing. They have so many miniature ballistas. If not for these monsters' numbers and strength, the guild might annihilate the monsters before they even reach the walls. How is this possible? Why does Zero Wing have so many miniature ballistas? Singular Burial balled his fists as he glared at the livestream. However, although he was very surprised and confused, he quickly recovered as he sneered and said, "Although I didn't expect such a trump card, so what? This army isn't like the last one you faced." While the miniature ballistas had claimed many of the evil beasts below Lord rank, this war would be as good as over once the monsters reached the ballistas. Interesting. And here I thought you had given up. Let's see how you deal with this. Abandoned Wave, who stood at the very rear of the evil beast army like a coward, sneered. He then waved his hand, and immediately, another large wave charged forward. This time, however, there were far fewer evil beasts in the charge. However, these were higher quality monsters, with the majority being chieftain rank and above. Even the Grand Lords had joined in the charge. These monsters were too large to have taken part in the initial charge, but now that less of their companions occupied the field, the Grand Lords could easily dodge the attacks from the town's static defenses as these chieftain rank and above evil beasts inched closer to Stone Forest Town. Before anyone had realized it, 2 mana pulse cannons had appeared above one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers. Larger than the basic mana pulse cannon, these 2 weapons were none other than the intermediate mana pulse cannons Shifeng had obtained from the fallen Arc target, the densest areas of the monster army. Fire. Chapter 1340, The Intermediate Mana Pulse Cannon's Might. Chapter 1340, The Intermediate Mana Pulse Cannon's Might. The instant the intermediate mana pulse cannons activated, 2 pitch-black, magic arrays formed above the magic tower as they absorbed the surrounding mana. The intense mana fluctuation immediately attracted attention. What's that? What an intense feeling. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Players in town were shocked by the pressure they felt from the magic tower. This was especially true for magical class players, who were far more sensitive towards elemental mana. Currently, the magic arrays above the tower felt like black holes as they devoured a massive amount of mana. Is this another attack from the magic tower? Abandoned Wave was not particularly surprised to see this. In response, he gestured with a hand. Immediately, the evil beast army charging forward began to spread out. He had long since familiarized himself with the magic tower's attacks. After all, these defensive structures were the reason he had suffered in the previous war. However, he had full control of the evil beast army this time. Although the magic tower's AoE was vast, if the monsters spread out, the magic towers wouldn't be as much of a threat as the players on the ramparts watched. They shook their heads and sighed. These monsters' reaction time is too fast. Although the magic tower's attacks are powerful, they won't be very effective with how spread out the monsters are. As the players discussed their thoughts, the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons finished their channeling time. In the next moment, the cannons fired 2 black beams, reaching the center of the evil beast army in the blink of an eye. As the beams struck the ground, 2 pillars of black light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. This phenomenon was nothing like the magic tower's prior attacks. As the black pillars rose, they expanded radius of 100 yards, 200 yards, 300 yards. The pillars of light devoured more evil beasts as it spread. The pillars only stopped after achieving a 500-yard radius. Any monster below chieftain rank was turned into ash instantly. Although the chieftain-ranked evil beasts survived initial contact with the pillars, the attacks eventually claimed their lives as well. Only Lord-ranked evil beasts and above survived the attacks. What were those attacks? They even killed chieftains in one move. This is insane. So, this is Zero Wing's foundation. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the Armageddon before them. Shocked by the black pillar's destructive power, even the evil beast army had halted its advance. Just what did Zero Wing do? How did the AoE grow so large? Abandoned Wave stared at the pillars of black light, which had yet to fade, with wide eyes. Despite having spread out, the 2 attacks had killed over 15,000 evil beasts. Among them, over 2,000 chieftains had died, while the lords had less than half of their HP remaining. Although the higher-rank evil beasts hadn't lost a significant amount of HP, they were severely injured, reducing their combat power drastically. Such frightening, destructive power was simply unheard of. Such attacks could deal a devastating blow to his evil beast army. If he allowed several more of those attacks to land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Singular Burial wasn't the only one shocked. Every major power witnessing this was astonished. With such frightening war weapons, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town in the future? Fortunately, the town's current enemy was a monster army. No amount of players would be enough to capture Stone Forest Town. This won't do. I won't be able to sustain the losses if this continues. Abandoned Wave had lost his complacent attitude. Immediately, he took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag and started chanting, "Go! Destroy the magic towers!" In the next moment, the 5 level 70, mythic-ranked evil earth dragon's crimson eyes began to glow. With large strides, they approached Stone Forest Town rapidly. Although the evil beast army was relatively easy to create, chieftain-ranked evil beasts and above were difficult to produce. Not only did their creation depend on luck, but he also needed to sacrifice monsters of a sufficiently high rank and level. Moreover, he only had a chance of created mythic-ranked evil beasts by killing high-ranked evil beasts. It was utterly impossible to nurture a common evil beast to mythic rank. He wouldn't have minded losing these high-rank evil beasts in a normal slugfest, but it was a different story if Zero Wing simply slaughtered them the moment the evil earth dragons moved. Stone Forest Town's players felt death loom over them at this stage of the game. One mythic monster was more than enough to destroy a guild town, much less 5. Although Zero Wing had protected the town against mythic monsters before, it had only faced 3 during that battle. They had also only been level 65. Even so, those 3 mythic monsters had ravaged the guild. It had come very close to losing Stone Forest Town. Evil Earth Dragon, Dark Creature, Mythic. Level 70. HP 210, 000/210, 000/000. Currently, the evil Earth Dragons weren't suppressed as they had been during the previous war. Not only were their attributes terrifyingly high, but they also had a higher intellect and were easily capable of evading the miniature ballista's attacks. Moreover, the evil Earth Dragons could shake off the exploding arrows as if they were nothing. Their battle recovery alone was enough to dishearten even the strongest player. Although Stone Forest Town launched a constant stream of attacks, these attacks only eliminated the evil beasts below Great Lord rank. To Great Lords and above, the magic towers and basic mana pulse cannons were a minor concern, and the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a long, 3-minute cooldown. 3 minutes might not be long in a player-fought war, but it was more than enough time for Great Lords and above to end this battle in the end. Before the intermediate mana pulse cannons cooldown ended, the 200-plus Great Lords, 40-plus Grand Lords, and 5 evil Earth Dragons stood before Stone Forest Town's walls. Although Stone Forest Town had already upgraded to intermediate rank and was protected by very tall walls, these walls weren't half as tall as the evil Earth Dragons. Before the mythic monsters, Stone Forest Town's ramparts were easily crossed hurdles. It seems Zero Wing is truly finished. There are so many powerful monsters. This is insane. Even a 500-man elite team is unlikely to stop a level 65 Great Lord. If those 200-plus Great Lords work together, Zero Wing's 40,000 members won't even serve as a warm-up. When the spectators had watched Zero Wing reveal so many powerful war weapons, they had held onto some hope of success. However, they realized how futile Zero Wing's attempts were as the evil beast stood before the town's walls. Go, my servants! Sacrifice every life form in the town for the almighty evil god. Abandoned Wave commanded. Laughing, he had been worried about the intermediate mana pulse cannons, but now that the monster stood before the ramparts, the war was as good as over. Roar. Deafening roars filled the air as the Great Lord-ranked evil beasts leaped towards Stone Forest Town's ramparts. They'd been waiting for this. You will be excellent test subjects. Standing atop the magic tower, Sherfong casually retrieved the movement-type, defensive magic array he had obtained from the fallen Arkansas. He then inserted 5,000 magic crystals into the array and cranked it up to maximum. Immediately, a crystal-like barrier expanded and enveloped Stone Forest Town. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, these evil beasts slammed into an invisible, steel-like wall 10 yards from the ramparts, unable to proceed farther. What's this? A magic barrier? Zero Wing's members, who had prepared for an arduous battle, were confused when they saw the evil beast army stop. Not even the 5 evil Earth Dragons were able to move an inch closer to the town. Chapter 1341, Trump Card Appears. Chapter 1341, Trump Card Appears. The barrier managed to block mythic monsters. Impossible! What kind of barrier is this? How much strength has Zero Wing kept hidden? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the beasts halted. Every large guild in Starmoon Kingdom had a few trump cards. They obviously had something as important as a defensive magic array. However, it was unheard of for a player-owned magic array to stop a mythic monster attack. The combined attacks of all 5 evil Earth Dragons' claws barely shook the crystal-like barrier. There wasn't a single crack on the barrier. The array's strength rivaled those used in NPC cities in God's domain, Even the most ordinary NPC city had a magic array that could stop Tier 4 monsters. Every major NPC city like White River City had a defensive magic array that could even hold off Tier 5 monsters. This was also the reason that, aside from special circumstances, monster sieges against the NPC cities were almost certain to fail. Monsters could only successfully siege NPC towns. Why wouldn't they be surprised to see that Stone Forest Town had an array that could rival an NPC cities? The Zero Wing members breathed a sigh of relief when the magic barrier appeared. If they faced these evil beasts head-on, they would die instantly. All members, prioritize killing Great Lord rank monsters and below. Aqua Rose barked out commands through the guild chat when she read the description of the movement-type defensive magic array. She thought it could only block the Great Lord's attacks. She had never thought that it could hold off a Tier 4 mythic monster. Due to the presence of the defensive magic array, Zero Wings members started to regain their confidence. They began to bombard the evil beasts before them. Level 40 players might not normally pose a threat to level 65 Great Lords, but the 3 magic towers boosted their basic attributes by 30%. God's Domain's recent system upgrades also continuously weakened the effects of level suppression. Zero Wings members still managed to deal several hundred damage to the level 65 plus Great Lords even with a gap of over 20 levels. Those with equipment with the Ignore levels attribute dealt minus 1000 damage on average. Several hundred damage might not be much to the Great Lords, which had over 60 million HP. The accumulated damage of hundreds, or even thousands, of players attacking at once was frightening. The Great Lords were taking hundreds of thousands of damage every second, greatly exceeding their battle recovery. It was definitely possible to kill all the evil beasts attacking Stone Forest Town. Given enough time, there were also the miniature ballistas and Tier 2 NPC guards pitching in from the sides. All these factors combined reduced the Great Lord ranked evil beasts' HPs at a rate visible to the naked eye. Evil beasts below Great Lord rank were even easier to deal with. They could be finished off with a brief burst of concentrated fire. Damn it! How did Zero Wing get such a powerful defensive magic array? Abandoned Wave gnashed his teeth as he looked at the scene. The magic barrier remained completely intact even after numerous attacks from so many evil beasts. At this rate, the evil beasts he nurtured were simply EXP for Zero Wing. He reluctantly manipulated the dark gray crystal ball in his hands once again. You might be able to block normal Tier 4 attacks, but what about Tier 4 destructive spells? The 5 evil earth dragons abruptly stopped attacking the magic barrier as the crystal ball glowed. Then they widened their mouths. The mana around the evil earth dragons started rampaging as it gathered in front of their mouths. 5 black beams shot out of the evil earth dragons' mouths. Shortly later, Tier 4 spell, Evil Energy Roar. The black's beams shook the barrier violently. The other evil beasts attacking the barrier backed away from the powerful impact momentarily. It blocked the attacks? Abandoned Wave was shocked by what he saw. The Evil Energy Roar rivaled the intermediate mana pulse cannon's might. Its E was much small, though? No, there are cracks on the barrier. Once the Evil Energy Roars ended, Abandoned Wave could clearly spot numerous cracks on Stone Forest Town's barrier. But the cracks were being repaired quickly enough to see with the naked eye. As expected of a Tier 4 spell, its might is truly frightening. Shifeng took a look at the movement-type defensive magic array beside him. The 5 evil energy roars had depleted its energy by more than half. That was only one wave of attacks. All defensive magic arrays needed to be supplied energy. The more damage the magic array absorbed, the more energy it consumed. The magic array's endurance limit was the other important factor affecting the energy depletion rate. The movement-type defensive magic array he had obtained from the Fallen Ark had a Tier 3 endurance limit. As long as an attack's standard exceeded Tier 3, the energy depleted from such an attack would increase exponentially. Each of the evil earth dragon's normal attacks had already depleted the magic array's energy by a frightening rate of 1%. This 1% was enough to hold off the combined attacks of the 200-plus Great Lords for a considerable amount of time. After the evil energy roars, the magic array's energy had decreased by nearly 70%. Restoring the magic array's energy cost 5,000 magic crystals each time. Currently, he only had around 60,000 crystals on hand, and that was including the 50,000 crystals Phoenix Rain had returned. In addition, firing the intermediate mana pulse cannons cost 2,000 magic crystals per shot, while the basic mana pulse cannons cost 1,000 crystals per shot. He could only restore the magic array's energy a limited number of times. Sure enough, it isn't invincible. I want to see just how long you last. Seeing the cracks on the magic barrier, a sinister smile appeared on Abandoned Wave's face. He then controlled the Grand Lords to assault the magic barrier with their most powerful skills. Although he did not have a good understanding of Stone Forest Town's magic barrier, he could guess the barrier's limit based on the cracks. Normally, a barrier would only show signs of damage when an attack exceeded its limit. When that happened, the defensive magic array would lose a significant amount of energy. Once the magic barrier's energy had been depleted, his evil beast army would storm Stone Forest Town and slaughter the players in it. As Abandoned Wave controlled his Grand Lords, they rampaged, hurling one high-tiered skill after another at the barrier before them. The magic array lost energy with each hit. For a moment, it even began to show signs of shattering. Seeing this, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew increasingly nervous. Once the magic barrier broke, their lives would be on the line. Sure enough, using such a method to fight mythic monsters is a little far-fetched. Shi Feng sighed when he saw the magic array's energy levels fall below 10%. He then contacted Blackie and asked, "Blackie, how are the preparations on your side?" "We're ready. We're just waiting for your command," Blackie said, grinning. "Although it is a little wasteful to use them here, it's about time we show our enemy that they aren't the only ones with Tier 4 forces." Shi Feng then commanded, "Summon the divine beasts. It's about time we refresh their memory." Following Shi Feng's command, 3 massive, golden magic arrays appeared above Zero Wing's residence, each array enveloping nearly half of the town. Immediately, 3 golden dragons that were over 100 meters tall emerged from these magic arrays. The divine dragons hovered in the sky as they flapped their massive wings. They released deafening roars that echoed throughout Stone Forest Town and its surrounding area as they overlooked all life forms like kings. Chapter 1342, Divine Dragon's Power. As the 3 divine dragons appeared, silence descended on the battlefield. Any who bathed in the divine dragon's aura, including both Stone Forest Town's players and the evil beasts attacking the magic barrier, looked up at the creatures as if they were staring at King's Impossible. This definitely can't be real. 3 golden dragons? How much power has Zero Wing hidden? Zero Wing is too strong. It seems that the dragon summonings during the previous war hadn't just been due to luck after all. Sure enough, Zero Wing isn't Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild for nothing. Which guild in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly be a match for Zero Wing's foundations? Damn it. Why did I leave Stone Forest Town so quickly? I threw away the chance to watch such an interesting battle. Although the players who watched the livestream couldn't experience the battlefield's atmosphere personally, they were still shocked to see 3 divine dragons hovering over Stone Forest Town. To current players, Tier 4 mythic monsters were invincible. Not many had been optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of protecting Stone Forest Town. However, now that Zero Wing had summoned 3 of its own mythic monsters, it had a fighting chance. How is this possible? Singular Burial was momentarily stunned when he saw the 3 divine dragons. He couldn't believe his eyes. He, too, had been present during the last war. During that battle, he had assumed that Zero Wing had obtained a summoning scroll for the divine dragon by chance, only allowing the guild to summon it once. As a precaution, he and Abandoned Wave had prepared for the possibility that Zero Wing could summon another divine dragon. Yet, Zero Wing had just summoned 3 of them. Before everyone could react, the 3 divine dragons flapped their wings, creating a strong gale. They then vanished, transforming into streaks of golden light as they reappeared above Stone Forest Town's ramparts, spreading their massive jaws. Each of the divine dragons created a golden magic array. Divine Dragon's Breath. Immediately, 3 golden tornadoes swept across the evil beast army. As these tornadoes encountered 3 of the evil earth dragons, they threw the creatures hundreds of yards away. Any evil beast below Lord rank died instantly. This is so awesome. This attack must have killed at least 1,000 evil beasts. Blackie, who controlled one of the divine dragons, was astonished when he saw the destruction the golden tornado left in its wake. As the tornadoes danced across the battlefield, only death followed. This phenomenon continued for 500 yards after watching Alluring Summer control the divine dragon during the last siege. He understood that the mythic monster was very powerful, but he only realized just how powerful the divine dragon was after controlling one for himself. Seeing 5 level 65 great lords charging towards him, Blackie sent a tail swipe at them. The attack sent the 5 great lords flying over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above each of their heads. Blackie's divine dragon then lashed out with its claws, turning over a dozen elite evil beasts into dust. The divine dragon's power was simply devastating. Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud controlled the other 2 divine dragons. Arriving before 2 evil earth dragons, the divine dragons swiped their massive claws. Reacting quickly, the evil earth dragons responded in kind. Boom. The instant the claws collided, the impact pushed the nearby elite evil beasts back. As for the 2 evil earth dragons, they were forced to take 2 steps backward. It was clear that the divine dragons surpassed them in terms of strength. Immediately, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud attacked their respective opponents' abdomens with tail swipes. The collision threw the evil earth dragons over 40 yards away. Although Blackie, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud couldn't control the divine dragons as they did their own bodies, their combat techniques and experience far surpassed the evil earth dragons. In a one-on-one fight, they could easily suppress their opponents. The divine dragon's overwhelming display of power stirred a bloodlust in Stone Forest Town's players. Every one of the mythic monster's actions could destroy the surrounding terrain. Monsters below Lord rank couldn't even approach to the divine dragons. Although the divine dragon's combat standards were not high, they caused a much larger common than a player-fought battle. If not for the defensive barrier protecting them, no one doubted that the resulting shockwaves would be more than enough to destroy the town. By summoning the 3 divine dragons, Zero Wing had turned the tide of worries. This our guild's power? This is too amazing. All hail Boss Blackie. Victory will be ours. Every Zero Wing member was ecstatic. They had never realized how powerful their guild was. Seeing this, the players that had chosen to withdraw from the guild turned pale. Used this opportunity to kill the great lord monsters and above. Don't let any of them get away. Sure Fong commanded. Although the divine dragons were very powerful, each one cost 88 magic array scrolls to summon. The materials required to create the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls were also extremely precious. Each scroll cost over 10 gold to produce. However, the production cost was secondary. To produce the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls, On needed a special material called mana essence. It only dropped from 50-man or more team dungeons. It was a precious item to every large guild, and creating a set of divine beasts descent magic array scrolls required 88 mana essences. Even though Zero Wing now had a lot of members, it had barely collected enough mana essence for 3 sets. Zero Wing had invested everything in this war. Hence, it was of utmost importance that they recuperate some of their losses through these evil beasts' deaths. Unfortunately, evil beasts did not drop weapons or equipment. They only provided some EXP and materials. The most valuable loot, the evil energy crystal, only dropped from chieftain rank and above monsters. Compared to the cost of the 3 sets of divine beasts descent magic array scrolls, these items were barely worth anything. The only consolation was the soul orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from great lords and above. He could absorb the souls from any of the great lords his guild team killed. With so many great lord-ranked monsters in a single location, this was a rare opportunity. 3 divine dragons? Abandoned Wave's mouth twitched as he watched the divine dragon slaughter his evil beasts. It had taken a lot of effort to obtain each of his great lord-ranked evil beasts, yet Zero Wing's members were farming them for EXP. Good. Very good. I want to see just how many you can kill. Once your magic barrier shatters, Stone Forest Town will meet its doom. Abandoned Wave steeled his heart now that he had revealed so many evil beasts to the public. The various large guilds would undoubtedly prepare countermeasures against the creatures. If he failed to destroy Stone Forest Town this time, It would be very difficult to nurture another large army. Although Zero Wing's prowess exceeded his expectations, the town's weakness was obvious. As long as he shattered the town's defensive barrier, the evil beast army would storm the town. Abandoned Wave commanded his monsters to attack the town's defensive barrier. He even instructed his 5 evil earth dragons to ignore their divine cousins, intending to trade the dragon's HP for the magic barrier's energy, following which, the magic barrier's energy drained. At the same time, Feng replenished that energy. At the rate at which he poured magic crystals into the array, he didn't dare use the intermediate mana pulse cannons again. The intense slugfest stupefied every spectator while the evil beasts assaulted Stone Forest Town's barrier and ignored their enemies' attacks. The latter threw everything it had at the evil beasts. Under Zero Wing's fierce assault, the army continued to lose monsters. The initial 500,000 decreased to 400,000, and then to 200,000. Even 2 of the 5 evil earth dragons had died. When the evil beast army had less than 100,000 monsters remaining, Stone Forest Town's magic barrier shattered under 3 remaining evil earth dragons' evil energy roars.